I was mentioning her name. God, this girl. She came to me and pushed my chair away. I fell on the ground and woke up terrified. Can you stop being so obsessed with me? It's freaking me out. I was boiling with anger. I just snapped, and for the first time, I pushed her away. She pushed me back and said, no one touches Monica like this, especially poor people like you, the daughter of a janitor. I slapped her and was about to attack her, but the teacher came in and stopped me. Calm down. Are you a monster? What? She attacked me first. Do you really expect me to believe that? Look at her. She's too gentle to hurt a fly. And look at you. I'm what? Plus, you were sleeping in my class. Yeah, because you're the most boring teacher in the world. And you're the rudest girl in my class. Nuh-uh. Monica is, and you know that, but you're all afraid of her. But not me. Not anymore. I'm not an idiot coward like you. What did you just say? You heard me. To the principal's office. Right now. I walked out of the room without a backward glance. When I got there, the blonde, rude secretary followed me and pulled me back. Hey, what do you want now? I half expected her to yell something, but she said ever so sweetly, Can I please talk to you, kiddo? I narrowed my eyes. Why? So your dad, he's hot. Ew, he's dad. Yeah, but he is. And since you're my favorite student in this school, I am your favorite student? Since when? Don't be silly. Since, forever. Just listen. Let's get to the point. I don't know why you're here, but if you can get me a chance with your dad, I promise you won't face any problems with anyone here, especially Monica. You can forget she even existed. Well, honestly, that did sound like a good deal. Dad needed a new woman in his life, and I could take my revenge. Deal. And she let me go. And I didn't go to the principal's office that day or any other day in my life. Dad agreed to start dating the secretary after I begged him for the entire week. To my delight, though, he was genuinely happy with her. I couldn't be happier for him. One day, I got to school late, and when I entered the class, the teacher glared at me and told me to go to the principal's office. Then Monica said, "Oh no, please let her stay. She's been busy all night working in her dad's garage to help her poor, useless janitor dad." I swear I was going to attack her, but the teacher probably read my mind and dragged me out of the classroom. When I got to the secretary room, she wasn't there. I supposed she was with Dad. I looked at her computer and it was the grade sheet, and I saw Monica's name. So I changed her grades from A's to D's and F's, and also James, and left. They threw the worst tantrums after their grades were posted, but the secretary stood firm, and before long, everyone in the school knew about my power. Of course, some students tried to tell the principal, but since he liked and trusted his rude, suck-up secretary, he didn't do anything. And she didn't have an idea I was behind all of this, and I really felt like the godfather. Suddenly, boys were into me and wanted to hang out with me, and honestly, I enjoyed the attention and hung out with a couple of boys. But my eyes were only on one boy, James. I mean, the heart wants what it wants. So one day, while he and Monica were having lunch together, I went to him and said, "Hey, you gotta date me or kiss your dream college goodbye." He looked at me and pushed Monica away. "Of course, babe. Come sit next to me." Monica looked furious, but she knew her time as the school queen was over. She never faced me again. Dating James was nice at first, but soon enough, I found out he was a jerk, and I even felt sorry for Monica that she had to deal with him. He was embarrassed to be seen with me, and I was certain he was cheating on me. Once, he sent me a message by mistake that said, "Hey, babe. Want to go out tonight? That disgusting tomboy is busy in her dad's garage tonight." I cried when I read it. Next day, James came to hug me and I pushed him away. "Don't touch me, you cheater." Instead of apologizing like a decent person, he rolled his eyes at me and said, "Oh, but you knew that a long time ago and still wanted me because you're a helpless, ugly loser." Suddenly, I lost it. I had done so much for him and he was being such a pig. I slapped him hard. "Whether you slap me or not, you're still the janitor's daughter. Nothing more." Before I could reply, I heard a voice behind me. It was my dad. "Don't you dare talk to my daughter like that, you little mutt." "Dad, don't worry about him. He's a jerk." Then my dad put his arm on my shoulder and said, "I'm sorry I'm embarrassing you, Lena." "No, Dad, you're not. I'm so proud of you. Don't mind these empty-headed ignorants. They know nothing about hard work, about dignity, about being yourself without feeling embarrassed. Dad, we aren't like them. We are free. Dad looked at me with teary eyes and smiled. Come here, sweetie. Give your old man a hug. We hugged. That night, I had the loveliest dinner with my dad and his girlfriend and felt like the luckiest girl in the world. I couldn't wait for tomorrow to become a better person and to love myself more. Before I tell you my name, let me tell you the story behind it. I was born in the Shoshone tribe. My father was the chief. The day I was born, a big eagle flew by near my mom. She had thought the eagle would hurt her, but it didn't. The people of the tribe saw it as an omen of me being special and gave me a name that meant bird woman. But in my tribe, I was called Sacagawea. Since I was born a little before I was meant to, the entire tribe was pretty disappointed seeing how small and fragile I was. Your child, she is destined to reach great heights, go places, be invincible. You really think so? But she is small and weak. Don't underestimate her, for when she is older, she will move mountains. Well, she was right. I don't know about moving mountains, but as I grew up, I wasn't weak and fragile anymore. Actually, I was kind of a wild child. I would spend hours playing in the forest, riding horses, and just exploring the outdoors. I was fearless and brave, and I knew one day I'd make my tribe proud of me. But there was one tiny problem. I was afraid of heights. All my friends would be climbing trees and rocks, and it would always scare me. I didn't really mind. I knew I could do so many other things. But a girl, Redfeather, who was from another tribe, always made it a point to tease me about it. I knew why. It was because she had a big fat crush on my best friend Miko and hated that he cared so much for me. What kind of bird woman are you if you can't even climb a tree? Look, Miko, I can climb so high. So what? Sacagawea can ride a horse, backwards. She can catch a fish with just her hands, and she's not a show-off like you, Redfeather. Ugh, what do you even see in her? He just told you. Strength, ability, class. Now shoo off before I whoop your butt. You wouldn't dare. Oh, but I dared. In seconds, Redfeather and I were tangled like two wrestlers, but I instantly let her go when I saw my dad coming. He had told me so many times not to argue with Redfeather. Her tribe was always looking to get into a fight with ours. Once I was home, I got the lecture of a lifetime. And even though I tried to tell Dad how that witch had started it, he just wouldn't listen. Frustrated, I left the tent and sat near the river. Angry at Dad? No, not at all. I'm angry at myself for not being brave enough to climb a tree. If I could, I would have proved, hey, you don't need to prove anything to anyone. Got it? And who said you aren't brave? My love, you are the bravest girl I know. You can definitely do anything you set your mind to. Here, it's time for you to have this. Mom, why are you giving this to me? It's the most precious thing you have. No, you are my most precious thing. Saying that, she hugged me tight. After that day, I tried to steer clear of Redfeather. The girl was nothing but trouble. But one day, as Miko and I were hanging out near the big waterfall, the witch came and yanked my necklace. Give it back, now. Redfeather, I swear I'll... But before I could even finish my sentence, the witch gave me a smirk and dropped Mom's necklace down into the waterfall. I felt my blood run cold, and even though I was scared of heights, I did the unthinkable. I jumped. I felt like I was flying, and in the water, I managed to reach the necklace. When I got back up, Redfeather, Miko, and everyone else were in awe. Redfeather's dad came and made her apologize to me. From that day forward, I was known as the brave bird woman who could do anything. I had made my mark, and I was so proud of myself. A few years later, my dad announced Miko and my wedding, and I couldn't be happier. Our wedding was going to be the biggest event in the tribe, and everyone was preparing for it. Even Redfeather, who had been surprisingly friendly since the necklace incident, was helping out with the decorations. One night, Redfeather asked me to meet her by the waterfall. I was a little hesitant, but I thought maybe she wanted to apologize for her past behavior. I was wrong. As I approached the waterfall, I saw several men standing in the shadows. Redfeather stepped out of the darkness and smiled at me. What's happening? Who are these people? I can't let you marry Miko. Take her away. Before I could say anything else, the men dragged me away and everything went dark. When I finally opened my eyes, I was in a carriage. Where am I? Where are you taking me? I am the daughter of the Shoshone chief. When my dad finds out about you, he'll have you punished.
And who's gonna tell him, princess? You are far away from home. You'll never get back home.
Hearing his words made my heart sink, and I clutched onto Mom's necklace. It was the only thing I had from home. We had been on the road for 7 days when one night I heard noises. There were so many people fighting. The caravan was being attacked. I was so scared. I had no idea what was happening. But then I heard a voice that spoke in a different language. It was a Frenchman. He and his soldiers had attacked the caravan and freed me. They kept talking, but I didn't understand a word. And when I spoke, they didn't understand my language either. But even with the language barrier, I knew they meant well. I didn't know how to get back home. So one of the soldiers found a nice family who adopted me and taught me their language. I was so thankful to them and all the help they gave me. Years passed and I missed home terribly. Unfortunately, we had traveled too far in an unknown direction, so I didn't know my way back. When I turned 18, I got married to a Frenchman, and just when I had my son, my husband left me. I was disappointed. As a little girl, I had thought I would go places, have a life filled with adventure, make my tribe proud. But everything had gone so wrong. But things changed when one day, 2 men, Lewis and Clark, came to my town. They had heard about me and wanted to know if I could help them find a new route to the Pacific Ocean.
Sacagawea, we heard you used to be from the Shoshone tribe. We need your help to find a new route to the Pacific Ocean.
I'm not sure I can help you. I've been away from my home for many years.
You don't need to worry. We have maps and guides to help you. We just need your help to navigate the terrain and communicate with the locals.
That sounds like a lot of work. Why should I take up the offer?
Because we're headed west. This might be your chance to get home.
What? All right, I'll do it. I was so excited to be joining the expedition in April of 1805 with my newborn son tied to my back on a sling, ready to set off on the adventure of a lifetime. As we made our way along the river, I helped out in any way I could. I showed the men how to find edible roots and plants, and how to identify which ones were not safe to eat. Everyone was amazed at how much I knew, and some even joked about me being the team's official hunter. It was everything my mom had taught me. We had been traveling for months, and Lewis and Clark were always friendly to me. I realized how important the mission was for them. One day, as we were crossing a river, our boat capsized.
Oh my God! Our documents and supplies! All our hard work will be gone!
Quickly, I jumped into action and was able to save most of the supplies and important documents.
Sacagawea, that was amazing. Oh, thank you so much for saving these. I owe you for life.
It's no big deal. I'm here to help, aren't I?
That you are. But your bravery needs a reward.
I had thought they'd give me some coins as a reward, but when they named the river after me, I was speechless. Wow, I am so honored.
Just promise us you're gonna stick around with us till the end, because I know for sure we can't finish this journey without you.
I promise, I will. Our journey continued for months, and when it was summer, we stepped into a land that was familiar. I ran into the forest, and when I saw the waterfall at the end, I felt like my heart stopped. I was home. It was the land of the Shoshones. I was ecstatic. When I walked into the chief's teepee with Lewis and Clark, I was stunned to see the new chief. It was Miko.
Sacagawea, is it really you?
Yes, it's me.
But how is this possible? We thought you were lost forever.
I was taken away by some men and adopted by a nice family. Miko was filled with joy, and tears of happiness rolled down his face. He then asked Lewis and Clark to give us some alone time. He called my mom and dad, and the moment they saw me, they hugged me tight. Sacagawea, I can't believe my eyes. I am so happy to see you here. Me too. I missed my family and my tribe so much. We never knew what happened to you. We searched for you for months and months. It was then the hatred I had for Red Feather came back, and I told Miko, Mom, and Dad everything. Miko had his guards bring in Redfeather from her tribe along with her father. The moment Redfeather saw me, her face went pale and she fell on her knees in front of me. "You witch! I knew you were jealous of me, but how could you stoop so low? Sacagawea, I am so sorry for all the wrong I have done to you. I am sorry. Please forgive me." I wanted to tell her no, and how could she even ask for me to forgive her? But just then, Miko declared that Redfeather would be kicked out of her tribe, or else the peace pact between our tribe and hers would be broken. To my surprise, Redfeather's father didn't hesitate a bit and agreed.
I apologize for what my daughter did to you. I'm ashamed of her.
It was her doing. You don't have to apologize for her. Once Redfeather left, Miko and my parents asked me to stay in the tribe, but I just couldn't. I had made a promise to Lewis and Clark. While my parents agreed to let me go, Miko was making it hard.
You just came back. You can't leave now. Please, Sacagawea, stay.
I will, Miko. I give you my word. Once the journey is finished, I'll come back here, to the tribe, to you. Reluctantly, Miko let me go, and I accompanied Lewis and Clark on the rest of their journey. We continued on our travels, but one day, something horrible happened. As we were passing through a thick forest, an arrow hit a tree just inches from Lewis. I was so scared and desperately wanted to help my group. I quickly grabbed my bow and arrow and ran towards the attackers. I was determined to protect Lewis and Clark, and I started shooting arrows at the attackers. One of the attackers stopped, and seeing a native woman protecting the European men, he called off the attack.
You are with them?
Yes, I am. They come in peace. Please, let us pass.
Everything has a price. Give us something. Perhaps the necklace around your neck.
Will you let us pass if I give it to you?
Yes.
With a heavy heart, I took off my mom's necklace and handed it to the man, and the attackers left, and I ran to Lewis and Clark. I was so relieved that no one got seriously hurt.
Sacagawea, why did you give your necklace? I know what it means to you. It was precious to you.
For me, my friends are more precious. Your safety means everything to me. I just did what I had to do.
No, you did more than that. You saved us all.
I felt so proud of myself. Finally, I had done something that my parents and the tribe could be proud of. We continued our journey and finally made it. After months of traveling, here I was, standing by the Pacific Ocean. I felt like I was in a dream. The sound of the waves crashing against the shore, the smell of the salt in the air, and the feeling of sand between my toes. It was breathtaking. I couldn't believe I was here. I had been on this journey for so long, and now I was standing at the edge of the world. I realized in that moment how much I had grown. I had gone from a scared little girl who was afraid of heights to a brave and fearless woman who had gone on an amazing journey. We stayed for a month, and when it was time to return, Lewis and Clark asked me to come with them on another expedition. I really wanted to because I loved adventure, but I had other plans. When I returned home, the first thing I asked was where Miko was, and my parents told me that every morning he sat by the waterfall. So I snuck up to him and hugged him, and we both ended up in the water.
Oh my God, you came.
I promised, remember? Saying that, I kissed him, and it felt so right, like I was finally where I belong, finally home. Today, there are...
Hi everyone, my name is Danielle, and I'm not your typical teenager. I've always been different. Instead of playing dress-up with the girls, I preferred playing football with the neighborhood boys when I was a little girl. And now that I'm 15, I always play video games with the boys, instead of going to the mall with my mom. I also sing a little, and it is my dream to become a professional singer one day. But before I get into that, please like and subscribe. I guess it's no surprise that I've barely got any girlfriends. My best friend's name is Chase, and he lives down the road from my house. Chase and I go to the same school, but since he's 2 grades above me, we only hang out after school. With his dark hair and light eyes, he's one of the hottest and most popular boys at Pineville High. I've had a crush on him for years now, but I know he'll never like me that way. Not when he could have any girl he wanted. No one knows we're friends. and I'd like to keep it that way. At least then, his female admirers will not find a reason to attack me in the hallways. At any rate, I am already pretty unpopular in school. Ever since I accidentally spilled juice on Michelle James's prom dress, the entire cheerleading squad has had it out for me. Well, I didn't trip on purpose. I've just always been a bit clumsy. This year was going to be different, though. This year, I planned to change. Now that I'm a freshman, I think it's time I got a boyfriend. Believe it or not, I've never even had my first kiss. So I straightened my auburn hair until it was long and shiny and picked out a super cute back-to-school outfit. I even applied makeup. In fact, with my pink lips and long eyelashes, not to mention my super cute miniskirt, I looked unrecognizable. Well, that was the plan. The first person who saw me was Chase, as he was picking me up from school, but his reaction was not what I expected. Whoa, what are you up to? Nothing. Is it obvious that I was a bit nervous? Chase gave me an angry look that had me squirming, then looked ahead and continued driving. He refused to say one more word to me during the entire journey. But apart from the disappointment with Chase, the rest of the day was perfect. Nearly every girl wanted to know where I bought my yellow crop top and blue miniskirt, and nearly every boy wanted my number. Yes, even the ones who were already in relationships. And by the end of the day, I had a date with Hugh Lautner. Hugh was a quarterback on the soccer team and super cute. He promised to pick me up from school tomorrow, even though he lived an hour away in a much posher part of town. I told Chase this on our ride back from school. I could tell that he was struggling to say something. Do you really like him? I don't know. I could if I tried, I guess. I just really want to become cool now. I've been an awkward klutz for too long. And what if I told you that you're perfect the way you are? You know that's not true, Chase. Because if that's the case, why am I invisible to you in school? Chase was silent. He did not even say goodbye when he dropped me off. That evening, Hugh and I went out for pizza. You're different from the girls I know. They always order a salad and say they're dieting or something. It's so much more fun to go out with a girl who eats. Soon, Hugh started dropping me off and picking me up from school. Unlike Chase, he never pretended not to know me in school. Apart from the awkward glances, Chase and I stopped being friends. I'm not going to lie, I missed his friendship. I missed playing video games with him and chatting with him until we fell asleep. But maybe I had never meant anything to him because he let our friendship end so easily. It hurt, but I kept my feelings to myself. Soon, Hugh asked me to prom. Of course, I said yes. I spent a long time getting ready and spent all my money on a beautiful silver gown. Everyone oohed and ahed when we made our entrance as a couple. But even though I was with Hugh, I kept looking around for a glimpse of Chase. I wanted him to see me all dressed up. My heart sank when I could not see him anywhere. Finally, it was time to announce the prom king and queen. It was no surprise that Hugh won prom king. His queen, though, was head cheerleader Michelle. Michelle gave me a smug look before she grabbed Hugh for the official dance. Soon, she started getting close to him. I thought he would stop her, but he seemed to enjoy it. Then suddenly, she kissed him, and he started kissing her back. Shocked, I ran out of the hall and continued running. By the time I reached home, my beautiful dress was torn at the bottom and my cheeks were stained with tears. Suddenly, a familiar figure stopped in my path. Chase. He was wearing a tight-fitted jacket and looked, so handsome. What happened? I told him everything, and he took me into his arms. Let me go beat him up. No! Will you please stay with me, though? I missed you. But you chose him. What? What do you mean? You threw away our friendship. You completely changed yourself just to be with him. I liked you just as you were, in your pajamas, with your love for video games. But I liked you too. I was invisible to you only in school, so I had no hope. I'm sorry about that. I guess I didn't know my own feelings till I saw you gush over someone else. It's why I couldn't stand seeing you with Hugh. Suddenly, he took my hand. The question is, do you still like me? Yes. So will you go on a date with me? Of course I will. Wear your pajamas and meet me for video games then. Soon, Chase and I started dating officially. This was when I found out how romantic he really is. He was the best boyfriend ever. He would open the door for me and hold my hand wherever we went. And he had a sense of humor too. If any girl asked for his number, he would give her mine as a joke. A year passed, And soon he was going to go off to study at Yale in the fall, and I was really going to miss him. You'll forget me. Never. You'll get busy with studies and stuff then. Maybe, but I'll still come back for you. Or you can come study with me. Like that was going to happen. I was not as bright as Chase. Besides, I wanted to pursue music as a career. I had started recording videos of myself singing, but was too shy to show them to anyone. Soon after Chase left, I began devoting more time to my music. I started singing at school, but only when the classrooms were empty, and recording videos of myself. But I never shared them with anyone, including him. Chase and I were still going strong, though. He'd send me a good morning text every day and video call me every night. I miss you so much. I just want to get on the next flight and come see you. I wish you could, but I want you to concentrate on your studies instead. Yeah, I know. Promise me you'll at least apply to Yale, though. Okay, I promise. I probably shouldn't have made that promise, though. I really wanted to be a musician and had been practicing a lot recently. That night, on impulse, I shared one of my singing videos on YouTube. I applied makeup and wore a wig, though, so that no one could tell it was me. The next morning when I woke up, I realized it had gone viral. In just one night, my video had garnered 100,000 views. When I went through the comments section, I was shocked. Everyone loved my voice, and people wanted to know who the mystery girl really was. There were a few trolls, but I just ignored them. My eyes filled with tears of happiness, and I wanted to share the news with someone. But who? If Chase still lived down the street, I'd have gone running in my pajamas to tell him. But now that he was so far away and so busy, I didn't want to disturb him, especially since he had exams going on. Chase was busy with his studies for the entire week, but so was I. I started sharing more videos, and soon even magazines and news channels were picking up stories on the mystery girl. Everyone wanted to know who I was, but I was going to keep it a secret until I told Chase. But by the end of the week, I received a call. Good afternoon. Am I speaking to Danielle Jones, aka Mystery Girl? What? How do you know? I didn't tell anyone. It is my job to know Miss Jones. Oh, okay. Let me introduce myself. We are Superstar Inc., and we like to give a launch pad to actors and musicians who show a lot of promise. Now, there is no denying that you're talented, but you've also managed to create a fan following around your mystery girl persona. Part of the allure, I think, is because no one really knows your identity. Okay. And we want to keep it that way. We are offering $1 million for your talent and your silence. This means that you need to keep your double life absolutely secret. And clearly you haven't been doing it well enough because it wasn't that difficult for us to figure out who you were. Does that mean I can't even tell my boyfriend? Of course not. He may be trustworthy now, but what happens if you two break up? You think he'll keep your secret then? I was silent. I knew it was wrong not to tell Chase my secret, but I also didn't want to jeopardize my only chance at fame. So, I agreed to the conditions set by Superstar Inc. Within days, I was whisked off to LA. They gave me the swankiest car and the fanciest apartment, and suddenly I was making more money than I had ever dreamt of. The best fashion labels wanted me to sign as their models walked the ramp, so I was soon flying all over the world, from Milan to Paris to Zurich. Unfortunately, this meant that I was growing distant from Chase. I kept missing his calls and texts because I was always so busy with some concert or tour. I couldn't tell him the truth, so I would just send lame excuses. I slept off early last night, but I could see you were online till 1 a.m. I guess I was sleep texting then. Finally, one day, Chase sent me still broke. I spent many nights crying and poured all my pain into my music. The audience still loved my songs, even though they were sadder now. Male singers and actors would keep asking me out on dates, but I was still nursing a broken heart. I no longer had any ties to my old life, though. Mom and Dad had stopped trying to call me home for a visit, and we only exchanged the occasional text. I guess they still wanted to know that their daughter was doing all right. As time passed by, my heart began to mend. I began dating Hollywood stars, but I could never forget Chase. Even 3 years after he ended things with me, I was still not completely over him. One day, I was doing a live show with Aaron, an up-and-coming Hollywood actor. Everyone told me that you're a cutie, but I had no idea you were this cute. Thanks, I guess. I could marry you right now. On live TV? Yes. Will you marry me? Aaron got on one knee and pulled out a ring. Oh my God! No, I'm sorry, I can't. Why not? Because I don't love you. My heart is with someone else. But you're not dating anyone. Trust me, I've been having you followed. That's illegal, I'm sure. And he left me years ago. His name was Chase, and he was the best boyfriend ever. I started crying. Suddenly, I was sick of this job. It may have brought me fame and money, but it cost me my relationship with my parents and boyfriend. It was time to tell the truth about who I was, whether Superstar Inc. allowed it or not. Suddenly, I took off my wig and wiped off my makeup on live TV. My name is Danielle Jones, and I am the mystery girl. Only I don't want to remain a mystery anymore. I am real, and I want to live my truth for myself and my fans. My confession sent Superstar Inc. and the rest of the country into a tizzy. By the next day, I was the top trending topic on all the news sites. Superstar Inc. fired me and took back my apartment, but I didn't care. I had made so much money that I could live anywhere. The only place I wanted to go, though, was home. After 4 long years, I landed on my parents' doorstep to apologize. They had seen the news and cried tears of happiness while hugging me. There was still one more apology I needed to make, though. I texted Chase, "Hey, it's Danielle. I know this comes really late, but I'm sorry for everything." I waited a few hours for a response, but none came. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. It was Chase. "Chase, what are you doing here?" "Answering your text. Can I come in? I'm a bit tired. I just flew in." "Of course. Where are my manners? Will you have something to drink?" "Oh, wait, why are you wearing another perfect kiss?"
You may think your parents are cheap, but believe me, you've got it good. My mom takes saving to the next level. My mom saved up everything, literally everything. Our house had different stations where we recycled plastic, fabric, paper, and so on. But worst of all was the compost bin in the kitchen for recycling food and leftovers, and I can't even describe the horrible smell that came out of it. My mom, of course, refused to put it outside. The squirrels would ruin the compost we've been saving up, is what she claimed. Because of that, every time my friends would come over, they'd complain about the terrible smell. Until the day I was known in school as the girl whose house smells like a pig stable. When I was 7 years old, Mom stopped driving her car and designed her own special rickshaw with 2 seats in the back for my brother Mark and I. She drove us to school in this rickshaw for years. Back then, we thought we were cool. People waved at us and smiled. It was actually like we were the head of a special parade. I thought my mom was very creative. "We always have to be prepared for the worst. Your grandpa has taught me well. He said, 'Trisha, this is the best way to take care of your family,'" she said proudly. When we were very young, Mom bought toys from secondhand stores and then stitched them up for us. We were too young to care where the toys came from. The funny thing is that we didn't know how cheap my mom was until Tracy, one of my friends, came to visit when we were younger. She came over to my house for a sleepover when we were 10. "Why does your mom take ketchup, sugar, and serviettes from restaurants?" asked Tracy after we'd eaten. I didn't have an answer. The next day, we went to the movies together. "Why does your mom sneak her own popcorn and drinks into the movies?" Tracy asked me as the movie started. "Your mom is cheap," she said. I was angry with Tracy. I thought she was being mean. I didn't want to believe her, but as I cooled down, what she said opened up my eyes to what was actually happening. From then on, things started to make sense. I realized that people were actually laughing at us in my mom's rickshaw. That was when I told my mom that she didn't need to take us to school anymore. "I'll walk Mark to school, Mom. It's good exercise for us." My mom quickly agreed. "It gives me more time to turn our recycling into usable things in the house. Besides, we're going to save lots of money on gas." I got shivers when she said that. Now I had a very different feeling about Mom's creativity. A week later, Mom took out all the showers. She replaced them with a bucket outside in the garden. "You know how much water we're going to save now?" she said, smiling. Luckily, when my dad saw that the neighbors were spying on him showering, he put an end to this. My dad had a lot of patience for my mom. He loved her despite her crazy cheapness. My dad had a great job, and we had money to spend, but my mom didn't want to hear any of that. "We have enough money until the government freezes our accounts," said my mom. "That's when you'll thank me for all that I do for you and your brother." The older we got, the less we saw our dad. His business trips went from being a few days long to a few weeks at a time. Soon it was months before we would see him. I should have known that something was up, but I'll admit that I was too wrapped up in my own problems. When I first got my period, I faced a problem I never expected. I knew at the time that I should start using pads and tampons, but instead, I was shocked to see my mom holding a period cup and saying, Here you go, sweetie. You will be using this every time you get your period from now on. Not only that, but she also gave me a weird piece of fabric and said, spoiled teen girls start wearing a bra as they grow up, but a special girl like you will wear this. She handed me the piece of fabric. I didn't understand what it was supposed to be for. You see, you only need to wrap it around your chest, and there you go, a comfy bra for free. I knew at that point that my mom had gone way too far. My brother Mark hated my mom's cheapness even more than I did. Because he was younger than me, Mark got all my hand-me-downs. From jeans to t-shirts and even jerseys, Mark grew up wearing my clothes. He was creative in how he reshaped them to look like something that a boy would wear. But by the time he was 13, his classmates wouldn't let him get away with this. They left lipstick and makeup on his desk. They stuck fashion articles to his locker. They even started calling him Marcy. Leave my brother alone, I said to them. But they just laughed. What are you gonna do? Will your mother chase us in her rickshaw? I had no reply to this. I was furious, and so was Mark. He went home and told Mom that he needed clothes for boys. My mother almost lost it. We don't have money for new clothes, she screamed. If you want new clothes, I'll make them for you. Mom knitted Mark the most awful, trendy clothes we'd ever seen. Mark took one look at the new clothes Mom had made and said, it's fine, I'll wear the hand-me-downs. Mark and I were tired of Mom's cheapness. That afternoon in my room, we had a secret meeting about what we could do to stop Mom from embarrassing us in the future. We needed help, so we called our dad. Dad didn't like to fight with Mom. He was a calm man who didn't like complications and fights. So whenever Mom went into one of her raging cheap spins, we made an arrangement with Dad. He sent us the money we needed, and in return, all he wanted us to do was keep these transactions from our mom. We agreed. Now we were able to buy all the clothes and items that we needed. The next part of our plan was pretty simple. My best friend Tracy lived down the road from us. We kept our secret stash of clothes at Tracy's house. Every morning we left home in Mom's clothes. Then we stopped at Tracy's house, changed, and then went to school in our new clothes. We did this for years, and there was peace in the house, but nothing lasts forever, especially when you've got a mom that has a PhD in cheapology. Summer vacation arrived, and I was excited. I'd just started dating a boy that I really liked. His name was Devin. He didn't judge me like the other kids did. I was looking forward to spending time with him and getting away from my bizarre life. That idea didn't last long. A week into the vacation, Mom arrived home with shovels, pickaxes, and other digging equipment. Mom, what's going on? I asked. Mom smiled. We're going to build a bunker. I've borrowed all this equipment from our neighbors so that we can get it done quickly. We're going to build a bunker? As in, not just you? Correct. My hands make light work, and we'd better get this done before your grandpa comes to visit. He's always said that every house must have a bunker. I was surprised to hear about this visit. Grandpa hadn't left his home in 20 years. My grandfather was in the Second World War. It left him paranoid about the future. He turned his home into a doomsday bunker and taught his family to save everything they could. Nothing useful was ever thrown away, and it had to be used at least 3 or 4 times before it was thrown out. Grandpa was the reason Mom was the way she was. Mark and I didn't have a choice in the matter. We were going to build a bunker. I had to cancel plans with Devin. I made as many excuses as I could, but he wouldn't believe any of them. I'm coming over to see you, he said. Before I could stop him, he hung up. A few minutes later, he arrived at my house. Up until then, I'd managed to keep him outside. I greeted him at the front door, covered in dirt. What's going on? He asked. I knew that no excuses were going to make any sense now, so I told him the truth. To my surprise, he didn't run away or even laugh. Cool, I've never seen a bunker before. Can I check it out? I let Devin in. I introduced him to my mom. He held out his hand to greet her. She put a shovel in his hand. If you're going to be here, then you're going to work, she said. At that moment, I could have died. But Devin just smiled and said, thank you. We spent the rest of the day digging. How romantic, right? We dug for hours and hours, only resting to have breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Dad was away on yet another business trip and was basically unreachable. We worked like this for a week, with Devin coming over every day. We dug until our hands ached. When our neighbors started seeing what Mom was doing, they became suspicious. They called the police on us. A squad car came around and asked Mom what she was doing. She told them about the bunker. They nodded while she spoke, but we could tell that they wanted to laugh at her. The police left soon enough, asking Mom to make sure that the structure was safe. Mom told them that it would be, but knowing Mom, she'd never hire an architect to design this bunker. It's a waste of money, she said. Anyway, my father taught me how to make a bunker when I was 9 years old. 9? I couldn't believe it. I felt sorry for Mom. She'd had a pretty tough life. Mark and I got back to work. It was becoming easier now, and it would have been fine if the news reporters hadn't arrived. Someone must have contacted the newspapers telling them about what was going on in our backyard. A day later, we had reporters outside the house. Cameras popped over our wall. Some of our classmates came to watch and laugh, too. We live in a town where not much news happens, so when someone starts building a bunker, it gets onto the front page of the newspaper. Mark and I were totally embarrassed the following week when we saw Mom smiling on the front page of the paper. The headline read, "Doomsday Lady Builds a Bunker." I was so grateful that we were on vacation. I was so grateful for Devin. He stayed through the whole ordeal and held me when it became too much. I knew then that he loved me. I also knew that I couldn't live this way much longer. A few weeks later, the bunker was finished. Mom called Grandpa to tell him that she was ready for his visit. He canceled on her, saying that it wasn't safe to leave the house. Mom was upset, but I was furious. I couldn't do this anymore. The day I turned 18, I left home. Mom wasn't happy and neither was Mark, but I wouldn't let them stop me. Devin and I found jobs and made enough to rent a small apartment. A few years later, we got married. A few years after that, we had 2 beautiful children. Being a mother was tough, but I promised myself I'd be nothing like my mom. I kept in touch with Mom, but only through calls and messages. I kept my distance from her. Mark came to visit often. Dad, well, he was so busy with work that we barely heard from him. When my kids were about 5, Mom called me with news. "Your grandpa is coming to visit," she said excitedly, "and I'd like you to come and see him." I didn't want to go, but Devin talked me into it. "Family is important," he said. So we went. The next day, we went to my mom's house. "He'll probably come on the bus," said Mom. Back in the old days, he would have walked, but his hip is acting up now. Mark and I looked at each other. What kind of family had we grown up in? "Go to the bus to pick up your grandfather," said Mom. Mark and I walked down the road to the bus stop. The first bus arrived, but Grandpa wasn't on it. He wasn't on the second or the third bus. An hour later, we walked back home. As we arrived back at the house, a brand new car pulled up to the house. Mark and I couldn't believe it. It was Grandpa. He looked nothing like we remembered him. The Grandpa we remembered wore old clothes, cut his own hair, and had a beard longer than Santa's. This Grandpa stepped out of the car looking different. He was dressed in sick clothes and looked like $1,000,000. "Kiddos, so good to see you both. Come give Grandpa a hug." We hugged him and smelled his cologne. It was definitely something expensive. Then we helped him with his bags. If we were shocked by what we saw, Mom's reaction was even worse. She just about fell over when she saw Grandpa. He was different, calmer, friendlier, laid back, and full of jokes. Mom showed him around the house. She went through each room and explained how she had used everything that he had taught her when she was a girl. Grandpa smiled politely, but we could see that he was surprised and a little shocked by Mom's efforts. Finally, Mom showed Grandpa the bunker. We could tell how proud she was of her design. "And we put it together in just over a month," she said, "filled with everything we'll need for 10 years. Grandpa's face went white. "That's great news. Why don't we get some fresh air? And I could use a glass of water." Mom said she'd get it for him. While Mom was away, Grandpa pulled us aside. "What's happened to her?" he asked. "What do you mean?" I said. "She's always been like this? Always?" asked Grandpa. He paused a moment and then dropped his head. "It's my fault. I raised her believing that the end of the world was always just around the corner, although I was rich. But after my wife was gone, I realized I was a lonely man and that I missed out on a lot in my life. I decided to change. I'm sorry, kiddos. But don't worry. I'm going to talk some sense into her." Mark and I could have cried at that point. We were so relieved. We hugged Grandpa and thanked him. That evening after a tinned food dinner, Grandpa sat Mom down and had a heart-to-heart with her. I sent Devin home with the kids. Mark and I listened from another room. "You've done a great job of preparing for the end of the world, Trisha, but it's not going to happen anytime soon." Mom looked shocked. "What do you mean? Grandpa stopped her. "I know. When you were growing up, I thought that the world was in serious trouble. I filled your head with a lot of ideas that I now see are a bit extreme. After your mother was gone, I started to think about life differently. Trisha, it's important to save and be sensible with what we have, but it's also important to enjoy life." It was the toughest conversation that Mom had ever had. Everything that she had ever believed in had just been pulled out from under her. She was quiet for a long time. "Dad, it's okay. I'm going to keep doing what you taught me. We need to be prepared for every disaster." Grandpa tried to reason with her, but she didn't want to hear it. Mark and I tried to. "Enough of this, Mom," I said. "This is the reason why I left. And it's the reason why Dad left too," said Mark. Mom shook her head. She looked completely confused. "No, he's away on business." "He's been away on business for 10 years now, Mom," said Mark. "He told me that he's not coming back, and it's because of you, because of all of this." My mom burst into tears. "So I just let go? Give up?" My mom said quietly. You have this skill and it's so great, but you can't always be sacrificing the present for the future. The world is not going to end anytime soon. Grandpa chuckled. A long pause followed. Then her eyes became wet with tears. She began to speak, but only tears fell. It's okay, Mom. We're all here to help you. Mom took a deep breath before she spoke. Okay, how do you guys do it? Do we have to go out for dinner as regular people do? I can do that now for a start. I smiled widely. Things wouldn't change all at once, but, well, she was finally trying to bust out of her bubble, and that's all that mattered to us.
Hey guys, I'm Ashlyn, and I lived with my mom and 2 siblings in Atlanta. And I have superpowers. Hang on to see why. My mom was a famous businesswoman in the city. She was from a filthy rich family and considered herself royalty. She carried herself like a queen and made sure my siblings and I behaved that way too. From the way we spoke, dressed, or even our posture, everything needed to be perfect. But because of my superpower, I couldn't get anything right.
Mom, I'm sorry. I was just squeezing the ketchup. I didn't know how it ended up in your face. It's not my fault. He threw the ball at me first. He ducked and it shattered the window.
Yep, being the clumsiest person on earth was my superpower. Sometimes, I even felt if I was bubble wrapped and kept in a corner, I would still end up breaking things. My siblings used to bet on how many times I'd trip over myself or drop something. Like once at the dinner table, I got the hiccups and they started giggling. Just wait, she'll break the glass.
No, I think she'll break the glass and the jug.
And sure enough, my sister won. But in the process, Mom was drenched in water.
It's okay, Mom. It's just water. Let me help you dry this.
I'll bring a fan. Oh, the fan isn't here. Okay, that napkin will work. When I pulled a napkin, it dropped the candle stand on the table mat, and in seconds it started burning. I quickly put out the fire with the curry. Oh, phew. Hiccup's gone and the fire's out. All good now. Oh, gosh, I'm sorry. Just stop it, Ashlyn. How could you be so careless? Every time you're around, it feels like a disaster is waiting to happen. Always finding ways to ruin everything in my life. Such bad luck. It's like you're a curse in my life.
But Mom, it's not like I did it on purpose.
Just get out and let me have my dinner in peace. And all of you are fired. Mom's words really hurt me every time. But thank God I had Annie, who was my nanny, but she was so much more to me. She tucked me in bed, told me stories, and hugged me. Things my mom never did. I shared everything with Annie, and when she saw me crying, she asked me what was wrong.
Annie, Mom's always angry with me. She doesn't like me. I don't know why things themselves fall even when I don't touch them.
Oh dear, don't cry. You know you have superpowers, so things just move around. It's not your fault. And don't worry about your mom. She loves you. Just be a little more careful. Yeah, I know. Annie tried her best to make me happy and told me how Mom was just overworked, but actually loved me loads. But Annie didn't know that years ago, I had found out the reason Mom resented me so much. It was because Dad had left her for a maid working at our place just 2 days after I was born. And since that day, Mom saw me as her bad luck. I tried not to let it get to me and focused on my studies, but I wasn't very good at that either. But still, I tried. I really wanted to win Mom's love because seeing her with my siblings made me feel like I wasn't even a part of the family. One time, when I was around 17 and on summer vacation, Mom had a launch party for her new business. Please, just spare me the embarrassment and stay in your room. Order pizza, watch MSA videos. Just don't ruin my party. Mom was always keeping me away from the fun things she did, and I was curious, so I decided it would be fun to just peek at the party. The moment I saw the guests dancing, I decided to join them, and it was then that I tripped and fell on a table. Mom was furious. Before she could even say something, Annie came running and started to clean the mess I had made. You ruined! Ma'am, I got it. Please, don't be angry at Ashlyn. Mom forced a smile, and I thought she'd let the matter go. But I couldn't have been more wrong. When I woke up the next morning, I learned from the other servants that Annie was fired. Mom could call me bad luck and whatnot all she wanted. But firing Annie? That was the limit. Mom, that's not fair. It was my mistake. Why did you fire Annie? She was the only one that cared about me in this big house of yours. What? She was just a maid. It was her job to take care of the house and you. I can't take it anymore. You're heartless. I won't live here a minute longer. You want to leave? Fine. One day out in the real world, you'll realize how much you take for granted. I want to see you try. You're not serious. In fact, I am. I left the house in a haze and found myself standing at Annie's door. When she saw me, she was worried and tried to send me back, saying how mad my mother would be. But I was determined, and eventually, she invited me into her small house. Have a seat. You must be hungry. I'll get you something to eat. Yeah, I'd like that. But as I sat on the chair, I ended up stuck. Just then, I heard a girl laugh. Bet you never used a chair like that before. No, I didn't. She helped me up and then introduced herself. She was Michaela, Annie's sister, and she was as nice and welcoming as Annie. I really liked their cozy home, even though the things were old and some were even broken. At night, I slept peacefully on the couch, which was far better than my luxurious mattress. But old habits die hard, and the next morning, when I told her I wanted an omelet with a fresh fruit smoothie and a pancake, hearing my words, she looked stunned. Your Highness, this is not your palace, and I'm not your servant. Serve yourself. I'm so sorry. I don't mean it. I can do it myself, but could you please tell me the thing that works like a grrr? What? I just forgot the name of the thing that was used for smoothies. A blender. Princess, here it is. She left me, and after watching a bunch of videos on how to cook an omelet, I couldn't make it and ended up burning my hand. Michaela came running when she heard me scream. Like, why did you even come here? The real world is a difficult place to survive. I don't know why you would give up such a chill lifestyle for this. Yeah, it might be kinda tough, but I'm confident I can work it out. She was kind enough that she made me breakfast and fed me herself. And in no time, we became friends. It had been several days, and although Mom was angry, I still hoped that my being gone would make her realize my worth. But she hadn't called me once, like I didn't exist to her. One day, when Michaela saw me sulk, she suggested we do something fun. I was totally up for it. We ate popsicles and cotton candy, which had previously been a big no for me, and even rode a bicycle. And it was just one more thing where I ended up with bruises all over my legs that I got by falling several times off the bike. A few days later, the summer vacations were over, and Annie got me into Michaela's school so I could finish my final year of high school, since I didn't want to go to my previous one where I would have to face my siblings and even Mom when she'd come to drop them off. On my first day, everyone looked surprised to see me. I guess I might have overdressed. Ugh. Oh wow, Michaela, who is she? She looks so pretty. I love that fragrance she's wearing. All of them were really sweet, and everyone gathered around to chat with me. You have a Gucci bag? Is that a real one? No, thrift store. She bought it from there. You want to fit in or stick out like a sore thumb? Fit in? Good. So from tomorrow, don't dress like you're modeling. Michaela was right. I needed to blend in, so I bought new stuff for myself. Things were going well at school, like really well. I even made friends and started to do well in studies. One day, we were walking down the hallway and I noticed a poster for a speech competition with the topic self-esteem. Michaela suggested that I should participate. I decided to give it a shot since it would be the perfect opportunity for me to voice my ideas, something I couldn't do much around Mom. I worked hard for weeks on my speech, practicing in front of my friends. I was still nervous, but I was determined to do my best. On the day of the competition, I kept my eyes on Michaela and Annie as I stepped onto the stage. I was so relieved when I finished my speech, and I knew I had done a good job. The judges were impressed and announced that I was the winner. I was so shocked and excited. To my surprise, the guest of honor was the mayor, and he took a picture of me with the other winners. My picture was in the newspaper the next day. Just a few days later, as I was lost in the pages of my book, Michaela came running and told me how she'd seen my mom go to the principal's office. My heart raced with excitement as I thought maybe finally my mom was proud of me and had come to my school. But then I heard my mom's voice from down the hall yelling at the principal. I gave you permission to give her admission, but that didn't mean you could use my name to publicize your school. Putting her picture in the paper and mentioning she's my daughter was a publicity stunt, right? This school runs on my donations. Do you have any idea how humiliating that is? Mom, why are you saying this? I thought you'd be happy, but all you care about is your name? My mom just gave me a nasty look and walked away. At that moment, it finally sunk in that I'd never be enough for her. I was done trying to make her happy. I was done trying to be someone I wasn't. I went to school the next day like nothing had happened, like my heart wasn't breaking. Throughout the day, Michaela and my friends tried to cheer me up. She asked if I could come and watch them practice their cheerleading routine. I'm glad I did because she did a backflip and landed smoothly on her feet. It was amazing. OMG, I can't believe it. I did it. Yay, I did it. Oh, Ashlyn, girl, you are like my lucky charm. You know, I've been trying this routine since like forever, and I could never get it right. Today, you came and I nailed it. Awesome. Congratulations, Michaela. Hey, what happened? Why are you crying? I've been called bad luck my whole life. No one has ever called me their lucky charm. Luck isn't something you're born with. It's something you create. If you focus on the good things in life, you'll be lucky. I stayed with Michaela until we graduated. Then she got a scholarship to a big university while I applied to business school and got in. I was stoked and couldn't wait to start my journey of becoming a business professional. I was in my 3rd year of college when one day, Annie told me how Mom wanted to see me. The company was failing. What? After all these years, she remembers she has a daughter, only when her company is going into the ground? Forget it. But Annie said Mom was sick too and kept insisting I visit her, but I just didn't want to. A few days later, Annie asked me to accompany her for shopping, but she had another idea. And before I knew it, she had driven me straight to Mom's house, and I was so angry. I get why you're mad, but she's still your mom. I know she was mean to you, but Ashlyn, don't let the anger take over. You are better than her. Please do this. For me. Fine, I'm doing this just for you. When I stepped in the house, I couldn't believe my eyes. Mom was sitting in a chair and she looked so weak. The moment she saw me, she had tears in her eyes. It turned out that my brother and sister had both taken their shares of the company and left Mom. Ashlyn, is it you? I am so sorry. I was so wrong about you. I always treated you wrong, called you bad luck. Please, forgive me. I was such a bad mother to you. Mom, you don't have to say that. Please, let me. I was so wrong to blame everything on you. Can you forgive me? I don't know if I can right now, but I'll try, Mom. I'll really try. And I'll spend every day of my life trying to make it up for being like I was to you. Then Mom and I hugged. She apologized to Annie and thanked her for always supporting me. Mom told me everything about her business and I decided to help her. I spoke to her lawyer and got to know that to save the company, we would need a merger with some big company. I started working there day and night and bagged a meeting with a big company. On the day of the meeting, I was feeling confident and engaged in the discussion. Suddenly, I dropped the pen and it went rolling under the table. Why do I have to be so clumsy? Oops, I'm sorry. Silly me. It's like I have butterfingers. You know what? I'm gonna go. Come on. Happens to the best of us. We understand it's just part of being human. If it had been my mom, she would have screamed at me. After that, the meeting went awesome, and they told me they'd let me know about their decision. At home, I told Mom everything that had happened, including dropping the pen. She looked unhappy, but right when she was about to say something, the phone rang. Oh my God, we got it! We got the merger! I knew it. I knew you could do it. This calls for a party. Mom threw an awesome party by the poolside. Everyone was having fun until Mom got a call, and her face suddenly changed. I followed her inside the house and saw my brother and sister were there. What are you two doing? Get out now or I'll call security. You can't really own this house anymore, can you? It's impossible. You ruined the business. Oh God, did you trick Ashlyn into helping you? We'll tell her the truth. What truth could you possibly tell her? That you were never sick, Mom? That it was all an act to make me save your business? I knew all along. Mom's jaw dropped and my siblings were left speechless. You knew? But why did you still help? Because someone very important to me told me I'm a better person than you. I turned around with a newfound confidence and walked away, leaving Mom behind. Hi, I'm Bella from Colorado, USA. please like and subscribe. My mom came from a line of amazing horse riders, and our ranch was filled with trophies collected over generations. It was her dream that my sister Nora and I follow in her footsteps. We both learned to ride horses as soon as we could walk. But Nora was 2 years older and got a head start in life. And well, I could never seem to catch up. She always had straight A's in school. She was naturally athletic. And with her auburn hair and blue eyes, she was beautiful. Even though Mom loved us both, it wasn't hard to guess who her favorite child was. When I was in the 3rd grade, Mom threw a big birthday party for me and invited all our relatives. But everyone's focus the whole time was on freaking Nora. Such a pretty girl. You already look like a celebrity, darling. I'd been so excited about my new dress, but now I was just feeling angrier by the second. It's like I was invisible with Nora in the same room. Suddenly, I let out an ear-splitting scream and fell to the ground.
Oh my god, I'm in so much pain. My tummy hurts so bad.
Everyone came running to me and Mom rushed me to the hospital. I was happy I'd ruined the party for everyone, and they would have all just left. But hours later, we got back home to find a mess.
I'm so sad you missed your party, Bella, but I made sure the guests had a good time, and I thanked everyone for your presents. I'm glad you're feeling better now.
All I could feel was an urge to slap Nora. She just had my birthday without me. As we grew older, I slipped more into the background. I loved horses and could ride well, but it was obvious who the star in the family was. By the time she was 13, Nora had started participating in competitions and was super popular in school. And I'd grown into an awkward kid who was into sci-fi novels and mostly preferred to eat lunch alone in the gym. Once when I was in 7th grade, I was reading under a tree on our ranch when I heard a noise above me. Suddenly, a boy fell down, and I managed to miss him by an inch. Gosh, you nearly killed me. Who are you and where'd you come from? Fell down straight from heaven. I'm gonna punch you in your face if you don't tell me. Okay. I'm Jeremy and I just moved in next door. I did something to my stepfather and he's really mad, so I'm hiding from him. What did you do? I may have given some important papers to our dog, and he may have ripped them up. But trust me, my stepdad deserves it. He's not a nice guy. Come on, I'll show you a better hiding place. You can hide anytime you want. I helped him up to his feet, but he yelled out in pain. It seemed like he twisted his ankle. Just then, Nora came galloping on her horse, and Jeremy looked awestruck. Whoa, who is that goddess? Ow! You trying to break my other ankle too?
Oops, sorry.
It was an accident. Nora stopped by to ask who he was, and I explained. You obviously can't walk. Hop on, I'll give you a ride. The two of them rode away, and he looked like a princess who had been rescued by a knight. Why did Nora have to be such a freaking hero? And Jeremy and Nora became best friends after that day. He was also in her class at school, and soon the two were inseparable, which meant that he was always at our place. And over time, I couldn't help having a crush on him. He was smart and funny, and we had so much in common. And he loved science fiction too, and we could talk about it for hours, if Nora would let us. One day, Nora showed me an expensive bracelet. Isn't it beautiful? Jeremy gave it to me yesterday. You mean on Valentine's Day? Yeah, but just as a friend, of course. Nora, are you dumb? It's so obvious Jeremy's in love with you. What? No, he's not. You wouldn't know because you don't have any guy friends. Or any friends, actually. And you are so self-absorbed. You're completely blind to everyone's feelings. You're giving him the wrong idea by accepting that present. You don't know what you're talking about, geek, so stay out of it. I knew I was right, but there wasn't much I could do. Soon after in 8th grade, I was so excited when I found out about a huge sci-fi convention happening in town. But as I was telling Jeremy about it, Nora spoke up and said they'd already bought the tickets. Oh, that's amazing. I can't wait. I meant I just got the tickets for me and Jeremy. We're going with our friends. So I can buy my own and come with you guys, right? I can't go alone, it's too far. No, you can't come with us. Why don't you have friends of your own, Bella? Come on, Nora, what's the big deal? I'm not gonna be the only loser with my baby sister tagging along, Jeremy. We're not taking her. You don't even like sci-fi. Why are you being a witch? Jeremy, please take me along. I'm sorry, Bella. maybe next time. I couldn't believe he was being such a coward, and my heart burned when I saw them leaving for the convention a few days later. I just wanted to hurt Nora, and I had a brilliant idea for something I could do. A week later, I was having breakfast when I heard Nora scream. She came running downstairs and waved a calendar at Mom. "How could you mess up my schedule, Mom? I had a match this morning and I missed it."
What are you talking about?
I woke up to see 20 missed calls from my coach, and he just told me that the first match of the tournament was today. But you've written it here that it's next week.
That's because I got a call from the organizers saying it was postponed. I don't understand. How could this have happened?
Bella, did you have something to do with this?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Why don't I believe you? Oh, wait. Yes, I remember something now. Maybe I did pretend to be one of the organizers and called up Mom to tell her the wrong date. It doesn't feel good to miss out on something important, does it? The two stared at me in shock, and then Nora pounced on me. "You horrible brat! How could you do this? You made me miss the convention. Who cares about that stupid thing? I'm disqualified for the whole season now. I cared. You shouldn't have been so awful to me. I hate you, Bella. I won't forgive you. Ever." Mom managed to pull Nora away, and she stormed off crying, and I was grounded for a month. For the next few days, Nora acted like I didn't exist. I hadn't realized she'd be disqualified for the entire season. Maybe I'd gone too far. I decided to apologize, but I found out that she'd left for a training camp for 2 weeks. But just 3 days later, we got some bad news. Nora had been in a riding accident. Mom immediately rushed off to camp, and when she returned with Nora, I was shocked to see her on a wheelchair. What happened? I don't want to talk to anyone, least of all you. Nora had badly injured her leg, and the doctor said that her recovery would take months. Mom was devastated, and Nora kept herself shut in her room. I didn't dare go in because I knew she wouldn't see me. One evening, I just couldn't help crying in my room when suddenly I felt someone's arm around me.
Hey, why are you crying?
Because Nora hates me and she'll never forgive me. I wanted to hurt her, but I never wished for something bad to happen.
Of course you didn't. No one thinks that. Nora's just upset about her injury, and once she's better, she'll be fine with you, I promise.
But he was wrong. Just a few days later, Mom called me into Nora's room for a talk.
Nora's recovery could take up to a year. We cannot miss all the tournaments during this time. She has some modeling contracts too, and we can't lose this money. Someone from our family has to represent us, and that can only be you, Bella.
But Mom, I'm not half as good as Nora. She's right about that.
You've been riding a horse since you were a child, Bella. We have 3 months to train before the next match, and I believe you can do it. You have to do it.
Before I could protest more, Mom left the room. Good luck trying to be me. It's not as easy as it looks, and you don't have what it takes. Nora wasn't wrong about it being hard. The training was tough, and I had a sore butt for weeks. But 3 months later, when I competed in the tournament, I actually came in third. And suddenly, I was the newcomer everyone was noticing. Sure, people just called me Nora's sister at first, but as I kept doing well in matches, more of them knew my name. But I really wasn't looking forward to Nora's modeling contracts. I was awkward, and I didn't have star quality like Nora. After her styling team worked on me, though, I was stunned at the results. I'd never felt so beautiful, and clearly others thought so too. I was receiving a lot of attention on social media, and at school, I was being treated like a completely different person. This is how people saw Nora, and I had to admit, it felt good.
Wow, I'm gonna need an appointment soon to talk to you.
Yeah, but I'll always make time for you. What do you think of my new look?
There wasn't anything wrong with it before, but you do look lovely.
For the first time, I felt like he wasn't seeing me as Nora's little sister, and it sent my heart racing.
Bella, I've been meaning to ask you something.
Yeah?
Do you think it's a good time to tell Nora I'm in love with her? I have been for years, but she's never been clear about her feelings, and I just need to know now.
My heart suddenly sank. What was I thinking? Of course, you should tell her how you feel. She'd be a moron for not loving you back. Jeremy grinned and kissed me on the cheek and then walked off happily. A few days later, I came home to see Jeremy rushing out of our house, wiping tears on his sleeve.
I was a fool to think Nora ever liked me. She said she's never seen me as more than a friend, and she never will. He stormed off, and I felt so mad at Nora for leading him on all this time. I didn't see her till later at dinner, and it looked like she'd been crying, but Mom looked really excited. Bella, I have such amazing news. You've been selected as one of the best newcomers to participate in a tournament in London. This will open international doors for you, darling. I knew it had always been Nora's dream to compete in Europe. As Mom went on and on, Nora suddenly swiped half the dishes off the table. It should have been me, but you've stolen everything from me. Nora, I only started competing because of you and Mom. Oh, shut up. You've always wanted everything I've had. Congratulations. Now you have it. That's not true. Oh, you wanted Jeremy too? I've seen how you look at him with your puppy eyes. It's embarrassing. Well, it looks like he and I aren't friends anymore, so you're welcome to have him too. That's enough. You know what, Nora? Maybe I did want to know what it felt like to be you, but I've realized that I'm just as talented and beautiful. You're just better at getting whatever you want without caring for anyone's feelings. You've misled Jeremy, and you've always made me feel small. And now I will go to London, and I won't feel bad about it because it has nothing to do with you. Only me and my talent. Jeremy didn't turn up to school the next few days, and then I found out that he'd left the city to stay with his real dad. For good. He hadn't even bothered to say goodbye. And a week later, I left for London. I won first prize in the tournament, and it opened so many opportunities for me. Mom decided that I'd finish high school in London while I kept competing for more championships. I heard Nora was back to training, but she and I didn't talk anymore, and I was enjoying my new life away from her. A year later, I was at the subway station when I spotted someone from a distance who looked exactly like Jeremy. I pushed through the crowd and followed him as he climbed onto the train, and I managed to hop on just as the doors closed. He looked shocked to see me, and we both hugged and laughed. It turned out that he'd joined a university in London. I had no idea you were here too. Of course you didn't. You left without a word and never kept in touch. That was wrong, but I just needed to get away. I'm sorry, and I've missed you. Jeremy and I started hanging out really often over the next few months, and I was happy to have him back in my life, but I kept my feelings in check. I didn't want to fall for him again. On New Year's Eve, Jeremy invited me to a party at his friend's place, and we had the most amazing night dancing away. We all counted down to midnight, and he turned to me with a smile. Happy New Year, Bella. And then he kissed me, and the whole world just faded. But then I pulled away suddenly. I started to walk away. Bella, wait. Did I do something wrong? No, nothing. I just have to go. Please, stop. I've been wanting to tell you for a while now. I think I'm in love with you. Nora turned you down, so you thought you'd settle for me now? As a consolation prize? I've always been second best to Nora in everything, but not anymore. I refused to answer Jeremy's calls or texts the next few days, but then one evening, I got the most unexpected call from Nora. She said she was throwing Mom a big party for her birthday that weekend, and she wanted me to attend. Plus, you haven't even seen my new training school yet. What school? I gave up racing, Bella. My leg's not good enough anymore, but I decided I couldn't stay angry forever, and I had to find another dream. I train other riders on our ranch now. Anyway, I hope you come. I felt both sad and happy to hear that, and I decided it was time to go home and see her. 2 days later, as I was leaving with my bags, I bumped into Jeremy right outside my place. Before you say anything, please listen to me. Yes, I loved Nora for years, but being away from her made me realize that we weren't right for each other. We're better off as friends. And you're not second best to anyone, Bella. If you don't love me, I can accept that. But I just had to tell you how I feel. I love you. Jeremy, I love you too, you idiot. As he pulled me close, he suddenly noticed my luggage. Wait, where are you going? To see Nora. I need to fix things with her. I'm coming with you. I hoped I looked confident because my insides felt like jello as the most popular girls sat opposite me at recess, their wolf-like stares fixed on me.
Okay, so have you ever been to the super exclusive restaurant in Rome that only 1% of the world population knows about?
Yes, who hasn't? I mean, other than the 99%.
The
Poached snail pasta with volcano ashes, pretty good. But honestly, I've had better.
So when did you watch the new movie Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse?
October last year. Obviously, I wasn't gonna watch it with the general public. Ew. Daddy got a private viewing arranged for me. And who's your daddy? We just got him back after he was kidnapped the 5th time for ransom, so I really can't share this information. You understand how it is, right? I totally get that, girl. Welcome to the gang, Sophia. Phew. My research on stupid rich people had paid off. Hi, I'm Sally from LA, but for now, just call me Sophia. That sounds like a sophisticated rich girl name, right? Please, don't blow my cover. So, about that, I may look like a normal high school student, but the truth is, I'm actually a journalist. About a month ago, our paper received an anonymous tip that something shady was going on at the most elite private school in the country. Since I had graduated only a couple of years before, not from this school, I'm not that rich, my editor sent me undercover to investigate. Now, I was in with the most popular kids in high school, and the first thing I noticed was that none of them seemed to study much and were partying every day, but they all had straight A's. The second thing I noticed was a boy named Matthew who didn't seem to fit in here, and he was constantly getting bullied by the popular jerks. I decided to find out why. So one day after school, I followed him. He'd walked several blocks down when suddenly, a flashy red sports car screeched to a halt, and the popular boys jumped out and surrounded him. Their leader, Aaron, grabbed Matthew by his collar.
You know you have to do what we say, Pinocchio. You're our little puppet. Why are you being so difficult? I don't have to do anything anymore. I'm gonna expose all of you, even if it means getting expelled myself. And who's gonna believe you? They'll believe me when I show them proof. Yeah, this isn't a bluff, Aaron. What did you do, you little weasel?
Just then, a policeman came around the corner and Aaron let Matthew go, but then snatched his backpack and threw it on the road. The boys all jumped into the car and sped away. As Matthew was picking up his things, I suddenly saw a bus approaching him at full speed, and he wasn't looking up. Without another thought, I raced toward him and pushed him out of the way. The bus driver pulled over to check on us, but Matthew wasn't moving. We called an ambulance, and I decided to wait at the hospital till his family arrived. And the doctor soon told me that Matthew had hit his head hard and he was in a coma. Gosh, so much for trying to save him. Matthew, please wake up and tell me what's going on with you and those jerks. Can you hear me? Hello? I shook him gently, flashed my phone light in his eyes, tried tickling his toes, but nothing. Then I gave him a passionate kiss on the lips. Nothing. Guess that doesn't work in real life. Just then, I turned around to see a couple who looked like Matthew's parents. They were distressed at Matthew's condition, but then, to my surprise, his mom turned around and hugged me.
We received the full report of the accident, and you were really brave to jump in and save his life. The doctor's hopeful that Matthew will wake up once the swelling in his brain goes down. Matthew never mentioned you, but we're so glad to find out he has such a caring girlfriend.
Girlfriend? Well, of course they thought that with my passionate kissing. I was about to correct them when suddenly I had an idea. Oh, yeah. Matthew's a great boyfriend. Lovely man. I mean boy. Such a weird age. Is he a man? Is he a boy? Who knows? He's a great guy. And before I knew it, I'd received an invitation to dinner at their place the next day. I walked away feeling conflicted. Yes, I was lying to these very nice people about being their comatose son's girlfriend, which was wrong, but Matthew knew something about the popular kids, and I had to find out what it was. The next day at school, I caught Aaron and the other jerks laughing about the accident.
Good thing the Matthew situation got taken care of itself.
What are you guys talking about? Why do we care about this Matthew loser?
Oh, Sophia, you're cute, but you're too new for us to let you in on our secrets. You have to earn our trust, you know?
Okay, and how do I do that?
I'm pretty sure Matthew was bluffing, but he claims he has some dirt on us. Maybe a video? You think you can find out if he has any such thing and get it for me?
That should be easy. I can totally go to Matthew's place pretending to be his sad girlfriend, and I'll look through his things. If there's anything to find, I'll find it.
I like your confidence, Sophia. Maybe you can come by my place one of these days and see a slideshow of my abs. Chicks dig that stuff.
I gave him a forced smile as I tried not to barf. Later that evening, I arrived early at Matthew's place for dinner, and it was obvious that they weren't rich at all. His parents welcomed me in, and while they were still preparing dinner, I slipped upstairs. I walked through the first door to see tons of sports trophies displayed on the shelf.
shelves and a guitar on the wall. Clearly, I wasn't in Matthew's room. Just then, I spotted a photo frame with a picture of him next to a hunk who looked a few years older. Mamma mia, who are you? That would be me, Matthew's brother Cody. I turned around in shock to see the hunk standing behind me. He just stepped out of the bathroom, wearing nothing but a towel. Are you staring at my abs? I'm guessing you're my brother's girlfriend who my parents invited for dinner.
What? I wasn't staring. How dare you accuse me of something so disgusting?
I'm just so traumatized by what's happened to Matthew, and he used to talk about you so much. And now seeing you in person without Matthew here, this is all just very hard for me. Look, I'm sorry.
I just threw the photo frame aside and ran out of there.
Gosh, this was gonna be one awkward evening.
Cody joined us soon and was being extra nice to me all through dinner, and his parents started asking me how Matthew and I had met. It's actually a crazy story. So, you know that big park next to our school? I was feeding the ducks there one afternoon, and when I ran out of bread, they suddenly became these vicious creatures that started jumping out of the lake to attack me. So I was running as fast as I could when suddenly I tripped. I saw my life flash before my eyes, and then out of nowhere, this boy jumps in and starts howling at the ducks like a wolf. The ducks ran away like scared chickens, and my hero turned out to be Matthew. It's actually a true story, guys. I didn't just pull it out of my butt. That's how I met my first boyfriend. He's in a mental asylum now.
Wow, that's amazing. It doesn't sound anything like our Matthew, though. He's terrified of birds. Also dogs, cats, squirrels, butterflies, water, heights, sunflowers, grapes.
Right, of course, I found out later he's a scaredy cat. Which made the duck thing even more special. He overcame his fears to save me. His parents smiled at me warmly.
I'm sure you already know this, but Matthew's a genius. It was his dream to get into that school on scholarship, but ever since he's gone there, he's been so different. Closed off, moody, even angry. We're really happy to know at least he had you to talk to.
I felt quite bad for being a big fat liar as I left that evening, and I was no closer to finding the truth. Well, at least now I knew which bedroom was Matthew's. So the next night, I decided to sneak into his room when everyone was asleep. I managed to climb up the wall and was halfway through the window when my butt got stuck. Oh God, when did my butt get so big? Probably eating all those French pastries at lunch. Why do they serve such stupid stuff in school? Oh, you know what they say. Ouch, a moment in the mouth, forever on the butt, or something like that. I finally managed to get through and fell on the ground with a thud, and I quickly crawled under the bed. Seconds later, Cody walked in. Gosh, even his feet were pretty, and he was swinging a baseball bat.
Anyone there? I'm warning you, I'm armed.
I lay there silently and watched him leave. I sighed in relief and turned around and suddenly felt someone pulling me out by my shirt.
Sophia, what on earth are you doing here?
I stared up at him, my mind racing. Just then, I spotted a pair of Matthew's shoes under the bed and grabbed them. Oh, I just came here because I miss Matthew so much. I was just sniffing his shoes. The smell of his feet makes me feel like he's still with me.
He hasn't died, Sophia. You know what? I think you're lying about something. What are you actually doing here?
I just had to tell him the truth. Well, the partial truth. Okay, so I didn't tell you before, but Matthew started shutting me out too lately. I've seen the popular kids in school talking to him a few times, but he'd never tell me what it was about. And right before his accident, I heard Matthew telling them that he was gonna expose them all. He's involved with these kids in something serious, and I have to find out what.
But what were you expecting to find here?
The biggest bully, Aaron, seems to think Matthew has something on him, like a video maybe? I need to check his phone and laptop, please.
I'll help you.
We went through Matthew's phone and laptop, but didn't find anything. We searched all through his drawers and cupboards for any hard drives or any other clue, but turned up empty-handed, except Cody. Since when does Matthew get D's and F's? He looked at the quizzes I was holding up in shock.
Never. Matthew's always shown us his report cards with straight A's. These quizzes are a few months old. If he was struggling with his grades, he never mentioned it. Well, he stopped talking to me pretty much since he joined this school. I miss him.
You wanna sniff his shoes?
No, thank you. Come with me to see him at the hospital tomorrow?
Of course.
We started making hospital visits together, and I could see how much Cody cared for his little brother, and we often found ourselves hanging out afterwards too. At first, we were just talking about Matthew, but soon we were having conversations about everything. He seemed to find me funny, and I loved making him laugh with my silly antics. His parents loved having me over too, and it wasn't long before I had a major crush on Cody. I mean, literally, it took me a week. Well, actually, a second when I saw him in that towel. But of course, I couldn't say anything because I'm a professional, an undercover journalist, and most importantly, his brother's faked girlfriend. Meanwhile at school, I reassured Aaron that I'd looked through everything Matthew owned, and he didn't have anything on Aaron and his friends. So, you want to tell me now what this is all about? I want you to trust me, Aaron. I think I can. I noticed you got C's and D's on your quizzes lately. Yeah, I've been kind of busy snooping around Matthew's house lately, so haven't been studying much. And this school's tough. Well, you know that giant chemistry quiz coming up on Monday? You're gonna ace it. And then he pulled out some papers from his locker and handed them to me. The quiz with the answer key. Thank me later by going out with me, babe. He winked and walked off as I stood there in shock, then quickly stuffed the quiz in my bag. Aaron and his group were stealing exams from the teacher's room, and Matthew was involved in this too? And when I told Cody later that day in the hospital, he was stunned. Matthew? Cheating? Stealing exams? It can't be. He wouldn't. He's always been such a good kid. But he was getting bad grades and hiding them, and then something changed, right? And we know he's involved with these kids. He said he'd expose them, even if it meant getting expelled himself. I can hardly believe it. What have you been up to, Matthew? Just wake up and tell me. I put my hand on Cody's to comfort him, and the way he looked up at me made my heart race. Then he quickly pulled his hand away. Sophia, you're my brother's girl. Just then, the door burst open, and a short, curly-haired girl ran in, pushed me aside, and threw herself on Matthew. Oh my God, I came as soon as I heard. Come on, Maddie, I'm here now. Wake up. And then she planted a big kiss on his lips. Why is True Love's kiss not working? Maybe I should slap him hard. Hold up, who are you? I'm his girlfriend, Penny. Matt and I have been together for 2 years, since his old school. But I'd been away with my family for a month on this camping trip where we had no signals, and I hadn't talked to Matt in weeks. When I returned, a friend told me he was in a coma. You're Cody, right? Oh, my brother-in-law, I'm here for you. What are you talking about? That's his girlfriend. Sophia, why aren't you saying anything? I am just speechless. What? I'm his girlfriend, his one and only. Where did this witch come from? Matthew saved me from the ducks. Oh God, he's playing us both. He's a two-timer. I'm such a terrible person. Ain't no way I'm giving up my man to some Gucci-wearing hoity-toity tree trunk. You and me outside now. I had no idea what to do. I couldn't expose all my lies, so I had to go fight this girl for my boyfriend. A crowd gathered outside the hospital to watch our catfight. Ugh, I was really in it now. You want a piece of me, Shorty? What you got in that nest on your head? Wow, your trash talk is pathetic. My mama can do better than that, Godzilla. Then she attacked me, and she was crazy. She knew frickin' kung fu. She kicked me in the stomach, punched me in the eye, pulled my hair, and bit my leg. She might have killed me if Cody hadn't intervened. And then she stormed off back to Matthew. Sophia, are you okay? Let's have a doctor take a look. No, I'm fine. I'll maybe get an ice pack for my throbbing eye. We sat on the bench outside as Cody held the ice pack to my face. I feel like I don't even know who my brother is anymore. Stealing exams? Having 2 girlfriends? Tell me about it. I'm really sorry, Sophia. Matthew doesn't deserve 2 beautiful girls fighting over him. You think I'm beautiful? Well, yeah, if it helps. More than Penny. It helps. Cody was just sitting so close to me, and he looked irresistible, and I found myself leaning forward and kissing him. He kissed me back, then suddenly jumped. This was getting so complicated. I knew by now that Aaron and his group were stealing papers and getting perfect grades to get into the best universities, and maybe this was enough for my article. But my editor said we needed more solid proof, because it was just my word against theirs. Feeling defeated, I went to visit Matthew at the hospital one day. He was alone, and then the nurse told me that Matthew had been wearing a USB on a string around his neck, which had snapped today. I thanked her as she gave it to me, and then quickly took out my laptop and inserted inserted a USB, and I was shocked to see security footage on it, clearly showing Aaron, his friends, and Matthew stealing exams from the teacher's room. This was all the proof I needed. Just then, Penny walked in with Cody.
Good, you're here, Sophia. Or should I say, Sally? I was just telling Cody what I found out about you, you lying tall news reporter.
With that, Penny shoved her phone in my face, showing my profile on the newspaper's website. So, let me get this straight. You've been here undercover as a high school student to write some article, and for that, you lied to me and my family about being my brother's girlfriend while he was in a coma, and you made us believe he's a two-timer? Listen, I know it looks bad, but my parents are on their way here, and I think you should leave. Cody, please. Just go. Suddenly, Penny let out a scream as Matthew's eyelids fluttered open. I quickly left the room, and moments later, I saw his parents walk in, and I could hear everyone's excited voices. I was so happy for them that Matthew was awake. The next day at school, Aaron approached me. Hey babe, you want more of those tests? The first one was free, but it's $200 per test now. Wow, that's steep. Look around you, doll. Everyone here can pay. Well, except for that loser Matthew. He was struggling under the pressure and came to us for help, but he couldn't pay up. So we decided to make him our slave in return. We kept telling him that if we got caught, our rich parents would get us out of this mess, but he'd lose his scholarship and get expelled in a second.
Right. It all makes sense now. Thanks, but I won't be needing any more of the tests.
How come?
I'm dropping out of school. I'd recorded my last conversation with Aaron on my phone, and I got to working on my article on the weekend. By Monday, it was out. By Tuesday, it was all over the news. By Friday, every student involved had been expelled, except for Matthew. I'd made it clear in my article that Matthew had wanted to do the right thing, and the principal decided to be lenient and only suspend him. It was a relief to be Sally again, but I felt bad about how things had ended with Cody. I wanted to apologize to him and his parents, but he wouldn't take my calls. A few weeks went by, and I was surprised to find a card on my desk from Matthew, inviting me to Cody's baseball game. That night, I found Matthew in the stands.
Look who it is, my girlfriend.
Ha ha, where's your other girlfriend?
She's on her way here. You better watch out. I liked your article, by the way.
Thanks. How did you get a hold of that security footage?
I think the principal was beginning to suspect that someone was stealing papers, because the last time Aaron and his friends made me go with them, I noticed a new camera in the teacher's room. I hacked into the school's security system, retrieved the footage, and put in some fake one. I told Aaron I'd destroyed it, but I hadn't.
Right. Also, you're the one who sent the anonymous tip to the newspaper, didn't you?
Yeah, I was tired of living a lie. By the way, I'm dropping out of that school and going back to my old one with Penny.
What? Why?
I was miserable there, Sally. I can't take that pressure. I wish I'd just been able to own up to that earlier and tell my family. I was so afraid of disappointing them that I ended up cheating instead. But thank you for exposing those jerks and making my life better, really. Now, you should go talk to my brother before his game starts. I promise. He's ready to listen.
I skipped off to find Cody and burst into the boys' locker room, and I stood transfixed. So many shirtless athletes. Just then, Cody appeared and dragged me out.
That was subtle, Sally.
Come on, it's just some eye candy. Okay, listen. Cody, I owe you an apology. I'm sorry for lying to you and your parents, but I was just trying to do my job and even helping Matthew. It's not a great excuse for all my lies, but it's not a bad one either, right?
I guess not, especially since you helped make things better for Matthew, and you make everyone in my family happy. I think my mom wishes you were still Matthew's girlfriend.
And you?
Oh, I'm super happy Penny exists, because now I can do this without feeling guilty.
And then he pulled me in for a kiss. I whispered to myself as I scaled the wall. Just a few more feet. My dad would kill me if he knew what I was up to tonight. I know you're thinking I'm some kind of cat burglar, but it's not that bad. Oh, hi there, Daddy.
We need to talk about your behavior, Jessica.
I was just out studying with some friends and didn't want to wake you up.
I've had it with your made-up stories. I know you've been sneaking off and meeting Armand. Ever since you started dating him, you've been out of control. You need some supervision.
I started to laugh at him. It didn't work when I was a kid, and it's not going to work now. My father just looked at me and slammed the door so hard that a picture fell off the wall and broke. The next day, I slept in super late.
Oh, it's already 1 p.m. I need to get ready. What the? The shocked boy looked at me with surprise in his eyes. Are you supposed to be Jessica? How old are you? I pushed him down with all my might and ran down the stairs to my dad's office, screaming for help the entire way. The boy chased me all the way. Daddy! Daddy, help! This guy is trying to kidnap me. He looked over his glasses and chuckled. So, I see you've already met your new babysitter, Liam? Babysitter? I'm a teenager. If it makes you feel better, we can call him your bodyguard. Ugh, I don't have time for this. I have to go meet Lisa at the mall. Great. I hope you 3 have a good time. I thought it was all some kind of sick joke until Liam hopped in the limo with me. And what do you think you're doing? Liam let out a long sigh. I'm following your father's orders and supervising your little trip. Aren't you a little young to be a bodyguard? Who even takes creepy jobs like following teenage girls around? In my defense, the ad made it seem like it was an actual child who needed babysitting. I rolled my eyes at him. Well, then, why don't you just leave? Well, I made a promise. This is a great job and I intend to stick with it. I sank back in my seat. Good luck with that. No babysitter has lasted more than a week with me. Lisa leaned in and whispered to me as she stared up and down at Liam with a judging glare. So, this is your new babysitter? He's my bodyguard, Lisa. Right. Well, I'm not into the whole stalker vibe, so maybe I should just leave. Oh, trust me, Lisa. He won't be around for long if I have anything to say about it. We went into any and every store that guys would find embarrassing. Lisa even held up a pretty pink miniskirt and asked, "Is this your size, Liam?" He was so red in the face, but he never complained. No matter how hard we made fun of him or tried to shake him off by dragging him into girly stores, he stayed. Lisa pulled me in tight and whispered, "I have an idea." "Oh, Liam, we need to make a detour." We rushed to the bathroom, but stopped Liam right outside the entrance. No boys allowed, Liam." He said he would wait for us outside. Well, he's gonna be waiting a long time. As soon as we made it to the bathroom, we crawled through one of the windows and ran across the street to our favorite cafe. We were there for maybe 10 minutes sipping on smoothies when an announcement made Lisa spit it all over me. "We'd like to report a missing child. Jessica went missing from the mall across the street. If found, please bring her to the help desk so we can reunite her with her guardian." The announcement went on to describe my appearance and outfit. People started to stare and point at me. Isn't she a little old to have a babysitter? Wow, something must be wrong with her. I'd be so embarrassed if I were her. Maybe we should go walk her to her babysitter? I ran out of there so fast to avoid any more humiliation. I went right up to the help desk where Liam was standing with a huge smile of relief on his face. "That's the girl I'm watching. You can cancel the announcement." The attendant even handed me a balloon, like I was a child, and told me what a smart girl I was to come there. I was about to flip out when Liam rushed over and hugged me. "Your father said I needed to stay with you. I was worried sick. I'm so glad you're okay." It was actually pretty pathetic how worked up he got over a stranger. Maybe losing him was going to be harder than I thought. Needless to say, Lisa said she was done hanging out with me until the Liam fiasco was taken care of. No matter what crazy things I did or how horrible I was, he stayed. One time, I stole a penguin from the local aquarium and let it loose in the gift shop. I mean, I tried everything. I made him come with me to this super sappy rom-com movie night at the local theater. I thought any boy would run straight out. Liam, he just cried. I was about to go crazy from how nice this guy was, until my prayers were answered by a little text from Armand at 2 a.m. I figured everyone was sleeping, so I scaled down the house again when I heard something rustling in the bushes. "Where do you think you're going?" "Don't you sleep?" "It's my job to watch you." An idea crept over me. Your job is to watch me, not stop me from going places. Why don't you just come with me? I don't know what your father would say about that. Please. I begged, and he agreed. What a sucker. I told Armand that Liam had to go. I just meant I wanted him scared off or something. Even I had to admit that what we ended up doing was pretty cruel. We went to a 24-hour diner and ordered a bunch of food. Liam insisted that he just wanted the free water and wasn't hungry. When the time came to pay the bill, Armand and I ran away as fast as we could. We were laughing so hard. Our little outing cost Liam over $100. Armand and I were hanging out in the woods when the diner owners spotted us. They yelled at us to come back and pay for our food or join your friend with the dishes. Armand pushed me toward the owners. It was her idea. I stood there shocked as he scurried away like a bug. Armand just yelled that it was my idea, pushed me over, and ran. Unfortunately, when he pushed me over, he pushed my wallet into the lake too. That meant Liam and I had to do the dishes all night to pay for our meal. Ugh, this is taking forever. Why don't you just pay the tab? You've seen my Lamborghini collection. I promise to pay you back with interest. Liam shifted uncomfortably for a bit before muttering, I can't. What do you mean you can't? I don't have enough money in my bank account right now. I nearly fell over. You're kidding, right? That was like 1/10 of my allowance when I was 5. You have a job? Are you that stupid and irresponsible you blow your whole paycheck? Hi, I'm Stormy. Please like and subscribe. I lived with my parents in a small city in the States. My parents loved me loads, and I was living a simple, peaceful life until I discovered something strange about me on my 5th birthday. When I was about to thank the guests after the party, I felt quite nervous with everyone staring at me.
We did thank you all for coming to my birthday.
What a fumble! That's the first time I realized I stutter in nervous situations. Everyone around me laughed and I just ran away. I sat by the pool crying when a girl my age with glasses came and sat down near me.
Hey, I'm Nora. We just moved here. I know, speeches suck. Yuck. I hate them too.
She wiped my tears and I instantly put my arm around her. It felt like we were destined to be friends.
Mommy takes me to the park every night. Wanna come along? It'll be fun.
And so we met at the park every evening, and soon we became best friends. One such day, I saw another girl with Nora. As I approached them, the girl started laughing.
Don't tell me you're friends with her. Isn't she the dummy who said thank you at her birthday party? Yeah, I did. But what's your problem? You're such a stupid combo. Stormy the dummy and No Eyes Nora.
She laughed and pulled Nora's glasses. Nora reached out for them, but the girl threw them on the ground and stomped on them. I lost it. I kicked her hard and she fell on her butt.
How dare you mess with my friend? Your friend? She's my sister, you moron. Get lost.
What? Turned out, she was Nora's twin sister, Leah. She gave Nora a death stare and ran to complain to her mom.
She can't be your sister, Nora. She's awful. Yeah, she is. That's why I didn't introduce her to you before. We just never get along. But thanks for standing up for me.
Days passed and we all started going to the same school. Whenever Leah or anybody bullied me or Nora, we always stood up for each other. Life was good until one day in the 6th grade, Nora told me the saddest news. Their family was moving to New York City. I don't want to go, but my dad's got some big job there and he can't miss it. I'm so sorry. She hugged me and we both burst into tears, while Leah mocked and laughed at us. And that's the last day we all met. I missed Nora so much that I didn't even attend school for days. But then Mom and Dad encouraged me. Slowly, I started focusing more on my studies and became a school topper. But when I was in high school, my parents came up with a strange plan. They wanted me to move in with my aunt in New York for a better education. I wasn't so happy to leave them, but I agreed. When I reached New York, Aunt was so pleased to have me. She took me shopping around the city and got me all ready for my new school. Stepping into the big school, I felt like I was in a movie. I walked straight up to my class in the 9th grade, but almost all the seats were taken. I was gazing around when suddenly a girl waved at me. Me? Yeah, come on up. Here's a seat. That was so sweet. I walked near her, but then I noticed from her smile, she's someone I knew. OMG, Nora? Is that you? You look amazing, and you got contacts? I know, gotta make some changes. And you're beautiful as ever, too. We shouted in excitement while the whole class stared at us like crazy. Nora took me out on a tour around the school, and we bumped into Leah. Oh God, you again? How many more losers can a class of grade 9 hold? And she had a set of minions here too around her. Seemed like she hadn't changed one bit. Well, maybe you can leave and never come back, so the class will be one loser less. Nora and I laughed and high-fived. Leah looked like she was about to attack me, but some teacher walked by just then, and I escaped. Later that day at lunch, I sat down with Nora at a table, and the next minute, 2 girls brought us food as if in a restaurant. Hey, don't you know I'm on a diet? Take this burger back and get me a salad.
And oh, one for Stormy too. No, really, it's fine. I can get my own lunch. Thanks. Hey, why? Easy, girl. See, she's already going. Now, chop chop. Whoa, I was surprised to see she was a big shot in the school with her own set of minions. As we were eating, Leah was sitting a few tables away, and I saw a strange grin on Nora's face. Now, watch the show. Saying that, she walked straight to Leah with a bottle of water. She silently poured the whole bottle onto her food. Leah snapped and pushed her hard. Nora fell down with a scream. Ah! Look, guys! She slapped me and pushed me down for no reason. Do you want such a mean girl to be your president? Stop embarrassing yourself, Nora. You're gonna lose no matter what you try. We'll see about that. What was happening? When she came back to her seat, I asked Nora, what was all that about, Nora? And I saw that you started it. That wasn't very nice of you. Why? I told you, you gotta change to fit into the world or you'll lose. Well, here I mean the school president election. I'm running and so is Leah, and I have to beat her butt. I wasn't liking her cheap winning tactics, but she was my friend, and when she asked me to help prepare posters for her campaign, I did. A day before the election, the candidates had to give their final speech in front of all the students, and a second student had to speak in favor of each candidate too. I was praying Nora wouldn't look up to me, but she did, and I really had to step up. I started off confidently, but suddenly I realized how many pairs of eyes were on me, and I lost my nerve. So, what I'm trying to say is, vote for Nora. And the whole school ended up shouting in chorus, No, Nora! No, Nora! Nora looked furiously at me and stormed off. I called her out, but she didn't stop. Gosh, I'd messed up, but I hadn't done it on purpose. She shouldn't have asked me. And when the election results were announced, Leah was declared the winner. I knew Nora would be really mad, but I had no idea what she'd do next. Just as the previous president was putting the president badge on Leah, Nora came charging straight at her onto the stage and knocked Leah over. She ripped the badge right off her shirt. I jumped onto the stage to stop her, but just then, she pulled Leah's hair, and it came off. OMG, it was a wig! Everyone looked stunned to see Leah hairless. Nora just stood there grinning, while Leah looked around horrified. I thought you'd at least keep this promise, Nora. You suck. She burst into tears and ran off. As Nora walked off the stage, I went after her and grabbed her arm. Are you crazy, Nora? How could you do something so awful to your own sister? Who are you? What have you become? Who are you to ask me that, you stuttering moron? You cost me the election too. She pushed me so hard that I hit the wall. I lost it. I attacked her back, and it was a big fight that landed us both in detention. But at least I was clear about something now. I was not going to be friends with her ever again. I didn't even know who she was anymore. I felt bad for Leah, but she didn't show up for days. And Nora was just going out of control. She made the whole class sign a petition for a re-election and sent it to the principal. Worse, she used Leah's absence and told everyone she was the acting president. So class, today we're all gonna skip the math test and go watch the soccer team's rehearsals. They're amazing. We're not listening to you, Nora. You can go if you want, but we'll be right here in class. You always were such a loser nerd, Stormy. Don't talk back to your president. You are skipping math. Everyone will, 'cause I said so. That was insane, and there was no way I was gonna listen to her. I stayed back in class, and I was glad at least some of the other kids did too. Weeks passed, and finally, Leah showed up for the exams. But she wasn't the same girl anymore. She sat in the last seat in class and didn't talk to anyone the whole day. I decided to go talk to her. When I went to her at lunch, she immediately stood up and started walking away. Hey, wait up! You don't have to run away from anyone. If you start running, you'll have to do that your whole life. Just stop. And she did. She came back and sat down next to me for lunch. And I saw Nora and her gang staring at us from afar, but I couldn't care less. I shared my lunch with Leah, and slowly she started getting comfortable. She told me she got a strange condition called alopecia a year ago, which made her lose most of her hair. She even apologized for being so mean towards me. You know, all these years, I thought being mean to people says you're tough and strong. The way I treated you and Nora till now, I think I deserve this shame. No, you didn't deserve it, Leah. It was cruel, but I'm glad you realized your mistakes, and I hope this means we can be friends now. We started hanging out in school and even at my place to study together, and she was actually quite easy to get along with. We aced the exams, and I was really looking forward to junior prom, but Leah seemed reluctant. Actually, I don't think junior prom is a good idea, but you should go. It's just me. Oh, come on, Leah. You're the president now.
You mean the hairless president? If only it was a Halloween party.
You could come as Voldemort and win. Shut up, Nora. There's a big difference between being hairless and heartless. You should be more worried about how ugly you are on the inside. How come you don't stutter at all when you raise your voice at me, Stormy? Was it a plan to make me lose the election then? Think whatever you want to, I don't care. See you at prom. Leah and I walked out. I took her shopping that evening, and we got some beautiful dresses for the big eve. And I bought something that shocked Leah. A bald wig. This is gonna complement my costume. I'm gonna show everyone being hairless is a fashion in itself. How about you? She cried and hugged me tight. I held Leah's hand tight and took her to prom, beautifully hairless. Some gossiped, many were speechless, and I saw my friends smiling with confidence. That made me happy. Nora mocked us and laughed, but no one backed her up. Hey, knock it off, Nora. Leah looks lovely, and it's brave of her to come like this. Yeah, and we all like Stormy too. She's really nice. Nora lost her mind and picked up some juice glasses to fling at us, but just then the principal happened to walk by, and the juice went straight in her face. She immediately kicked Nora out of the event. That felt like a victory. Just like that, we were at the end of high school. We got some great news. Leah and I got placed in the same university on scholarship. The last day at school, I walked into the restroom to find Nora sitting in a corner bawling like a baby. Hey, Nora, you okay? What happened? You of all people. Why are you here? Just leave me alone. Sure, I will. Right after you tell me what's wrong with you. What do you want to know, huh? That I'm a real loser? Fine. I'm dumb and stupid, and I failed all my exams, and I won't graduate from high school this year. And I've lost all my popularity, and everybody hates me. Happy to hear that, Stormy? Why would that make me happy, Nora? We used to be best friends, and I miss that person. But maybe this is a chance for you to set things right before you leave this place. Be nicer to your new classmates, and they won't hate you. You said you have to change to fit in. And I guess you need to change into the better, kinder version of yourself now. I know you can. She looked at me silently as I gently patted her on the shoulder, and then I walked away. Hi, I'm Anne from France, and I'm here to tell you my story. Please like and subscribe. I was born when my mom was just 18. Since childhood, Mom wanted me to have everything in the world, everything she didn't have growing up. One time, Christmas was coming, and I really wanted a Barbie I'd seen my friends play with, but Mom said she'd get it for me on Easter instead.
But Mommy, you promised. You can't break a pinky promise. Please, please, please.
And on Christmas, I was so happy to see that she got the Barbie for me. She was the best. Soon, Mom started getting all sorts of random things. A vase, some magazines, which I totally knew she'd never read, and the most bizarre things. Tons of garden gnomes. Like, why would Mom buy that when we didn't have a garden? I knew something was off. For starters, we didn't need that stuff. And secondly, I wondered where Mom was getting the money from. She worked as a baker in someone else's bakery, and I knew the job didn't pay that much. So one time in 7th grade, when Mom went grocery shopping, I followed her. It was all normal. But then suddenly, Mom acted like a wild toddler and grabbed a bag of marshmallows and hid them inside her baggy sweater. What? Mom was stealing? I ran to her and she knew I'd seen her, and she put the bag back. When we got home, I confronted Mom, and she broke down into tears. What? Who doesn't like marshmallows? I just wanted them, so, I sort of just grabbed the bag. Wow, that's your excuse? Mom, you're not a 2-year-old kid. Please, promise me you won't steal again. Mom rolled her eyes, but promised, and I was relieved. But one time during a parent-teacher meeting, Mom lost it. Seeing the teacher's table full of stationery, Mom's eyes widened, and I knew she was up to no good. And I was right. Just as the teacher went to bring my file, Mom jumped up and started shoving the teacher's stationery in her bag. Before I could react, I heard a laugh. It was Billy from my class, and ever since I'd reported him for cheating on a test, he hated me. This is epic. Stealing school stationery? That's a new low. He snatched Mom's bag and turned it upside down. It was the most embarrassing moment of my life, because Mom hadn't just stolen the teacher's stuff. She also had all sorts of things from around the school in her bag. Everyone looked at us like we were freaks. Later, I found myself in the principal's office with Mom. Anne, I truly don't know what to say. This has never happened before. I should be reporting the theft, no matter how small or big, but I want to give you and your mom a chance. Take her to a doctor, get her checked. This isn't normal.
Of course it wasn't normal. Mom had become a habitual thief.
After many evaluations by the doctor, we learned that Mom was, in fact, sick. She had kleptomania, an uncontrollable urge to steal. It wasn't her fault. Mom, I'm so sorry. I will do everything to help you get better. Oh, sweetie, I'm sorry too. I wanted to explain it, how it just happens. I'm so ashamed of it all. After that day, I supported Mom on her road to recovery. Mom totally avoided going to the supermarkets, which triggered her episodes. She was getting treatment and was also in a self-help group. In a few months, she was doing so much better. But at school, things were anything but normal. Since that parent-teacher meeting, I'd been Billy's favorite target to bully. Seeing me, the guy would say stuff like mother, like daughter. I need to check your bag too. He kept doing this for weeks, but one day I just snapped and grabbed his shirt collar when he called me a thief. Stay out of my way or I'll break your teeth. Billy looked scared and I was proud of myself. The idiot did leave me alone, but just for a while. A few months later, we were having a fun fair at school and Mom and I had set up a brownie stall. Things were going perfect until Billy and his friends came to buy some brownies. Brownies? For $2? So expensive. It's like you're stealing from your customers. Speaking of stealing, is your mom still a thief? I'd had enough. I slapped him hard, and suddenly there was pin-drop silence. Billy, you are a certified jerk. I bet even your family don't pretend to like you, do they? Just get out of line and stay away from me and my mom. Boy, did Billy look pissed. I'd really hit a nerve there. But then suddenly, he shoved the stall so hard. I tried to push the stall back, but I fell, and the large table fell on me. I let out a scream. I was taken to the hospital, and the doctor told me how I had a mild fracture and had to wear a cast. The next day, the principal visited me at the hospital and informed me how Billy was expelled, and his parents were sending him to a really strict boarding school. The guy totally deserved it. With Billy gone, my life was perfect at school. I started to do well in class again and even topped in 10th grade. I wanted to pass high school with flying colors and aim for a scholarship at a prestigious university. Mom was so happy. Oh, my love, I am so proud of you. Mom, so am I. The way you're managing your illness, you make me so proud. Mom and I went to my grandma's for summer vacations, and I had the most fun there. When we returned, I was excited to go back to school. But right on the first day, I was walking when a car whizzed past me at full speed, splashing mud all over me. I realized that it was Billy's friend. Yeah, now look like who you are. Dirt! I was furious. I so wanted to punch the guy, but just then someone threw a stone at the car and the jerk drove off. I turned to see a boy my age. What an idiot. Your clothes. Here, let me help. As the boy helped me wipe the mud off my dress, I felt goosebumps. Thanks. I can take care of it. Saying that, I walked away, feeling so nervous. Gosh, that boy was so cute. At school, the teacher announced that we had a new admission in our class, and I was pleasantly surprised to see that it was none other than my savior. His name was a basketball match at our school, and all of a sudden, Sebastian took off his shirt and there was a loud gasp from the audience. And the next thing, all the girls were around him. Sebastian came running to me. Oh, please, Anne, save me from them. Then you shouldn't have taken off your shirt. Oh, jealous? What? Why would I be jealous? Come on, I know you like me. Well, I'm hoping that you do, because the thing is, I like you, Anne. I like you a lot. Saying that, He kissed me on the cheek and whispered that he'd pick me up for a date in the evening. How could I say no to that? For our first date, Sebastian took me to a picnic on the beach. It was the perfect first date. Before dropping me back home, he kissed me. We dated for weeks, and I felt like I had the most perfect boyfriend ever. I was falling for him hard. Until one day, I saw Sebastian surrounded by Billy's friends. What were they doing with Sebastian? Sebastian, can I talk to you?
Yeah, maybe later. So, what were you saying?
Whoa, he actually did that. I was so mad. Throughout the day, I totally ignored him. But he was constantly on my mind, so much that I totally forgot about the big test we had in history class, and I ended up failing miserably. Gosh, that's what you get when you think about boys. I reminded myself of my goal and decided not to worry about Sebastian at all. But things only got messier when my teachers gave me an F for assignments, saying they never got them. I was so sure I emailed them all my assignments. Some days later, I was called into the school's counselor's office and informed that if I wanted to get my scholarship, I needed to bring my A game and work harder. I poured all my strength into my studies, but one night I found Sebastian at my door.
Wanna go out?
What? You act like you don't know me and now you're here? No, I'm not going with you. You can go and hang out with those jerks.
Babe, you got it all wrong. I was just busy. Please, come with me to this amazing party. Come on, you're my girlfriend.
I was determined not to go, but when he literally begged me, I caved in. On our way, Sebastian asked me the most bizarre question ever.
So, those jerk guys, they told me you got their best friend expelled. Some guy named Billy? What exactly happened?
Got him expelled? I had nothing to do with it. He brought it upon himself. When we parked outside the party, I showed Sebastian pictures of the time I wore a cast. And then I told him all about Mom's kleptomania and how Billy was always pestering me and what he did at the fun fair. He looked really shocked.
Let's go somewhere else. This party doesn't look worth it.
What? We drove like half an hour to be here. Come on. Well, that party was insane. At first, Sebastian seemed edgy, but later he loosened up and we danced like crazy. But when Sebastian spun me, I suddenly found myself facing Billy.
Hey, thief. Did you miss me? I'm so thankful to my brother for getting back at you.
Getting back at me? Brother? What was he talking about? I pushed him away and looking at Sebastian, I could tell Billy was telling the truth. Sebastian was his brother.
It was so fun messing with your head. First, making your grades go down. Even deleted your assignments from the school's main computer. Then, my brother totally fooled you into thinking he cared for you. And now, he's gonna dump you. Oh, you're so pathetic. Come on, let's finish this party on a fun note.
I felt furious, but before I could do anything, Sebastian pounced on Billy.
Leave her alone. I told you not to do this. You lied, Billy. You lied to me. So what? Don't tell me you have the hots for her now. What happened to family before chicks? I swear, Anne, he said you were the one who got him kicked out of school by wrongfully accusing him of something. I'm so sorry. You're apologizing to this bimbo?
And just then, Sebastian punched Billy square in the jaw and then came towards me. But before Sebastian could even open that lying mouth of his, I gave him a tight slap. Stay away from me. I hate you. I ran from that party and cried my heart out to Mom. The next day, Sebastian wasn't at school, or the next. The teacher said he'd left. Why do I care? Good riddance. But why couldn't I forget him? I was crushed and distracted, and I just couldn't focus on my studies. And I actually failed high school. All my dreams of going to some big university were crushed. I felt depressed for a long time. But one day, Mom took me with her to her support group, and hearing the inspiring stories of others gave me hope. Soon, I started working with Mom at the bakery, and after a couple of years, we were able to open a little bakery of our own. It was Mom's dream, and I was glad that together, we could make it happen. After a 3-year break, I started preparing for high school exams, and this time, I topped and even got a scholarship to my favorite university. Told you you could do it. I never stopped believing in you. Thanks, Mom. I love you so much. One day, I was closing up the bakery when I heard a familiar voice calling my name. It was Sebastian.
Before you say anything, hear me out. I am so sorry, Anne. Billy, he's my baby brother. He lied to me. I should have known. I am so sorry for everything I did to you.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. The next day, a surprise awaited me at the bakery. It was Sebastian with a broom. What the heck? Mom had actually hired him. I really hated it, but Mom wanted me to give him a chance, because she knew that deep down, I still had feelings for that idiot. Sebastian tried his best to win me over, but I stayed strong. I couldn't let him know that I still cared. One night at the bakery, Mom fainted suddenly, and it was Sebastian who took us to the hospital. And we learned she'd had a stroke. I was devastated. I was about to start college, and this happened. But thank God Sebastian was with us. He took care of Mom, and I was able to leave for college. While I was miles away, Mom called me every day and told me how Sebastian took care of her and the bakery, and then she said something that got me thinking about my feelings for Sebastian. Honey, sometimes love needs a second chance because it wasn't ready the first time around. Think about it. She was so right. So during summer break, I traveled back to my town and went straight to the bakery where Sebastian was working, alone. Hey, what are you doing here? Without replying, I kissed him, and Sebastian swept me into his arms. Anne, can we start over? Can we create new memories? Can you give me another chance? Because I love you so much. I love you too.
Hi, I'm Lorna from Nashville, and this is my story. Please like and subscribe to For Eve. I grew up as an only child, and it was pretty lonely because my single mom was always busy. She'd mostly forget my birthdays or any promises she made. Mom, you promised you'd take me to the beach for a birthday picnic. The sea and the beach will still be there next weekend, Lorna, but without my job, I won't be able to raise you. Mom worked as a chef at a big restaurant, and I enjoyed watching her cook whenever I tagged along with her to work. That soup looks tasty. I need to use the bathroom. Don't touch anything. As soon as Mom left, I picked up a ladle and leaned over to scoop up some soup. Oh, it was so good. As I went in for another spoonful, suddenly, my removable braces fell into the pot. Lorna, what are you doing there? Nothing. I quickly moved away, and she hurried with a bowl and dished out some soup. We have a very important guest in the restaurant. No distractions, please. When she went out again, I frantically searched for my braces, but moments later, she came into the kitchen crying. I just got fired because the important guest found this in his bowl. I am so sorry, Mom. Ever since you came, my life has been a roller coaster. I was heartbroken when she said that. After that, she changed towards me, even though I said sorry like a million times. She managed to get some part-time jobs, but was having trouble making ends meet. So eventually, when I was in 7th grade, we had to move from our nice apartment in the city and go live with Grandma in a small town. We hadn't met Grandma in ages, and she hugged me tight. Oh, you've grown so big, Lorna. Mom just sulked and took our bags upstairs to her old room. Grandma made an amazing supper, and I was having a great time, but Mom was still in a bad mood. And then she had the strangest conversation with Grandma. I don't want certain people to know that we're here. That's kind of impossible, dear. It's a small town. We're only going to be around for a few months till I get another job. Just don't talk about us with anyone. But I like Grandma's house. Please, let's just stay here for good. Mom just ignored me and walked off. We'll convince her to stay, don't worry. Now, you go to bed because tomorrow is your first day at your new school. The school I was going to was actually Mom's old school, and Grandma took me there the next morning while Mom stayed in bed. As I walked through the corridor, I saw this boy with big glasses hanging from his locker. Hello, can you help me down? How did you get up there? My stupid older stepbrother and his friends. I was as short as him, so it was a bit difficult getting him down, but we both ended up in a heap on the floor. Thanks, I've never seen you around before. Oh, I'm new. My name's Lorna. Ew, what's that smell? What smell? It's coming from your bag. Do you have dead skunks in there? When I opened it, I saw that Grandma had packed me lunch and it was leftovers from last night, and it didn't smell right. The boy ran away without even telling me his name, but when I got to class, I saw him there, and he instantly yelled, "Hey everyone, there's the stink bomb I was telling you about." That's how he paid me back for helping him? Everyone pinched their noses as I sat down with my stinky backpack, right behind that jerk. whose name was Brad. "Hey, idiot, I'm hanging you back on that locker later. I know what I did was wrong, but I've been waiting for a long time for someone new to take my place in school." "What are you talking about?" "I've always been the easy target for bullies, the one that gets thrown in the trash bin or gets his face stuck in the toilet." "So you want me to go through all that?" "It's not that bad. You look strong. Good luck." I couldn't wait for class to be over so I could get back at him, but he ran out like lightning. When I got home, I told Grandma it was a bad idea to put leftovers in my lunchbox. "I'm sorry, dear. Let's go get some lunch snacks from the grocery store." "No, she's not going to the grocery store, Mom." "Why can't I go to the store?" "It's just a short trip. It'll be fine. No one knows who she is." "What?" "Nothing." Mom reluctantly agreed. And as Grandma and I roamed through the aisles, I suddenly spotted Brad walk in with a man who was probably his dad. "Grandma, that's the boy who made all the kids laugh at me at school." Just then, Brad's dad saw us and approached Grandma. "Hi, it's been a while since I've seen you." "Oh, yes. Your son is really grown up." "Yeah, who's this pretty girl?" "Oh, just a maid's daughter." "What? No, I'm not, Grandma." "Grandma? She's your granddaughter?" "Oh, God. Yes, she's my granddaughter." And then Brad's dad bent down and suddenly hugged me. Okay. What are you doing, weirdo?" "Gran, what's going on?" Honey, I wasn't supposed to tell you this, but he's your dad." "What?" "But Mom told me my dad wasn't alive." "Oh, that's what she said. Well, I'm very much alive, honey. And this is your twin brother." "What?" Brad and I looked at each other stunned, and then Grandma said we needed to leave. On our way back home, Grandma explained everything to me. "Your mom had just completed high school when she had you and your brother, and she wasn't ready to start a family, so she took you and asked your dad to keep your brother." "But that's so unfair. I always wanted a sibling, because growing up, Mom was always busy and I was so lonely." "I know, love. It wasn't a fair choice for both you and your brother." When we got home, Mom was waiting for us, smiling. "I got a job interview." "You told me I didn't have a dad, but I saw him today, and I have a twin brother too? Were you ever going to tell me?" Gosh, I knew I shouldn't have come back here. She had to find out one day. Things like this just can't be kept a secret forever. This is a mess. Lorna, listen, I don't want to hear anything you have to say. You lied to me all my life. The next day when I woke up, Dad was in the kitchen with Brad. "Why didn't you tell me you were in town?" "Because we made an arrangement to never see each other ever again." "But you're here now. Don't you want to meet your son?" Mom looked at Brad tearfully, and he looked as angry as I felt. "I have a mom." "And I have a dad." The situation in the kitchen was really tense, so I took Brad to my room while our parents still argued. This used to be Mom's room, but now it's mine. "I can't believe I have a mom. My own mom. And a grandma and a sister. After Dad married my stepmom, things just went bad for me. She and her son are awful people." "Don't worry, you have me now." "I'm sorry about what I did at school." "I forgive you." Mom and Dad apologized to us both and said they'd been wrong to keep us apart. Brad and I told them it would take us time to forgive them, but secretly we both thought it was the best thing we'd ever discovered. Mom decided to stay, and as time went by, Brad and I got really close. He started coming by often, and we had a lot in common. Grandma adored Brad, and slowly he and Mom started warming up to each other too. Like this one time, Mom was struggling to open a bottle of pickles, and he instantly got up to help her out. "Wow, you're a strong boy now." She kissed him on his forehead, and his face just lit up. But at school, his older stepbrother Mason kept acting like a psycho. One day in the 8th grade, Dad took us all out to a restaurant. And just as I was about to sit next to Brad, Mason pulled away my chair and I fell flat on my butt. "Mason, what? I was pulling out a chair for the lady. I was being a gentleman, Dad. It's not my fault she's a clumsy idiot." When Mason went to the bathroom, I smothered his seat with barbecue sauce without Dad noticing. Brad and I giggled as he took his seat. "What are you two goofballs laughing at?" It was so hilarious because when he got up, it looked like he pooped his pants. As we grew up, we learned how to defend ourselves against Mason and his friends. Until one day, I found Brad sitting with them during recess. Hey, Brad, did you lose your way and your mind? Come on, let's find another table.
He doesn't want to chill with you anymore. Go find some other friends.
Brad? But he just looked away. What was going on? I caught up with him at the end of the last class. You want to tell me why you're hanging out with Mason suddenly?
Look, Lorna, my stepmom has a lot of connections, and she said she'll help me get into a great university on full scholarship if I help Mason pass his exams. So I gotta do this, okay?
That's ridiculous. You don't need her connections. You can get in on your own. And I'm sure Dad has enough money to pay for your college.
That's the thing. He doesn't. Dad's business was doing really poorly when he met my stepmom. Sometimes I think he just married her for the money. Now she controls everything. I have to do what she says. That's what Dad's told me too. It's just for some time. Mason will graduate soon.
He just walked away, and I suddenly felt so lonely again. He stopped coming over completely. And since Mom had gotten a job as a head chef in a nearby city, she'd become really busy again too. Thankfully, I had Grandma, but lately she'd been struggling with her memory. And one day I came home, and she couldn't remember who I was. Who are you? What are you doing in my house? Grandma, are you joking? Go away before I call the police. But it's me, Lorna. I had to wait outside till Mom came back. We took Grandma to the hospital, and the doctor said she had Alzheimer's disease. Why is this happening to Grandma? She's the only person I can talk to. Sweetie, you can talk to me, but you're never around. Mom started taking weekends off from work, spending more time at home so we could take care of Grandma together. Lorna, I was very young when I had you and your brother, and it felt like it might be the end of all my dreams, but it's not true. I just want you to know that I love you both more than my career. Family is the most important thing, and it's taken me some time to realize that. Thank you, Mom. I love you too. Grandma's illness brought Mom and I closer, but Brad just never came back to us. He was still hanging out with Mason and his stupid friends even after they'd graduated high school. And then one day in 12th grade, I found him in the school parking lot trying to break into a teacher's car. Brad, what are you doing?
None of your business. Go away.
No, you were doing something wrong. I'm not just gonna forget what I saw.
Look, just get out of here.
I'm not going anywhere. Just then, Mason jumped over the school fence and started yelling at Brad.
What's taking you so long, dude? My boys are waiting outside. I couldn't get the car open. I'm trying.
I couldn't believe what I was hearing. They were stealing a teacher's car? Mason, I should have known that you were behind this.
When are you gonna learn to mind your own business, Lorna?
I'm calling the principal. As I walked away, Mason grabbed my hand and I screamed. But just then, Brad pounced on him.
Don't touch my sister.
While they rolled on the floor wrestling, I ran straight to the principal for help. The principal called the police, and Mason was arrested for trespassing on school property and attempted theft. Turned out, it wasn't the first car he and his gang had stolen. Brad, what happened to you?
Lorna, you don't know what I had to live with. Mason's mom is so evil. If I didn't listen to Mason, then he would tell his mom, and I won't get to go to college.
Did you talk to Dad? Did you tell him that Mason is making you steal cars?
I tried, but he never believes me.
I hugged him as he cried. You should have told me. I would have helped you. I told Mom everything that happened, and she was so mad at Dad. She insisted that Brad come and live with us, and he was really happy to. Soon after, my college application replies came back, and to my delight, I'd gotten in on a full scholarship.
I'm so happy for you, sis. My scholarship applications never got accepted, but at least you get to go.
I have enough money saved by now, and I'll pay for your studies, Brad. You don't have to worry about that ever again, because you are also my child. As we celebrated in the living room, Grandma suddenly appeared. Lorna, Brad, when did you get here? I'm so happy to see you. Grandma remembered us, even if it was for just a little while, and it was a moment to cherish.
Hi, I'm Valerie from Philadelphia. Please like and subscribe. Growing up, I thought I had the coolest mom. She was a professional gymnast who'd won tons of competitions, and I wanted to be just like her, the best at something. But no matter how hard I tried, Mom always said I could do better, and she kept comparing me to others.
Mommy, I won second in the art contest.
What is this? The neighbor's daughter draws like Picasso, and her art was published in a magazine.
Mom, I came in third in the math quiz.
Well, that's disappointing.
Your cousin just skipped 2 grades because she's a genius. Mom always had something to say.
Your cousin's a genius and she's so perfect, and her farts smell like flowers.
In 6th grade, I really started enjoying soccer and joined the team. But I hated it when Mom came to the games. She would shout instructions at me non-stop. And once at a match, she pulled me aside during halftime. What are you doing? You haven't scored a goal once.
But I helped others score goals and we're winning.
But no one's noticing you. You want to be a star or someone's sidekick? I could feel Mom's eyes on me in the second half, and I didn't want to disappoint her again. My teammate was kicking the ball down to the goalpost, and suddenly I ran after her. I tackled the ball away and scored the winning goal myself. Our team won, but everyone was angry at me for stealing the ball from my teammate. I felt terrible, but Mom was ecstatic. Did you see that? My daughter scored the winning goal. Take that, losers. I left the soccer team, but soon after, Mom took me to my first ballet, and I just knew what I wanted to do with my life. I'm gonna be a ballerina, Mom. Mom encouraged me and hired a private instructor who trained me hard for the next few years. And in 9th grade, Mom enrolled me in a fancy private school which had its own ballet team. On my first day, I was just signing up for the ballet club when I heard loud voices behind me. I turned around to see a gorgeous girl walk in, and for some reason, everyone seemed excited to see her. I thought I'd find out who she was, so I walked over with a form. Hi, are you signing up too? You can take this. These forms are for nobodies, like you. I'm already in. Wow, what's with the attitude? And who are you? I'm Tatiana's daughter, you fool. What? Tatiana was a ballet superstar and my idol. I'd have to compete with her daughter? Okay, so having a famous mom doesn't mean you're any good because I've never even heard of you. I walked off before she could reply. Her name was Anastasia, and even though I'd played it cool, I was definitely intimidated. On the day of the auditions, I realized that my ballet shoes were missing. I had no choice but to borrow some spare ones for my performance. I calmed myself down as I stepped onto the stage, but just then, I spotted Anastasia grinning at me from a corner, and I knew she had something to do with my shoes. I felt so bothered that I just couldn't focus. As I did a jump, I suddenly lost my balance and stumbled to the ground. I ran off the stage, my face blazing. And Mom was even angrier. Tatiana's daughter did this? I went with that witch to school, and she was so aggressive and competitive. Of course, her daughter's just like her. I was shocked the next day when the ballet teacher called me and said I'd been selected. I had no idea what changed her mind. Later, as I was putting stuff in my locker, Anastasia came and slammed it shut in my face. Wow, you're such a cheater. You're only on the team because your rich mommy bribed the principal. Yeah, I saw her here today. What was she talking about? You're one to talk. I know you hid my shoes, and you keep using your famous mommy's name any chance you get. Well, now we're both here. May the best ballerina win. But I couldn't help wondering if Mom really had done something to get me on the team. So I asked her. The principal and I are old friends. She owed me a favor. Mom, that's cheating. I messed up. You listen to me, Valerie. I will not have your chances ruined because of one mistake. Sometimes to get ahead, you have to play a little dirty. Do you want to be on the team or not? The truth was, I wanted it more than anything. It felt wrong, but I couldn't miss this chance. And by 11th grade, I'd worked so hard that I was the best in my class. Anastasia was really good, but I was better. We were soon performing in the year-end musical, and the teacher told us that professional ballet dancers would be attending. I knew Anastasia was burning because I had the lead role. Well, I'd earned my place. One rainy afternoon, I'd just picked up my new ballet dress from a shop when suddenly a cyclist came charging down the pavement at full speed. I managed to jump out of the way, but slipped on a puddle. I was about to land hard when someone caught me. Whoa, gotcha. I saw a boy with messy hair smiling down at me. Oh my God, you saved my life. You're welcome, but you wouldn't have actually died. Oh, I'm a ballerina. I can't afford to get injured, especially right now. So thank you. Thank me by having lunch with me? I can't. I don't have time to spare. And suddenly, my stomach growled loudly. Looks like you don't have time to eat either. Come on, I just saved your life. And I gave in. His name was Seth and he was in college. I was having such a good time that I hadn't even realized 2 hours had gone by. As he was leaving, he asked for my number. I didn't have much time to date, but he was cute, and it was hard to say no. We began texting each other, and soon his messages became the highlight of my day. Why are you always grinning like a moron these days? Is it a boy? It's called None of Your Business. So it is a boy. Well, if you have time to date, you're clearly not working hard enough. Maybe some of us can do it all and still be the best. Seth and I went on our first official date soon, and being with him made me happy. So I made space for him in my crazy, busy life. A few days later, I walked into school to find the halls buzzing with excitement, and I discovered it was because Tatiana was visiting. Sometime later, I went into the changing room, and I stopped short when I saw her there, my idol in the flesh. But just then, I noticed Anastasia, and Tatiana started screaming at her. You're telling me someone else got the lead in the school play? That's because your technique still isn't perfect. Why aren't you pushing yourself harder? I work as hard as I can, Mom. I'm still one of the best. There's no such thing. You're either the best or you're nothing. Oh, for God's sake, don't start crying. You know I can't stand it. Saying that, Tatiana left. My idol was a witch, and for once, I felt sorry for Anastasia. Hey, are you okay? Valerie, were you spying on me? Did you hear everything? I won't tell anyone. And your mom's wrong, Anastasia. I've seen how committed and talented you are. She's being unfair. Who do you think you are, Mother Teresa? Did I ask for your pity? My mom's the best, and I will be too. I'm not gonna be nothing, you'll see. Wow, these two were crazier than my mom. That afternoon, as I was leaving school, I was surprised to see Seth outside, leaning against a fancy car. Seth, what are you doing here? Hi. I'm here for Miss Tatiana. I'm her driver. OMG, your boyfriend is our poor driver? I thought you would have aimed a little higher, Val. Oh, maybe you can come work for us as the maid. The driver and the maid. So cute. Seth's face turned red and he got into the car silently. Tatiana soon joined them and he drove off. And he asked me to meet him the next day. I'm not poor. I make good money. But I did lie that I'm in college because I wasn't sure what you'd think of me. Why aren't you in college, Seth? I'm taking a break. I haven't figured out what I want to do yet. How can you live like that, with no goals? You can't just be a driver. I regretted my words as I saw his hurt face. I really admire you, Val, but there is more than one way to live. Your way doesn't have to be right for everybody. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. Look, I want to take my time to find my passion and enjoy every moment, like this one. Suddenly, he leaned in and kissed me, and my heart soared. One night as I got home from a date, I found Mom in panic. Valerie, where were you? Why weren't you answering your phone? Oh, I guess the battery died. Do you know how worried I was when your instructor called and said you never turned up for rehearsal? I stared at her in shock. How had I forgotten about my rehearsal completely? You were with Seth, weren't you? Valerie, you have to break up with that boy. But why? Because he's a distraction, and he's making you lose your focus. He has no goals or ambition. You hardly know him, Mom. He's amazing, and he cares about me. But he doesn't get you. He's not right for you. You can be a superstar. Why are you letting him bring you down? I missed one rehearsal. Big deal. You would have never said that before you met him. I felt so angry at Mom. Seth wasn't like me, but he made me happy. The school musical was the same day as my birthday, and Seth took me for a little picnic by the beach before dropping me at school. But suddenly, the car came to a stop in the middle of nowhere. Don't worry, I'm sure it's nothing. But the car just wouldn't start. This can't be happening. Why did I ever agree to go out with you today? It took a while for a cab to reach us, and I left without even looking back at Seth. But I still arrived 20 minutes after showtime, and I cried as I watched Anastasia out on the stage as the lead. Mom drove me home in complete silence, but I could feel her disappointment, and mine was even greater. So later that night, I decided to end things with Seth. I'm really sorry, Val, but that could have happened to anyone. No, Seth, it wouldn't have happened to me before. I would have been focused on only the show. Look, my career will always come first, and you'd understand that if you had some real goals in your life too. There was silence, and suddenly he hung up. I knew I'd hurt his feelings, and I felt devastated too, but it was the right thing to do. The next day, I was dreading seeing my team or Anastasia at school, but mostly, I was feeling heartbroken over Seth. I went into the empty locker room and broke down into tears. Moments later, Anastasia came in. You're here to rub last night in my face? Go ahead, get it over with. You won. You're the best. Your mom must be so proud of you now. Actually, she isn't. She made sure to remind me that I only got the lead because you didn't show up. For a moment, we just sat there quietly. I saw you on stage last night, and you were amazing. Congratulations. Thank you. Anastasia got selected by a famous dancer right after the musical. After high school, I got into a great dance academy in New York and soon joined a ballet company. I reached fame and success quickly, and I was living my dream life, and Mom was finally proud. A year later, I went back home for some shows, and to my surprise, I bumped into Anastasia one day. She looked different, and I was shocked to learn that she'd given up on professional ballet. I'll always love ballet, but I just couldn't take all that pressure. I'm not like Mom or you. So I left it, and I started a dance studio for young kids. She looked so much happier now, and I was happy for her. One night as I was performing, I suddenly spotted a face in the front row that made my heart skip a beat. Seth! After the show, he was waiting outside my dressing room. I'm a journalist now, and I was in town to cover a story. I had to come see your show. You were magical, Val, and I'm so proud of you. That means a lot. Thanks. Got time for coffee with an old friend? I was so happy to see him that I said yes. We kept seeing each other for the next few weeks, and I realized I'd really missed having him in my life. But a few days later, I found out I was being sponsored to go on a world tour by my company. I would be an international star. I met Anastasia and told her the amazing news, but she sensed something was bothering me, and I told her everything about Seth. You should totally date him. But I'm about to leave for a world tour. I won't have time for him, and I can't have any distractions. That's your mom talking, Val. Listen, you can have all the fame and money in the world, but what's the point if you have no one to share it with? Being successful doesn't mean you have to be alone. Anastasia was right, and the next day I met Seth and told him everything. This time, I don't want to choose. I don't want to give up one dream for another, but I'm moving soon for my world tour and… Val, I wouldn't dream of holding you back. I travel for work all the time, and I can move to Europe while you're there. We can make this work. I let you walk away from me before, and I don't want to do that again. I love you, Valerie. I love you too, Seth.
Money was my whole life, my biggest problem. The only thing I ever wanted, yet the only thing that I could not get. Even in the first grade, I knew I wanted money more than anything. I itched for it. I wanted it. I had to get it. And I would do anything for it. And I mean literally anything. And this is where my story begins. 1 week after I started my business, I literally had trouble hiding all the money I had. I looked adorable posing outside the Disney castle in the cutest dress. I uploaded the photo, and within 5 minutes, the likes and comments came flooding in. Ah, yes. This was going to be one of my most popular pictures ever. I was about to become an influencer, and it was all thanks to Churritos, the Photoshop king, whom I never met in real life. I was about to put up another photo when my mom called my name. Oh no, I pretended to be asleep. She couldn't know about this. No way. Well, to be honest, I didn't actually go to the Disney castle. In fact, I'd never traveled anywhere. My Instagram account was one gigantic lie, and Churritos was my key to success. I'd send him photos and he'd Photoshop them to look amazing. The best part? No one knew I was a fake. No one. Not even my parents. There was one other secret. Even Churritos didn't know that the photos I was sending him weren't even mine. Yup, I'd found a French model on the internet and was using her pictures. I just wanted to make some quick money. Ha! I had all this figured out. But fame wasn't enough for me. I wanted money, so I came up with another brilliant idea. What if we started a business to Photoshop people's profiles to make them more popular? I mean, who doesn't want more likes on their social content, right? We made a new account and got down to business. Pretty soon, messages were pouring in. Turned out everyone wanted to be an Instagram model. I felt rich already. It wasn't only about looking beautiful. People asked for different things also. One girl asked if we could cut her stepmom out of her picture. Then she paid us $100. It was so easy. Another girl asked us to make her crush smile to her. Another asked to remove their body hair, to add expensive cars, to add a dragon, to replace their cheating boyfriend with a dog, to make her sister uglier than her, to make their teacher pee in her pants, and so many other crazy things. But the real moneymaker was making the nose smaller and lips bigger. The thing is, my parents were really poor. Whatever they earned, they'd spend on my education. There was never enough money for pretty dresses or travel vacations. This one time, I asked my mom to buy me a lip gloss, and her face turned purple. Sheesh, she was always overreacting. All I wanted was to be rich by any means. They had no idea what I was up to. If they knew I was spending 99% of my time on Insta, they would probably disown me. After a couple of weeks, I'd already earned enough to buy myself a whole new wardrobe. I had to hide it under my bed in a special box because if my parents found out, they'd think I was selling myself. One day, I was in the school bathroom changing into my new Gucci dress when I overheard a couple of girls talking about our Photoshop account. I almost laughed my bum off. If only they knew it was me. I texted Choritos to tell him we were the talk of the town and then came out of the toilet stall. One of the girls was still there. Her name was Belinda, and she was a goddess. She was everything I wanted to be. I smiled at her, but she took one look at me and said, "Oh, Valerie, you should definitely contact the Photoshop people. They might even be able to make you look half decent for a change." I was so humiliated. How could she be so rude to me? I ran out of the bathroom stall almost in tears. But then I thought, why should I care about stupid Belinda when money was rolling in, right? Then one day, a jewelry brand emailed my fake travel account offering me $1,000 for a sponsored post. There was one tiny problem, though. I actually had to go to the jeweler's to collect the necklace for the post. If they saw me, my gig would be up in smoke. But the money was so good, I just couldn't resist. At this rate, I could even afford plastic surgery. And then I might even end up prettier than Belinda. So I did what all the models do when they want to lay low. I wore the biggest sunglasses I could find. I put on super fancy clothes and wrapped a silk scarf around my head. No one could tell it was me. The store treated me so well, and all I had to do was to act slightly rude when they told me to take off my scarf. I could do this forever. Life was perfect. But that's when the weirdest thing happened. After having worked with Choritos, I started developing feelings for him. He was just so nice to me. He said I was the prettiest girl he'd ever seen, and I totally deserved to go to all these places I wanted to go to. He made my heart flutter. One day, he asked if we could meet. I was so bummed. I so badly wanted to say yes, but I didn't want to lose him. I knew I should tell him I'd been lying about my image. But I wasn't ready. Days later, Belinda texted us. I almost screamed with joy. She asked if we could make it look like she was traveling on weekends. I told Choritos she'd bullied me and asked him to do a bad job, but he refused. He said we had to be professional. Otherwise, she might not pay us. And I guess he had a point. I did want the money. Plus, I felt so satisfied that she was faking her life too. She kept coming back to us, which I found hilarious at first, but after a few weeks, her account was almost as popular as my fake French model account. I couldn't believe it. Sure, we were rolling in cash now, but I didn't want her to overtake me. It felt like she was my competition, and I told Choritos I didn't want to work with her anymore. He didn't reply that day. I guess I should have known something was fishy because that's when things started going downhill. What happened the next morning made my heart sink. He had sent me a message saying he didn't want to do this anymore, as it was interfering with his studies, and that we'd already made enough money. I was really surprised and mad. How could he just want out when we were doing so well? And I thought we were friends now. I asked him if we could meet up, and then he just didn't respond. I couldn't believe it. I was furious. What a traitor. I didn't need him. I could do this on my own. I removed him from the Instagram account and then posted an ad. I would be a one-woman show from now on. That's when I realized what a huge mistake I'd made. I had been so bummed about Churritos that I'd posted the ad on the French model account. By the time I saw what I had done, everyone had seen it and they knew my pictures were photoshopped. I was devastated. My account lost followers immediately and people were making fun of me. Even everyone at school kept talking about it. After school, I was miserable, so I went to the park to calm myself down. I was sitting under my favorite tree when I noticed Belinda walking into the park. I quickly hid behind the trunk so she wouldn't see me and then noticed her walking towards a boy. Ugh, I rolled my eyes. They kissed and then sat down on a bench. Pretty soon they were laughing like hyenas. I wanted to know what they were laughing about, so I got closer. To my horror, they were talking about me. Well, the other me. But me. Belinda was telling him about the influencer who had been her competition. She was so happy to have that girl out of her way. The guy said he was happy for her and kept laughing at how stupid I was. I wanted to punch him. And then he said something that left me shook. He said, I actually know the girl who has that account. I was running the Photoshop account with her. Oh my God. I almost passed out. Churritos was Belinda's boyfriend? What the? He gave Belinda a kiss and said, not like you, babe. I mean, sure, your photos aren't real, but at least it's your face. And Belinda looked at him with the biggest puppy eyes and said she was so grateful that my Photoshop account had brought them together. I wanted to puke. It was time to get out, but I should have known the universe was set against me because just as I was about to leave, Churrito said something that ruined my life. He had hacked the French model account when I refused to see him and had found out that I was using someone else's face. He added that he had traced me back to Belinda's school. I gasped. Please don't say it. Please don't say it. Belinda was all ears. No way, she said. Tell me who. Then in the worst 2 seconds of my life, I heard Churritos say my name. For a second, Belinda was silent. The whole world was silent for a minute. And then she roared with laughter. I wanted to die. How could Churritos do this to me? Belinda obviously spared no time in telling everyone that I was behind the fake French model profile. I instantly became the school's laughingstock, but at least my parents didn't know anything about it. Things were really terrible at school. One time my math teacher commented I should waste less time on Instagram and focus on studies. Everyone laughed. The only person who didn't was geeky little Freddie. He just looked at me and his eyes showed empathy from behind his thick glasses. However, I couldn't bear the laughs, and I was humiliated and furious and heartbroken. Why was this happening to me? I decided I wanted to take revenge on Belinda and Churritos. I was going to do something wicked to them. I wanted to get rich and flaunt my money in their faces, and I knew just how to do it. I made a third new account, hired a different photo editor, and got to work immediately. Thanks to my already established connections, I knew where to begin. I started getting requests like crazy, and soon I had built quite a profile once again. I was back in business, all by myself. More money for me. Then I set up a fake account of another pretty girl, keeping it as secret as possible. From there, I messaged Churritos one day. He replied immediately, the cheater. I started flirting with him and told him he was the cutest boy I had ever seen. Like I didn't know that was a fake profile. He started flirting back with me almost immediately. When I asked him if he was dating anyone, he said no. I laughed. There you go, Belinda. You're no more special than me. I took screenshots and moved to stage 2 of my plan. I asked to meet Churritos and immediately he agreed. Then I also messaged Belinda and told her Churritos was cheating. At first, she wouldn't believe me, but I told her where I was meeting him. She said she'd be there. Ah, sweet success. I couldn't help feeling overjoyed. The next day, I texted Churritos and Belinda to make sure they were both coming. I had decided to call them to the very park they betrayed me in. When they saw each other there, the looks on their faces were priceless. Churritos tried to make up a story, but Belinda showed him the screenshots I'd sent her. There was no escaping this. Churritos almost looked like he was about to cry, and Belinda looked like she would make him. I sat behind the tree laughing. I could hear her yelling all the way from where I was hiding. Life was good. That's what you get for humiliating me, Belinda. But the very next second, the most horrible thing happened. 2 police officers approached me and asked if I was Valerie. I said yes with a shaking voice. One of the officers started reading out my Miranda rights. I was shocked. What was this all about? I had done nothing wrong. The commotion also attracted Churritos and Belinda's attention. They stopped fighting and came over to see what was happening. It was just my luck that they saw I was getting arrested. I kept asking what I'd done wrong, but the cops said they had to escort me to the police station where they would call my parents and explain everything. I was scared to death as I got into the police car. I swear I saw Belinda and Choritos laughing. I wanted to cry. Once we got to the police station and my parents had arrived, looking totally confused and anxious, the chief investigator told us that they had convicted a serial offender who they had been looking for several months. It turned out he used fake internet IDs to scam people. They had reverse-tracked his fake IDs to my account. They were arresting me for assisting a federal criminal, and I would have to appear before a judge. I was horrified. My mom was so embarrassed that she started crying on the spot. Dad just stood there silently in shock. I wanted the ground to open up and swallow me whole. My life was over. I was going to be thrown in prison. The idea of the cold, dark walls of a prison cell made me want to puke. I started shaking and crying uncontrollably. Mom asked the police chief to let me go, but he said there was nothing he could do. When we appeared before the judge, our lawyer advised us to plead guilty to all the felonies I had committed. Since I was underage, they couldn't send me to prison, and I was so thankful. The police said that they were going to take down all of my accounts and I would have to repay the victims. I thought I had earned some really decent cash, and not only did it get taken away, but also my parents had to pay extra fees for the lawyer and court expenses. My dad didn't speak to me for an entire week, and Mom locked herself in her room and cried her eyes out. At school the next week, I tried to keep my head down, but there was no escaping Belinda. Seeing me at the park, she had obviously put two and two together and understood I was behind her and Chorito's fight. So she even forgave him. But me? Everyone was whispering about me. At lunch, Belinda the demon came up to me and said, "Valerie, you're pathetic. First, you make fake accounts, then you get involved with criminals." I wanted to shout back at her and tell everyone she was a fake too, but I was too scared to even try now. I snuck around in the shadows all day, hoping no one would see me. Sometimes I went to the park to cry. I was devastated. I just didn't understand why all this was happening to me. One day, as I sat crying under a tree, I heard a voice, and I almost jumped out of my skin. I swear if it was Belinda, I was going to punch her, but it turned out to be Geeky Freddy. He asked me if I was okay. I sniffed and rolled my eyes at him. After everything that was happening, did he expect me to be okay? Suddenly, he just started laughing. That's it. I couldn't punch Belinda, but this geek was getting his butt kicked. I was about to jump to my feet when he said, "Valerie, you're better than that. You don't need to fake your life to be successful. You can study and work hard and prove to all those people that you're more than just a pretty face." I stared at him with narrowed eyes. "You think I'm pretty?" He went bright red and said he'd had a crush on me for years. I was shook. Then he quickly changed the topic and said he'd show me something I wouldn't believe. His Instagram account, it had more than 50,000 followers, and it was about science. He jokingly told me to stalk his account when I had time and left. That night, I couldn't get Freddy out of my head. I deleted Chorito's number from my phone. I never wanted to speak to him again. And then I was about to text Freddy on Insta when my parents suddenly burst into my room. They were shaking with anger and said they'd spoken to the school and found out I hadn't applied to college at all. They said they worked so hard for me to go to school and I was doing all these crazy things for some cash. I was so embarrassed. They did have a point. I tried to apologize, but they were crazy mad at me. I heard my mom crying herself to sleep and my dad just kept slamming doors. I knew I had to make it up to them, but how? I texted Freddy for ideas, but he said he was busy and would talk to me later. I was disappointed. I thought we were becoming friends. But when I got to school, I saw something that made my jaw drop. All over the hallway at school were photos from Belinda's Insta account, and they said fake on them in red ink. I knew Belinda would think I'd done it, but I didn't even care. I later learned from my friends that Choritos broke up with her after her reputation went south. I didn't feel the least bit of sympathy. They well deserved each other. Turns out it had been Freddy. And when I saw him at lunch that day, I literally threw myself at him and hugged him. Everyone had been laughing at Belinda. She was no better than me. Freddy just laughed and said he hated to see me so hurt and that Belinda deserved it. 6 months later, my life is finally on the right track. I studied really hard with Freddy after school for my SATs and did a restaurant job on the side to save up for college. And finally, I'm in. And my parents couldn't be prouder. Freddy the genius is off to med school, but I still get to see him every day because we are dating now. Guess what I'm studying? I'm doing a degree in business. I figured I really have a flair for selling and marketing things to people. After all, I did manage to run a business successfully when I was only 14.
Finally, I had the beach house all to myself for an entire month. A summer of sunbathing, parties with friends, and bonfires on the beach was headed my way.
I couldn't wait, and the best part, a break from my dad's annoying rules. Hi everyone, I'm Taylor, the girl who has it all. Everyone knows my name, teachers love me, and I live in the sweetest oceanside mansion on this side of the panhandle. Everything was falling into place. I'd just finished my senior year. I got accepted into my dream college, and I had a killer party planned at the end of the week. Life was great, but my summer dreams shattered like a mirror when I saw a familiar face jump out of a moving truck next door. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. What is she doing here? I ducked behind the railing and peered over at a preppy-looking girl walking toward the neighboring house. Her hair clips stuck out like a sore thumb.
Whoa, that's Heather Lanigan. I haven't seen her since...
Shut up, Troy. She'll hear us. My annoying little brother almost gave us away. Thankfully, I pulled him out of sight just in time.
Weren't you guys like best friends or something? Why are you being so sketchy?
I glared at my brother and crept inside as fast as I could, watching from the tilted blinds. Heather and I went way back, but she moved away when we were 12 and took all her insane drama with her. We used to be friends until she started making my life a living nightmare. More on that later. All week, I was forced to sneak around from room to room to stay out of sight, like I was a burglar in my own house. This was not how I wanted to start my summer vacation. Before I knew it, it was the day of my party. I didn't even realize the DJ had arrived to set up his equipment until the doorbell shocked me out of my trance. The guests started showing up, and I wasn't even dressed yet. I threw on the cutest dress in my closet and raced downstairs. Oof, straight into my boyfriend, James.
Careful, babe. What's the rush?
Sorry, I'm just a little on edge. My arch nemesis moved in next door a few days ago, and I'm pretty sure she's plotting my demise.
You mean the tiny little girl on the swing over there?
Sure enough, Heather was outside swinging innocently with a lollipop in her mouth like Lord Voldemort with pigtails. I didn't buy her act for a second. Don't let her size fool you.
Okay. Should we go dance?
Yeah, the music kicked on and I finally let my guard down. We danced and sang karaoke all night long, having an absolute blast. At one point, I looked out the window again and saw Heather, still alone on the swing set. Maybe I'd been too judgy. I was almost tempted to invite her to the party when suddenly I heard gasps behind me.
Watch out!
I spun around and stared just as a light snapped off the railing above. James dove and pushed me out of the way just in time. When I looked back out the window, Heather was gone. I tried to act like it was no big deal. Just a little accident, everyone. No need to stop dancing. But the truth is, I was shaken up. Did Heather do this? Even if she did, I knew there was no way anyone would believe me. After all, no one did the first time she tried to ruin my life. So about that. Growing up, Heather and I were best friends. We loved all the same things. Fashion, parties, the beach, obviously the beach. But we were also straight-A students and in all the school clubs. My dad wouldn't let me do anything without adult supervision, so I used to always drag my mom to our hang sessions because she was less strict. And Heather would bring her dad since he'd recently sold his company for like $1 billion and suddenly had a bunch of free time. Then one day, Heather's dad left. Not long after, my parents got divorced too. Heather's dad moved to Europe to start a new business, and my mom moved to the rainforest to find herself. Guessing all she found was bug bites and poor cell service. It was one more thing Heather and I had in common, except not fun like the others. But instead of bringing us closer together, Heather changed. She stopped answering my calls, started playing cruel pranks on me, and even spread a rumor at school that I peed myself. Pro tip, do not drink lemonade with white pants. Learn from my mistakes, people. One day, she started telling everyone I'd ruined her life. And when I stuck up for myself, Heather turned on the waterworks and no one believed me. I understood her being sad. I was sad too, but I couldn't understand why Heather suddenly hated me. Eventually, Heather and her mom moved away. By then, I was honestly relieved to see her go. At least I'd be safe from her pranks. And I was, for a while. But now, she's back. Over the next few weeks, my brand new car broke down. I lost my entire makeup bag in a thunderstorm, and James even started ditching me. This wasn't a coincidence. Heather was ruining my life all over again. I knew I needed proof this time, so I watched Heather like a hawk. One day, James came over to pick me up for a date and found me doing surveillance.
Babe, she hasn't said a word to you. You're being paranoid.
That's what she wants you to think.
Ooh, scary. Watch out for the big bad she-wolf.
I considered dumping my mocha latte on James's head, but decided to be mature and punch him in the arm instead. Also, this latte was way too good to waste.
mocha. I headed out, not waiting for James. I took one step off my porch when suddenly a tidal wave of bright blue paint rained down from above, covering me from head to toe. Still think I'm paranoid?
Didn't your dad have the house repainted before he left? The painters probably forgot the cans.
You live in a dream world of lies and unicorns! I quickly rinsed off and changed so we could make our reservation on time. I wasn't about to miss out on a meal at the most exclusive restaurant in town just because of the Wicked Witch of the Panhandle. When we arrived, I was so excited. But before we could even walk into the restaurant, the hostess came out and stopped us. I'm sorry, miss, but the entire restaurant has been rented out for the evening. What? We had reservations. Someone came and offered to buy out all of the tables. It's out of my hands. I had a sneaking suspicion I knew who that someone was. Before the hostess could stop me, I barged inside and glared at the center table. There she was, seated and sipping her lemonade with that stupid, innocent smile. Oh, hey, Taylor. My uncle bought the place out for me tonight. Who knew you could do that? It was our first time being face-to-face in 6 years, and I was speechless. You know, I didn't expect to see you here. You seem more like a fast food kind of girl. But you, James, a pretty boy like you can do better than this trash. At least this so-called trash could get a date eating all by yourself. That wiped the smirk right off her face. For a moment, I felt satisfied until Heather flung a mound of mashed potatoes right at me. This is the second dress of mine you've ruined tonight, you little...
Okay, time to go.
Before I could slap that snarky grin off her face, James picked me up and carried me out while I screamed and kicked like a toddler. When I got home, I broke down in tears. All I wanted was to have a fun summer, and Heather had ruined everything. What had I ever done to deserve this? There was a knock at my door, and my little brother Troy came in.
Hey, you okay?
No, Heather was ruining my life again.
Have you tried talking to her? Seems like a better plan than avoiding her forever.
That gave me an idea. You're right. How can I get revenge if I'm always hiding?
I didn't say anything about revenge.
Thanks, Troy. You're a genius. Troy was right. It was time to turn the tables. The next morning, I got up bright and early and headed to Heather's favorite cafe. I had a hunch she'd show up eventually. Sure enough, soon she came in to order. I slipped a note to the barista and hid behind some rando's laptop. Shortly after, the barista put her drink on the counter. Double espresso macchiato for horseface Heather. The entire coffee shop started laughing. Heather turned beet red and then looked right at... Uh-oh. Before I could hide, Heather marched right over and dumped her iced coffee on my head. Did you really think you could hide? I could see the tacky dye job from space. I'll have you know that I'm a natural strawberry blonde. Seriously, my hair got lighter from spending so much time in the sun. It's not a dye job. Okay, so that didn't go quite the way I'd planned. I was seriously gonna have to get a new wardrobe with all the clothes Heather was ruining. Next time, I would be more stealthy. Sadly, summer was coming to an end, but the good news is my university campus was gorgeous. I fell in love in an instant. Even the presence of my arch nemesis couldn't break the spell. On the first day of classes, I had my textbooks, my planner, and a pencil with an adorable pink floofy thing at the end. I was prepared for everything. I noticed a girl was about to sit next to me. Don't even think about it. Sorry, I'm saving it for a friend. Why was I yelling at random students? I'm glad you asked. About an hour ago, I'd paid the janitor to delay Heather on her way to the classroom. That way, when she arrived to class, there would only be one seat left. Earlier that day, I'd gone to a hardware store to buy the strongest glue I could find. See where I'm going with this? Unfortunately, Heather did too. When she came in, I tried to play it cool, but I kept glancing at the chair, and Heather noticed. Then she did something truly evil. She did something truly evil. Hey, your name's Kiki, right? Would you mind taking this seat? I'm nearsighted, so I like to sit close to the front. As that girl Kiki came over to take the seat, I panicked. Pranking Heather was one thing, but embarrassing this random girl was another. She was about to sit when suddenly I shoved her out of the way and sat there myself. Sorry, I just realized my great-grandmother sat in this seat when she was my age. It's kind of a sentimental thing. You get it. She didn't get it. But whatever. At least I'd saved her from humiliation. Unfortunately, I couldn't say the same for myself. When it was time to leave class, I tried to stand carefully, but the glue stuck to my jeans and ripped a hole right in my butt. What's wrong? Did you pee your pants again? If I did, this would be the first time. It's hard to come up with a good comeback when there's a giant hole in your pants. All of my pranks were backfiring. Clearly, I needed to make better plans. So this time, I did. I spent all week preparing for the most epic prank ever. I gathered 6 chickens, 25 jars of honey, glitter, and a human-sized net. Don't ask. Then I hid in a bush with my binoculars and waited for
for Heather to get home.
I see you decided to be mature and talk things out.
Exactly. Thanks, Troy. I am mature. Troy rolled his eyes and went inside. A little while later, I saw headlights approaching, and Heather pulled into the driveway. Everything was ready. Heather was finally gonna get a taste of her own medicine. But when she got out of the car, she was on the phone, and I noticed she was crying.
You obviously don't care at all. You would have come back by now if you did. Forget it.
My hand hesitated on the rope. Heather was in position. All I had to do was pull, and she'd be coughing feathers and glitter for a week. Instead, I approached her. Are you okay?
Why do you care?
Well, I don't know if you remember, but we used to be friends.
Before you ruined my life, you mean?
Oh my God, Heather. I have no idea what your problem is with me. We were besties, and then one day you decided to turn me into a boogeyman for no reason. Whatever it is, get over it.
I'll never get over it. I'll follow you to the ends of the earth. You'll never know a moment's peace until I have my revenge.
Wow, she really was insane. Stripes and polka dots? Also, the whole evil villain speech, that was weird too. Good luck with world domination or whatever, crazy pants. I started to walk away when suddenly I tripped and pulled on the rope to catch my fall. In an instant, I was hit with a cascade of feathers, honey, and glitter. Heather laughed when suddenly the net fell and snatched her up into the air. We both looked totally ridiculous, but at least the prank was a partial success. Was it just me, or was that a smile on Heather's face? Smile or not, Heather had told me she wasn't gonna let this go. I needed to be ready. A few weeks went by with nothing happening. I knew Heather was trying to lure me into a false sense of security. She must be planning something big. There was a big fall festival coming up. Even though I was a total summer girl, I loved the changing leaves, crisp autumn air, and pumpkin candles. I couldn't wait for the festival, and that's why I knew Heather would make her move there to ruin it for me. The day of the festival, I was on high alert.
Babe, why do you keep checking your makeup? You look great.
I'm not checking my makeup. I'm watching my 6. Then I saw her, hiding behind the donut stand.
That's it. I've put up with your stupid little games all summer, and clearly you're not growing up anytime soon. I'm breaking up with you. Also, I lied. Your makeup doesn't look great.
You take that back.
Have fun being at the festival all alone, loser.
Hey, pretty boy. James and I turned at the same time. Suddenly, Heather dumped her pumpkin spice latte on his head. He was about to scream when I took my candy apple and jammed it into his mouth. There, definitely an improvement. Agreed. James stalked off furiously, and Heather and I laughed. You stuck up for me. Well, we did used to be friends. Heather, I'm not lying. I really don't know why you started hating me. You really don't? You set your mom up with my dad. He left my mom and moved to the rainforest with your mom. I was shocked. Heather, I didn't even know they were together. I thought your dad was in Europe. And why would you think I set them up? You used to always bring your mom to our play dates and then leave her alone with my dad because she was less strict than my dad. I wasn't playing matchmaker. I was 11. To my surprise, Heather hugged me. I'm sorry. Listen, your brother came to me last night with tears in his eyes. He begged me to stop. I enjoyed it, but yeah, he was sad. He what? Listen, he's right. I never should have blamed you. It was so hard, and I guess focusing all my sadness and anger on you was easier than dealing with my broken family. I know you had your own struggles too, and I'm sorry if I made things worse. I missed you. I missed you too. I have to go and kill my brother, so come here. What do you say we focus on a couple of those cinnamon donuts?
Hi friends, my name is Crystal and I'm from Korea. Please like and subscribe. When my mom was pregnant with me, so was her best friend. When our kids are born, they'll be buddies just like us. And Ben and I were. Growing up, he was my pal. One time Ben and I were playing and he was running after me. Then he accidentally nudged me and I fell down the stairs. I hit my head, but before I could cry, Ben started wailing. No, Crystal! Oh my god, it's all my fault. Does it hurt? Let me pick you up. Gosh, you're heavy. Crystal, are you okay? Ben, I'm fine, really. Saying that, I hugged him. Ben was such a softie. I did get a small Harry Potter-like scar on my forehead, but I didn't blame Ben. He was the best, and I wished we'd always be together. But when I was 5, Ben and his parents had to move to France for a work opportunity, and I missed him so much. As if things couldn't get any worse, Dad suffered a huge loss in his business soon after. Slowly, I saw how bad Mom and Dad's relationship was getting because of money problems. And after a few years, Mom left us. But Dad always tried to make me happy. We were so short on money that we had to shop at thrift stores. but he spent hours looking for the things I'd like. Look at this jacket, Crystal. It has rhinestones. You love rhinestones. It is pretty, Daddy. See? I told you we'd find some good stuff here. Since I was a good student, I got a scholarship at my school and relieved Dad of that burden. I worked hard and was a top student. I needed to keep the scholarship. And when I was in the 10th grade, something awesome happened. Ben and his parents had returned to town and moved into a big mansion. And seeing Ben on the first day of school after summer vacation, my heart started beating fast. And then he swept me into his arms. Crystal, oh my God, you haven't changed a bit. But you have. You're so tall. And wow, so muscular. Ben and I were in the same class and we started hanging out together all the time. But I soon realized he was getting way too much attention from all the girls, especially Mia. And she was the worst. She acted like she owned the whole town, just because her mom was the mayor. And to my horror, Ben and Mia soon started dating. I hated her, but for Ben's sake, I pretended to be nice, and she did the same. She acted like a saint in front of Ben, but not when he wasn't around. She'd do petty things like pull out the chair when I was about to sit, and she would always comment on my clothes and appearance. I'm saying all this for your benefit. No one likes a girl who looks so poor. I'd rather be poor than a jerk like you. Gosh, what did Ben ever see in that witch? One time for lunch, Ben had gotten the yummiest pizza and we were enjoying it when Mia came and hugged him tight. Oh, I missed you so much in art class. Why didn't you join it, Benny Wenny? You know I'm a science guy, babe. Here, wanna have some pizza? She refused, and then Ben packed the leftovers and told me I should take them home because he was full. Dad and I never ordered out much, and I was happy to share it with him. A few weeks later, it was Ben's birthday and he invited me to his place. I saw how Ben and Mia were dancing so close to each other, and it made me feel so jealous. I went to the balcony for some fresh air. After a while, I was headed back inside when Mia and some of her friends came, and I hid behind a plant. You've really got yourself a hot boyfriend this time, Mia. Yeah, he's totally wrapped around my fingers. He adores me and gives me the best gifts. There's just one problem. His miserable beggar friend. Oh, I really hate her. You know, Ben cares for her so much that he gets her favorite pizza for lunch every day and pretends to be full so she can take the leftovers home. He really pities her, and she has no shame. She could probably live on his charity forever. Why would Ben tell her something like that? What? So pathetic. Wiping my tears, I just ran back home. After that date, I sort of ignored Ben, even though he asked me if something was wrong a million times. I just didn't need his pity or his charity. When we were in our senior year, our teacher announced a science tournament and the winning team was going to get an amazing cash prize. Dad and I could always use the money, so I immediately signed up for it, and I was paired with Ben. I tried to get my partner changed, but the teacher said it was final. So, you want to come over to my place to brainstorm some ideas? No thanks. Hey, Crystal, I don't know why you stopped talking to me, but come on. This is a great opportunity. Let's do this together, please. I knew Ben was a science genius and being
Me away. Get lost, Anna. I told you I liked him, but you trapped him first. Tanya, stop it. I didn't do anything. He liked me from the beginning, and you sent me to him. Yeah, it was my biggest mistake, thinking I could trust you. Traitor witch. She jumped onto me and grabbed my hair, and we broke into a huge fight. Mom and Dad were called in, and the principal showed them the videos the kids had recorded. He said Tanya's behavior was getting worse day by day, and she was suspended for a month. I felt so bad and went to hug her later that night and told her I wasn't going to see Brandon anymore, and she immediately hugged me. But when I went to my room, Brandon was already waiting there. Why are you avoiding me? And what was your sis talking about today? Brandon, you can't be here. Get out now. Hey, chill. Why do you look so tense? Tell me, what happened? He pulled me close into his arms, and I just melted. I told him everything, honestly. And then he looked into my eyes. I won't force you to like me, but if you do, I won't let anyone keep you away from me, Anna. He moved in to kiss me, but just then, Tanya came into my room with a fire extinguisher in her hand and sprayed it all over us. I knew it, you ugly cow. I knew you're a filthy backstabber, and I'm gonna destroy you both. Suddenly, Mom and Dad came running too, and she was taken back to her room. And I was grounded for a week for inviting a boy. We had a big concert soon, and though I was super mad at Tanya, I still had to help her because of our contract. As usual, I was singing backstage while the entire crowd was cheering for Tanya. After the performance was over, she was given an award for star performer. Even Mom and Dad were called on stage.
You guys must feel truly blessed to have a daughter with the voice of an angel.
It's an honor.
We're so lucky to have her.
For some reason, I felt really left out, and I smashed my mic on the ground. Just then, someone from the audience asked Tanya to dedicate a song to Mom. Holy moly. Tanya made this gesture with her hands that was my cue to sing every time. But my mic, it was lying broken on the floor. She started singing without me, and everyone in the audience heard her real voice. Oh my God! A wave of silence passed through the audience, and Tanya looked at me super mad. The crowd started chanting that she was a fraud who did lip syncing. They went mad and started climbing onto the stage. The bodyguards immediately took Tanya and my parents away to safety and left me there all by myself. How could they? I ran out of the venue and I was raging mad. I did so much for them and they didn't care about me one bit. But when I reached home, I was shocked to see a huge crowd gathered in front of my house. What in the world was happening? Just then, my phone went buzzing like crazy with videos and messages from everyone. Tanya's bullying and lip-syncing videos were going viral, and someone uploaded my video as the real singer too. Holy Mother of Jesus! I quickly went into the house through the back door, and on seeing me, Tanya viciously threw a vase at me, which I barely missed. Just then, I saw all the singing awards and trophies she was burning in the fireplace. Oh my God, have you gone crazy? Why would you do that? What were you thinking? Trying to ruin me? What? Are you kidding me? It was an accident. Oh, was it? Or is it because you want some fame for yourself now? Just remember this, you witch. People hear your voice because of my face. Otherwise, no one would ever pay you, even if you sang on the roadside. Who was this monster? You're such a mean, self-absorbed brat, Tanya. I can't believe you'd say that to me when the fact is, you're only a star because of my voice. Without me, you're just a pretty dumb face. Tanya picked up a burning trophy in her hand and charged at me with full force. You took away everything from me. The guy I loved, my reputation at school, and now my fame too. I'm gonna kill you. Thankfully, Mom and Dad came in and stopped her just in time.
Stop this madness right now. I can't believe we were so blinded by your beauty and fame that we never realized what a monster you were turning into.
Dad took the burning trophy from her hand and threw it away.
Anna, we're so sorry. We've never truly appreciated you for everything you've done for us. You're the daughter that every parent would be proud of. Please, forgive us.
Oh, Mom, Dad, you people are just morons. And I'm not letting go of my fame so easily. Watch this. I'm gonna walk out and everyone is still gonna love me. Tanya opened the front door and walked out, and all the media surrounded her.
So, is it true you can't sing? And that creepy frog voice we heard? Was it your real voice?
And who's the real singer? Is she your sister? We want to say her. You're just fake trash.
Just then, a bunch of anti-fans started throwing eggs and rotten tomatoes at her. She was screaming like crazy and pushing through the crowd to get to her car. And well, I was enjoying it. She was totally getting what she deserved. I thought I'd get a better view from my room, so I went up and found Brandon there. I immediately hugged him.
Whoa, the truth's all out now. And I can't believe I'm dating the real star. I'm excited for your famous life now.
No, Brandon. I just want a peaceful life. And if you're with me to enjoy some kind of popularity, you got the wrong girl.
No, babe. I don't care about what you choose, just as long as I can be with you. Always. Hi, I'm Marianne from a small town in Austria. A few years ago, I accidentally discovered that I'm adopted, and my dad doesn't know I know. Since then, all I've wanted is to find my real parents. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. I never knew my mom, but I grew up with the most amazing dad. He worked as a carpenter, and even though we never had much money, I had everything I needed. And what I needed most were books. Dad would read to me every night, and I became obsessed. When I joined school and discovered the library, I felt like I'd gone to heaven. And I always preferred my friends from stories over real people. Once in 6th grade, I needed to use the dictionary, so I went to Dad's room and climbed a stool to take it down from the shelf. Just then, the stool under me wobbled, and I went crashing to the floor with some books. As I started picking everything up, I saw something that left me shook. It was a picture of a couple holding a baby, and the woman looked exactly like me. She had to be my mom, and the man next to her was my real dad? I turned the picture over, and all it said was, Vienna 2005. That was my birth year. Were my real parents in Vienna? I snuck the picture into my pocket. Dad had kept it a secret, and I had to know why. I was waiting to confront Dad that evening, but he didn't come home. Hours passed, and he wouldn't even pick up his phone. Just then, there was a loud knock on the door, and it was Dad's friends from work, bringing him on a wheelchair. Oh my God! Dad, what happened? He'd had a terrible fall at work and wasn't allowed to walk for months. And even after he fully recovered, he had a permanent limp now. I put aside all thoughts of confronting him about my real parents. I didn't want to make things harder for him. Once in the 8th grade, I'd gone with Dad to the market when suddenly he got a cramp in his leg and lost his balance. He went crashing straight into a wealthy-looking man who in turn fell onto a food seller's stall, bringing down the whole thing with him. As I helped Dad up, the wealthy man turned to him furiously.
You blind, ignorant man. Look what you've done. My suit is ruined. Do you know what it costs? More than your house, I'm sure.
Don't talk to my father like that. He didn't do it intentionally. He has an injured leg.
So why is this cripple going around causing trouble for everyone else? I want the money for my suit.
You may have all the wealth in the world, sir, but you certainly don't have any compassion. My father's ailments is something he can't help. But what's your excuse for your cold, unfeeling, dead heart?
Hey, kid, just shut up and...
But just then, a rich-looking lady stepped forward.
Don't talk like that to the child.
Will this solve your problem? She waved a thick bundle of cash in his face. In 2 seconds, the man's anger was gone. The rich lady even gave money to the stall owner, and she offered to take me and Dad home. We invited her in, and soon after, she said something completely unexpected. I'm so impressed with you, Marianne. And this might sound strange, but would you like to come live with me in Vienna? I would love to send you to a really good school. Vienna? That's where my real parents were from. This was my chance to look for them. She even said she'd hire Dad as a handyman on her estate. I was really eager to go, and within a week, we'd packed up our lives and moved. The lady's estate was 5 times larger than my school, and Dad and I were given a small cottage to live in. And just a few days later, the lady told me I'd be joining her daughter's school. On my first day, as I walked up to the lady's car, a girl suddenly pushed me aside. Ew, maid, where do you think you're going? Go clean something. Where are your manners, Lisa? This is the amazing girl I told you about, and I'd like you two to be friends. Oh, she's your charity case? She looks like her only friends would be cows and baby goats. And what is so distasteful about being friends with such lovely creatures, may I ask? No, you may not ask me anything. Who talks like that, freak? She got in and slammed the door shut. I just stayed silent during the ride, but then suddenly, Lisa made the driver stop. I'm not gonna be seen with you. You can walk the last few blocks. She pushed me out and drove off. What a witch! Just as I was crossing the road, a sports car came speeding and stopped inches away from me. A cute boy stepped out from the back seat and shouted,
Hey, watch where you're going, loser.
Wow, who were these people? Turns out the jerk was in my class along with Lisa. I could see them all looking me up and down, but I just ignored them. Later at recess, I sat alone reading. The The boy took a seat at my table with his friends behind him. I don't think I introduced myself before. I'm Vincent. What's your name? You can call me whatever you like. After all, what's in a name? Huh? What are you saying? Would a rose smell less sweet if it was named garbage? Would a fire not burn us if it was called a flower? Would I be less annoyed by you if my name wasn't Marianne? The answer is no. Why are you talking like that, weirdo? So, your name's Marianne? That's kind of pretty. You don't need to remember it. I don't think we'll have much to do with each other. And with that, I just left. Aw, poor Vincent. How does it feel to be rejected by a girl? Oh, please. I just need a little time with her, and she'll be head over heels in love. I can work my magic on any girl. Well, I'm not so sure about this one. Challenge accepted. It was no surprise that Vincent and Lisa were best friends, and their gang was the meanest bunch of kids around. I'd see them picking on smaller kids at recess or poking fun at their classmates. They didn't even spare the teachers. So I was horrified when the physics teacher announced that I'd be paired with Vincent for a project. But he looked delighted. I tried ignoring him and was reading the science book to figure out something when suddenly he snatched it from me. Why are you always staring at a book when you could be looking at more beautiful things? Like me. I don't have time for your nonsense, Vincent. Give that back. Okay, but only if you agree to go out with me. I'd rather jump off a cliff. Wrong answer. And with that, he ripped some pages out and threw the book in the trash bin. What is the matter with you? Don't you have any respect for anyone or anything? God, you're such an imbecile. Why do you use such strange words? An what now? An imbecile. It means a fool, an idiot, a dummy, a moron. I pushed him away and he went crashing into our half-finished project, but I didn't even care. There was no way I was working with him. A few days later, I was walking back home when suddenly it started to pour heavily. As I dashed through the rain, a car stopped me, and Vincent rolled down the window. Hey, you're gonna get sick. Get in the car. I'd rather catch pneumonia. Oh my God. Just get in. Hate me later. Reluctantly, I got in, and a minute later, we were driving up to his gigantic mansion. He quickly led me to the fireplace in the library, and my mouth was just wide open. I've never seen so many books in one place in my whole life. What a treasure this is. Well, you're welcome to take some. I don't read them, and my parents are hardly ever here. I felt a bit sorry for him. That sounded lonely. And suddenly, I remembered something. Oh my God, my parents' picture. I dug through my pockets to find it all wet, and I started flapping it around to dry it. What's that, and why are you acting crazy? It's the only picture I have of my real parents. I told him how I'd discovered it and that I carried it around with me, hoping I'd find them somewhere. I think I could help you with that. My parents know a good private investigator. He could probably track them down. Do you really mean that? That would be amazing. Thank you so much. As we spent some time talking, I felt myself warming up to Vincent. When he walked me out to go home with his driver, I suddenly turned to him. Vincent, why do you act that way in school? What do you mean? I mean, you have everything in the world and you're wasting every opportunity to learn. And all you do is tease and mock other people. I'm sure your life isn't perfect, but that's not an excuse to be the worst version of yourself most of the time. I thought he'd be really mad, but instead, he took my hand. I'm sorry you've only seen the worst of me. I'll try to change that. He kissed me on the cheek before he turned away, and for some reason, I couldn't stop smiling all the way home. As I was walking down to the cottage, Lisa suddenly jumped out from behind a tree. Is that Vincent's car you just got off from? Why? It's none of your business, Lisa. Vincent is very much my business. I know you have a wild imagination, but don't start dreaming that someone like him could ever like you. I pushed her aside and walked off. She was crazy, as if I wanted someone like Vincent. Or did I? He was just so nice after that day. He'd come sit next to me in the cafeteria, help me carry my stuff, and one time as I was walking back home, he leapt out of a car and decided to walk with me. He told me the investigator was hopeful we'd find my parents really soon. And a few days later, when he asked me to be his date for the Christmas dance at school, I really couldn't refuse. Dad had surprised me one evening with the most beautiful dress, and at the dance, I felt like someone straight out of a fairy tale.
I was searching for Vincent in the hall when I felt a gentle tap on my shoulder.
Wow, you look really beautiful, Marianne.
He took my hand and led me to the dance floor, and it felt like we were in our own little world. At the end of the song, he suddenly pulled me closer and leaned in to kiss me. Everyone around us was clapping and cheering as I kissed him back. During the evening, I went to freshen up in the bathroom, and when I returned, I found Vincent in a corner with Lisa and his friends.
Wow, Vincent, you really take a challenge seriously. You said you could make any girl fall for you, and you proved it. That kiss could have fooled even me.
Marianne has totally fallen for your Prince Charming act. It's gonna be so much fun when you dump her. That's what I was? A challenge? Vincent looked shocked as they all turned around to see me behind them.
No, Marianne, wait. It's not what you...
I suddenly slapped him hard. Why did I think you were actually a decent human being? You even pretended to help me find my parents just to convince me that you cared? You're the most vile person I've had the misfortune to meet. I hate you. No, I despise you. I didn't go to school for days. I just didn't want to see anyone's face. But one day, Dad walked into my room holding a package.
A boy from your school dropped this, saying it was important. Forgive me for opening it first, but Marianne, you've known about your parents and you've been looking for them?
Wait, what? Dad, I'm sorry. I just needed to know. He gave me the package as he sat down on my bed, and I looked through the papers with trembling hands. The first was a newspaper clipping saying my parents were politicians who had been sentenced to prison for 25 years for stealing state funds.
I worked at your parents' house. When they were arrested, you were going to be sent to an orphanage, and I just really wanted a kid, so I adopted you, Marianne. I kept the truth from you because I thought it would only make you upset. I'm sorry if I haven't been the best dad.
I jumped forward and hugged him, tears pouring down my face. No, you're the most amazing dad anyone could possibly have. I just wanted to know who they were. But it's not because I've ever been unhappy with you as my father. Not ever. Dad hugged me back.
If you ever want to see them, I'll arrange a visit, okay? It won't bother me at all. I know you're my daughter. By the way, that boy just left if you want to talk to him.
I ran out the door after Vincent, who was walking down to the gate. Why did you do that? Your stupid challenge was over, right? Why did you make an effort to find my parents?
Marianne, it did start off as a stupid challenge, and I wasn't planning on falling for you. But I did, almost instantly. What I feel for you is real and true. I wouldn't have made all that effort if I didn't love you. You're the most special girl I've ever met, and you make me want to be a better person. I'm so sorry for hurting you. Please forgive me, will you?
I looked into his earnest eyes and slowly smiled. I'd rather go down with the Titanic, but I stepped closer and pulled him in for a kiss. Hi, I'm Greta. I live with my single mom on a busy Miami street. Please like and subscribe. I've always been a late bloomer. Born 2 weeks after mom's due date, took 2 years to speak my first word, and growing up, I wasn't a very social person. But my mom was so talkative. She could blabber nonstop about a burnt omelet for a whole day. But whenever I was around, I was her subject. Once when I was 4, we had a family gathering and all my aunt's sons were playing with me. Suddenly, Mom went bonkers with their parents. Look at your boys. I don't even know why they like her. You know, she still wears diapers at night. One night, I tried to train her to sleep without diapers. That was it. When I woke up, there was poop all over the room. On the floor, on the bed, on the door, on the closet, on her toys.
Ew, that's a factory of poop.
Yeah, but that's nothing. Yesterday at the grocery store,
Mama, stop. Stop this right now.
Everyone was laughing and I burst into tears and ran away. But Mom continued her story again like nothing happened. On my first day of school, Mom walked with me. As we were about to enter, she grabbed my bag from behind and there started my first class. You're a careless, stupid little girl, so keep this in mind. Stay away from making friends, 'cause you never know who's good or bad inside, especially no boys. Focus on studying, That's why you're going to school. Hear me?
Mom, let me go. If you keep talking, I'll be late for my first day at class.
I ran off, and guess what's the first thing I did in class? I made friends with Kathy, who also happened to be my neighbor. One day, I asked Kathy to join us for dinner without telling Mom, but when she turned up at our door, Mom couldn't refuse. I was so happy to have my friend over, but soon I realized what a big mistake I'd made.
Hey, what's up with the ew face, madame? You only eat lobsters and caviar for dinner? So, our food isn't good enough for you? Thank God you're not beautiful, or you'd think you're the queen of the world.
Mom, she didn't say anything. Let her eat, please.
Eat? No. I can see from her rich dress and her entitled look you don't belong with her. Just go away, ugly girl.
Kathy freaked out and ran away. That felt horrible. I ran after her on the road when suddenly a bus came charging straight at me. I stood frozen in horror, but Mom pulled me back just in time.
Are you crazy? You could have gotten hit and gone into a coma.
At least that would feel better, Mom. You embarrassed me so much. See, I'm gonna run off somewhere. If you don't let us be friends, I swear.
Oh, you heartless girl. Do whatever you want. I just want you to be careful, 'cause you're my daughter.
Ugh, I don't know if all moms are the same or if it's just her. Years went by and Kathy and I became the closest. On her 10th birthday, they had a party and I attended it with my mom. When she heard Kathy say the price of their cake was $900, she lost it.
Woo-wee! Why spend so much money on a cake while she can use it for her daughter's plastic surgery? Man, Kathy is ugly.
Mom, quiet. What can Kathy do about it? She didn't create herself.
Well, she can, actually. It's the 21st century, not a big deal.
I saw Kathy looking really upset as some people laughed, and her mom asked us to leave. It was so embarrassing. Mom, stop! Are you crazy? You hurt Kathy's feelings. And does it make you mad that her mom is a single woman like you, but she's done so well for herself?
Oh, shut up, Greta. I can tell from the looks of that lady, she's not honest. And listen, I don't want you to visit their house any longer. I don't have a good feeling about them.
But I couldn't dump my best friend for no good reason. The next day, I went to Kathy's house and I apologized to her for my mom's annoying behavior. Kathy was such a sweet friend that she didn't hate me for my mom, and she forgave me. Just then, I saw her mom dancing. Kathy said her mom was a famous dancer in town and she ran a dance studio too. That's so cool, Kathy. I've always wanted to be a dancer, but you know my mom. She'd never pay for it. What if you don't need to pay? I'll speak to my mom. She'll teach you for free. That was amazing. I started going for weekend dance classes, telling Mom I was just hanging out with Kathy. Kathy's mom was teaching me some really different moves I'd never seen before, and she said it was the new trend. I was practicing at home one night when Mom came into my room and she burst out laughing.
Where did you learn that from? That's insane. OMG, I can't stop laughing.
What's so funny, Mom? Clearly you have no idea about the hot trend. And I learned this from a professional dancer.
Professional? What? Oh no. These moves with claps and snaps? That's not dancing, really.
Enough, Mom. I'm sick of this. Just leave me alone. I pushed her out of my room and closed the door. God. Weeks later, we had a talent show. All the parents and teachers were going to be there, and I was freaking confident. I was going to get some big applause for my dance and prove my mom wrong. The moment I got on the stage and the music started, there was so much noise from the audience. Wow, they were loving it. But seconds later, they started throwing paper balls and shouting, "Out, out, 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 out." I stood frozen in shock. What? Just then I heard Mom yelling from the crowd.
I warned you about these foolish dance moves, Greta. I told you, but no, you didn't listen. See now? Why don't you ever listen to your mommy?
Seriously, Mom? I couldn't be more embarrassed. I ran home angrily. I was super mad at both my mom and Kathy's mom. How could she teach me this stupid dance? I didn't talk to my mom for days, and I stayed inside my blanket house. I'd only let my hand out of the bed to grab food from Mom. I wasn't gonna forgive any of them. One morning, when I let out my hand to get food, Mom held my hand and wouldn't let go. Just let go of my hand, Mom. I don't wanna. Kathy, what are you doing here? I'm so mad at you and your mom. You guys made me a fool out there. I'm so sorry, Greta. But why are you mad at me? I didn't do anything. Who knows what my mom teaches her students? But please, don't hate me for my mom. I never hated you for yours. She sounded so true. After all, it's not her fault, and she apologized too. I called her inside my blanket house, and we started talking and laughing, and I started feeling better. Hey, I've got good news. The baseball team captain, your long-term crush, he's hosting a Halloween party tonight, and he's invited everyone at school. That includes you and me too? OMG, that's amazing. But I don't have any costumes. Well, that's why I'm here. We have to go shopping. Come on. We both got up happily and found Mom standing there with flared nostrils.
What's this little devil doing here? And what's all this about going to some stupid boy's party?
Kathy was about to run away, but I held her hand.
Mom, were you eavesdropping? That's awesome.
But listen, I'm done with all your doubts and questions. You're making me feel like I'm dumb, but I'm not. So just back off, please.
Okay, fine. I'm always looking out for you, but if you think you can take care of things by yourself, I'll back off.
She stormed off, and Kathy and I had a blast shopping for costumes. Later that evening, I went to the party dressed up as Wonder Woman. I was sure to impress my crush, but when I walked into his house, I stared around in horror as everyone stared at me. No one was dressed in costumes. Everyone was just dressed in their regular clothes. As everyone started laughing, the ground under my feet started to burn. I looked around for Kathy, and just then, she came laughing with the baseball team captain, and then she kissed him in front of everyone. What the what? How could my best friend do this to me? Oh, looks like some poor kitty wanted to impress my boyfriend by wearing that costume. Gosh, Greta, talk about being desperate. Does Wonder Woman have a cape? Because now would be a good time for you to fly out of this really embarrassing situation. I got so mad. I gave her a hard slap on her face and ran out with tears. When Mom saw me upset, she totally lost it.
Now you're crying, huh? See? I warned you about your stupid friendship and this stupid party and stupid boys. This is what you get for choosing that stranger over your mama.
Mom, shut up. Just shut up. Of course, she couldn't. She kept blabbering while I walked sadly to my room. I couldn't sleep that night thinking of what Kathy had done to me all along. I didn't go to school for days, but Mom's torture was increasing, so I had to move on. But I wouldn't even look at that witch Kathy. Then one day, the teacher announced there was going to be a food sales day where we had to cook and sell food on campus. And Kathy and I were on the same team. We were given small cooking stations, and I started cooking on my own. Kathy was standing opposite to me, staring with devil eyes. Suddenly, I looked up to see that she was gone. Where'd she go? And seconds later, someone pushed me out of my station. Mom, what are you doing here? And why are you attacking me? Before she could answer, my whole tent burst into flames. Had my mom just saved me? I hugged her and saw Kathy smiling from afar. So it's her doing again? I marched straight up to her. Did you just try to hurt me, you psycho? Why? What did I ever do to you, other than being your friend? Friend? Oh, save it. I never wanted to be your friend. It's you who wanted me by your side, so you could look prettier than what you freaking are. And I'm sick of being in your shadow. I'm tired of being the ugly one. I don't want to be ugly. I can't be ugly. Ugly? I never saw you like that. I always thought you were a sweet, nice girl. What are you talking about? Why didn't you tell me about this before? You were never in my shadow. I loved you, Kathy. Oh, shut up. I don't need your sympathy anymore. You might be prettier than me, but I'm richer. With all the money I have, I'm just a queen myself. And you will see. Oh, I doubt that last part. I must say, you're very confident for a prisoner's daughter. Yeah, babe, your mom was arrested in the morning today for a major theft. Now we know how you people were living like millionaires. You must be ashamed. What? That was unbelievable. Kathy instantly started crying and screaming and ran out of the school like crazy. I then turned to Mom. Mom, I'm so sorry. I feel like such a brat. I never really listened to you, but turns out you were right about everything. With Kathy, her mom, the dance, the party, everything. I don't know why I always took you the wrong way. I guess it's my fault too. After hearing you say that I'm making you feel dumb, I understood. Yes, that's what I've been doing. I should express myself more wisely. Some parents aren't good at expressing their emotions at times. I'm sorry too, Greta. I hugged her and we both went home. That night, we had dinner inside my blanket house after so long, and Mom started talking again about how she burnt the toast today. Hi, I'm Monica from California. Please like and subscribe. I was born to middle-class parents. Dad was a lawyer and Mom was a sculptor, and unfortunately, she wasn't as good as she thought.
Is that a monkey's butt, Mom?
Yes, it represents freedom. You won't get it.
I don't think anyone will.
Growing up, I was closer to my dad. He would read to me every day and tuck me into bed, while Mom stayed in her room making weird structures from mud. Every time Dad asked her to get a real job, she would lock herself in and not come out for days. One evening after an argument with Dad, Mom left the house in the middle of the night. We searched everywhere and found her in the park, crouching under a tree. What took you guys so long? Look what I made. Mom, we were going crazy looking for you. Oh, but I was right here, darling. Things changed after that. Mom and Dad started avoiding each other even more, and Dad got busier with work. I started reading to keep myself distracted, and by 17, I'd read almost all the books in Dad's library. One night, I was studying for a test when I heard Mom and Dad arguing again.
I work hard all day and night, and you go behind my back to get these useless things?
I'm trying to build something amazing. I knew you wouldn't give me the money if I told you. Just relax.
No, I won't. I've had enough. I'm leaving.
What? No, Dad, wait! Dad didn't even turn around. I was so mad at Mom for driving him away that I didn't talk to her for days. After Dad left, things went downhill quickly in terms of money. I was a straight-A student, so we got an extension on the fees, and somehow I convinced my mom to get a job in the diner so we wouldn't go completely broke. But a few days later, I came back from school to find Mom sitting outside the house. What? What happened? The landlord threw us out. We didn't have the money for rent. But I thought you got a salary. Yes, but then I saw this beautiful sculpting kit and I couldn't stop myself. Can't you ask for an advance at your job? Oh no, I can't. I quit. Waiting on people is not my thing. You quit? Mom, are you crazy? We're homeless because you spent everything on those stupid supplies. This is not stupid. This is my dream. And what about my dreams? You know I want to study law. And you know what? It's my fault. I should have known better. The look on Mom's face broke my heart, but I was too mad to think straight. We took our luggage and moved to a motel nearby, and I spent the whole night applying to every part-time job on the internet. That's when I came across an ad asking for a babysitter for 10-year-old twin girls. The money was good, so I applied, and luckily I got a call back almost immediately, along with an address. The place was in the middle of nowhere, and as I stepped inside, a can of juice went flying past me, almost hitting me in the head.
This is cranberry. I'm allergic to this. You want me to die, don't you? Hello? I'm talking to you. Sis? I think she's finally gone crazy. What do you think? Should we kick her out too?
The poor maid stood still like a rock, staring at the floor, as the two brats screamed at her. I could see tears rolling down her face, but her expression remained cold as ice. Hi. I think they're talking to you. And you two, can you stop flinging things like that? You might end up hurting someone.
Then don't stand in the way, ugly face. Who are you anyway? A trespasser from the media? Oh my god, a kidnapper?
I'm here for the babysitting job?
Oh, but aren't you supposed to be all old and wrinkly? And what are you still doing here? Get your deaf butt out of this room.
Now, that's not a very nice thing to say, Emerald.
Suddenly, a handsome guy in his 40s walked in, and the whole place fell silent. Something about his face screamed royalty to me, but when he spoke, a chill ran down my spine.
You must be Monica. I'm Robbie Jackson. That's Emerald and Pearl, my daughters. Just excuse their behavior. They get hyper around new people.
No problem, but they do need to treat people with respect.
Of course. That's why I want a good nanny for them that could teach them some manners. You see, I'm a busy man and I need my space.
Sure, but I thought you needed a babysitter.
Potato, potato. You help them study, eat, sleep, everything. And sometimes you have to stay the night. Like tonight I have a charity event and I'll be back tomorrow. I'll pay you extra for this. Do we have a deal?
I thought about it for a moment before agreeing, and Mr. Jackson immediately gave me $5,000 as a salary advance. This was huge.
Don't get too happy. We won't make it easy on you. Consider this as our warning. Dad's soft, but we're not.
Try me. I'm tougher than you think. As I lay on my bed that night, I couldn't shake an uneasy feeling about the house and those creepy brats. God, those girls needed some discipline. I went downstairs to get some water and found the maid from the morning. So I thought of having a little chat. Hey there, so how long have you been working here? Silence. Could you tell me your name at least? Why? Please don't talk to me. Before I could say anything else, this maid turned around and left. Well, that was awkward. I was just getting over this weird moment when suddenly I heard someone howling downstairs. I got freaked out and rushed to check up on the twins when I realized one of them was missing. What the freaking Funyuns? Diamond? Sorry, Pearl? Pearl? What? Stop screaming. Where's your sister? She's not here.
Shh, stop freaking out. She went to her special place. She'll come back. Chill.
What special place?
How would I know? She just calls it her special place. She goes there every night and comes back later. Just try to shut up. I'm trying to get some sleep.
Pearl simply pulled the blanket and turned around. Helpless, I tried looking for Emerald everywhere, but it was like she disappeared into thin air. The next morning before leaving for school, I went straight to Mr. Jackson to talk about it.
Don't think about it too much. Just be careful around the girls. They've taken a hit after their mom got into a coma. If you take good care of them, you'll never have to look for another job.
Mr. Jackson looked desperate, and in some ways it reminded me of my own dad around mom trying to get her to work. Over the next few days, I tried everything to warm up to the girls, but they were just horrible. They'd burn my assignments, super glue my chair, and one time they filled my bag with broken eggs. It took me hours to clean that. One day at work, Mr. Jackson informed me that it was the twins' 11th birthday, and he wanted to throw the biggest party ever. But an hour before guests started pouring in, he left for an urgent business meeting, leaving me in charge. When I told the girls, they went ballistic.
He always gets away with it. Not this time. He's gonna regret missing out on our birthday.
Emerald pulled a lighter out of her pocket and rushed to the library. I chased her all the way up in this maze of a house and found her with a lighter under a massive painting.
I wonder how he'll feel when we burn his favorite painting down.
You can't! You won't! Listen, Emerald, I'm sure something important came up.
That doesn't mean he can abandon us like that. And what do you know? You probably have both of your parents loving you.
Actually, no. I told the girls about my issues regarding mom and dad, and suddenly they went softer. Emerald pulled the lighter down, and after that day, she was surprisingly kinda well-behaved. The week went by peacefully, and soon the school announced the annual scholarship test. I asked Mr. Jackson if he could spare me for a week, but he suggested I just move in instead. It didn't sound half bad, so I agreed, but when I told Mom, she said she had a bad feeling about it. Well, I would have preferred if she had a job instead of a bad feeling, but whatever. I moved in the next day, and while I was setting up my stuff, Mr. Jackson called for me.
Now that you're here, you need to understand two things. My study is off limits, and the room on the top floor remains closed at all times. Under no circumstances are you allowed to go in.
I felt a bit weird with the way he spoke, but I nodded my head and went back to my room. Moments later, the girls walked in and asked if I wanted a tour. They took me around the house, showing off their bowling alley, swimming pool, and arcade. Do you get to play many games with your dad?
No, he's always busy. Oh, okay. Why do you say it like that? Like what? Like you're feeling sorry for us? Oh, look at those poor little girls. They don't have a mom and their dad is too busy. I'm sure you're thinking that. But guess what? Our daddy loves us deeply.
Hey, I didn't mean it like that. You know what? Forget it. I'm sorry if you feel that way.
Sorry doesn't heal anything.
Before I could ask her what she meant, Emerald just turned around and left, and the maid told us that dinner was ready.
Don't think too much. She's a bit crazy. You should know that by now. Also, never be late for dinner or you'll starve the night.
What? That night and the night after went by fine, but then I started noticing weird things. For starters, Mr. Jackson was never around anymore. He never spoke or ate with us, and when he came home, he went straight to his study. As if this wasn't weird enough, 2 nights before the exam, I heard a light tapping on the door. My body froze as the knocking got louder, but when I opened the door, I saw a light flicker in the downstairs area, and then I saw Emerald. She was at it again. This time, I followed her, and it looked like she was headed toward the basement. Emerald, shh, you're not supposed to go there.
She can't hear you.
The soul left my body when I turned around to face Pearl.
You scared the bejesus out of me. Sorry, but I just wanted to stop you before you did something stupid.
Pearl then told me that Emerald went down to the basement almost every night, and sometimes she even sleeps there.
It's got all of Mom's stuff. No one, not even Dad, disturbs her. Ever since Mom went into a coma, that's how she comforts herself.
That explains why she went missing the first night I was here. But if you knew that, why didn't you tell me before?
It was just fun watching you get creeped out. Anyway, you should sleep now. I'll keep an eye on her.
I believed Pearl and went back to bed. But an hour later, I woke up again, and this time it was to the smell of smoke. My room was drowning in smoke. As I made my way to the hall screaming for the girls and dialing the fire brigade.
Monica!
Oh my god, are you okay? What happened?
I don't know. I was waiting for Emerald and passed out on the floor. When I woke up, there was fire everywhere.
Hold on, where's Emerald? The 2 of us rushed toward the basement, but the fire was totally out of control. Luckily, the fire truck arrived just in time and rescued Emerald unharmed. They said that the fire was caused because of a candle in the basement.
I was just lighting up some of Mom's favorite candles, and I didn't realize when I dozed off, I burned everything that belonged to Mom. I'm so sorry.
As long as we found you. Emerald started sobbing and I hugged her tight. Just then, Mr. Jackson arrived looking horrified, and when the fire guys told him what caused the mess, he lost his mind.
You know what? I've done everything for you girls, and all you've done is made a mess out of my life. How could you burn the house down?
I'm sorry to butt in, Mr. Jackson, but it was a mistake. Emerald feels horrible, and to be honest, you should be glad your girls are okay.
And who are you to tell me what to do? Don't forget your place. You're just a servant here.
You can't talk to her like that, Dad. She saved our lives.
I can do whatever I want. Watch this. You're fired. Don't come here again.
Gladly, Mr. Jackson. And I hope you become a better parent, because God knows these girls deserve it. I said my final goodbyes to the girls and left. Thanks to the wild night, I was super exhausted at school the next day and totally tanked my scholarship test. When I went home, Mom gave me the shocking news. Thanks to the fire, the secret room in the house had to be opened to check the damages, and thousands of gold coins and illegal cash were recovered. Everything belonged to Mr. Jackson. He was taken to jail, and the girls were sent to London to stay with their aunt. Wow, that's why he kept the room shut all the time. I'm just happy the girls are safe. Yeah, Mon, I'm sorry for putting you through this. I've been a horrible mother. You stuck around, and that's all that matters. I promise, I'll be better. And she made good on the promise, working hard and bagging a good deal on her sculptures. I lost the scholarship opportunity, but our combined savings were enough to put me through the first year at Stanford. But halfway through the year, I received an anonymous donation of $1 million. And when I saw the bank details, it was some Linda Jackson, Mr. Jackson's wife. I immediately called the number, and Linda's secretary arranged for a meeting. I was surprised to see the girls waiting for me along with their mom.
Monica!
I've heard so much about you from my daughters. It feels like I know you already. It's nice to see you've recovered, ma'am, and thank you for bringing these brats along. Linda held my hand and thanked me for saving her daughters and exposing her cruel husband. She even offered me a job at her company right after I graduated, and since the pay was good, I took it up.
Don't get too happy. We won't make it easy for you.
I'm counting on that.
When I was 6 years old, I got my mom a beautiful chess box. I'd been saving my pocket money for months to buy it.
Look what I got you, Mommy. Happy birthday.
Mom looked at the box for a few seconds, then threw it on the floor and stomped on it. What a stupid gift. What am I supposed to do with this? Can't you ever be normal, like your sisters? And she threw it in the garbage. Just then, my 2 older sisters came running in and handed Mom their present. It was a mug with a picture of the 3 of them printed on it. I wasn't even in the picture. Mom gave them a tight hug and said it was the best birthday present ever. I burst into tears and shut myself up in my room. I took out my own chess set and started playing. Chess was my thing. I was obsessed with it. Dad had left us when we were little because he thought that marriage and kids was too much responsibility for him. I looked exactly like my dad, so Mom took out all her anger on me. Anything I did seemed to get on her nerves. Even my older sisters seemed to hate me, and they blamed me for everything. One time they failed all their exams, and they said it was my fault.
She always has company over to play chess, and they make so much noise. We weren't able to study for the tests.
What? Mom started shouting at me and said I had to clean their rooms for a month to make up for my poor sisters. I'd had enough. In your dreams, Mom. And I walked off and locked myself up in my room. I didn't come out for the next few days. I just kept playing chess alone. One day, when I was in the 3rd grade, I invited a friend over to my place. He was my chess partner at school. I was afraid my family would be rude to him, but they seemed delighted to have him over. My sisters ran to the store and came back with a huge basket of chocolates and toys for him. They were practically drooling over him, which is so gross.
Seriously? Why are you friends with Mia? She's such a loser. Be our friend instead. No. Be our brother and come live with us. That's even better.
He looked completely terrified and ran out of my house as fast as he could. I yelled at Mom and my sisters, but they said it was my fault, and every guy just left because of me. Turned out my family wasn't the only one who hated me. When I was in the 5th grade, our history teacher started off the lesson by saying, "Millions of years ago, when humans and dinosaurs used to live together, it was only safe for men to go out at night for food." Wait, what? I raised my hand. Ma'am, that's just not true. The teacher glared at me. What's not true? Dinosaurs and humans never coexisted. Of course they did. Haven't you seen all those movies where people are running away from the dinosaurs? That's fiction, ma'am. Humans actually came 64 million years after dinosaurs became extinct. Stop making things up. You're really rude. And I'm going to call your mom. When the teacher called her, Mom said she already knew I was a bad girl, and she was too busy to come and get me. Just send her home. She can walk. As I was packing up my stuff to leave, I was called into the principal's office. Oh no, was I in more trouble? Feeling really nervous, I went to the principal's office and found him beaming at me. Congratulations, Mia. You'll be bumped up a grade because you're a brilliant kid. I was thrilled. This was sure to make Mom happy. When I got home and told her, she jumped up from the couch in shock. Oh my God, this is the worst news ever. Am I going to have to buy you new books? I was so disappointed. Just as I was walking out of the room, I heard her say, Mia, you know what? Education means nothing if you're not pretty like your sisters. Ugh, why did she have to be like this? I was moved up a grade and started spending more time at the local library. At least I got some peace and quiet there. One day, I saw a flyer on the board about a monthly chess competition, and I decided to participate. I was easily able to beat my competitor, and I won a small amount of money. Of course, I didn't tell anyone at home about the money I'd won. This was going to be my little secret. One day at the library, an old blind man came up to me. I'd often seen him here before, sitting alone. He smiled at me. Wanna play chess with me, little hero? I laughed and said I'd beat him easily. He simply said, try me. So I played with him, and to my shock, I lost. You're talented, but you need more practice. After several months had passed and we had been playing together daily, the blind man said one day that I was ready. For what? The international competition I've been preparing you for. I'd won more local competitions and had some money saved up, There was no way I was telling Mom where I was really going. I told her that Dad had contacted me and sent me a ticket to visit him. Whatever. Do you think I care about what you do? I went to the competition with the blind man and a few other competitors from my area. It was a really tough game, but I used all my wits and knowledge and won. And my prize was $200,000. When I stepped forward to collect my check, the organizers asked me my age, and then they refused to give me my money. They said I needed a legal guardian, and the blind man wasn't even related to me. Despite all my protests, they called my mom and said they'd transfer the money to her. When I got home that evening, Mom ran to me and smothered me with hugs and kisses. I knew she was just after my money. She'd made all my favorite things for dinner, and at the end of it, she brought out a huge chocolate cake with candles. But Mom, it's not even my birthday. Do I need a reason to celebrate my favorite daughter? Come now, darling, blow out the candles. My sisters kept glaring at me all night like they wanted to eat me. They were really unhappy. The next night when I got back from the library, I saw a sleazy-looking guy in his 50s sitting on the couch. He took one look at me and said, "Oh my God, your mom really wasn't kidding. You're ugly." I felt really mad and told him to shut up and leave immediately. Oh, ugly and rude? May God help your mama. He walked out of the house, slamming the door behind him. Just then, Mom came running into the lounge with a tray of drinks. Where did the man go? I told her he was really rude to me, so I'd told him to get lost. The tray went crashing from Mom's hands to the floor. You what? Stupid girl, do you have any idea what you've done? That guy is a big-shot businessman who can turn us into the future Kardashians. I was horrified. I told her there was no way I was getting plastic surgeries done to make me look so fake. Fine, your sisters will. I yelled at her. You can't use my money to get those stupid surgeries. Stop being so melodramatic, honey. Just participate in another competition and win some more money. Simple. I threatened to call Dad and said I would sue her, but she just laughed like a maniac and said he'd probably forgotten all about his ugly daughter by now. I ran to my room and screamed into my pillow in anger. I hated her. Since my older sister Amanda was 19, she was legally allowed to have plastic surgeries. Her face looked so different now, I could no longer even recognize her. But Mom thought it was amazing. Darling, you're going to make us so rich with that beautiful face. You look just like a Hollywood star. Amanda looked at her and said, "Yeah, I've been meaning to tell you. I'm going to be a Hollywood star. I've been offered a really great role in a huge movie." Mom looked beyond delighted. Well, that's perfect. You'll make us all tons of money. Yeah, right, Mom. I'm leaving for good and don't expect a penny. Just forget you even have a daughter named Amanda. Just then, a black limousine drove up outside our house, and with a bye, Amanda hopped in and left. Mom stood there with her mouth open, then turned to me, glaring. You better participate in a new competition and make more money soon, or else. No way. And with that, I walked off to my room. I was quite surprised when Katya followed me a little later on. She said it was really unfair how Mom had wasted all my money on Amanda. Her eyes fell on my chess set, and she asked me if I would teach her. I was really happy that someone was finally taking an interest and said, sure, why not? We had a great time playing chess all evening. The next day when I opened up YouTube, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. It looked like Mom had been filming us while I'd been teaching Katya last evening, and the two of them had edited the footage to make it look like she was the professional and I was the beginner. Thankfully, my face was covered, but I was so mad. I went downstairs to find the two of them huddled over their phones and talking excitedly about how many likes and comments they had on the video already. I started yelling at them for being a bunch of frauds. Mom just looked up at me and said, listen, the video is already out and people love it. They can hardly believe that a beautiful girl like Katya is such a genius. So, here's our plan. You keep doing your crazy thing and practice chess and play online, and Katya will record you and post videos. It'll only be like 3 videos a week. Seriously? Mom was just shameless. Why on earth would I do that? Because we'll give you your share of the money, and then you can finally leave for good. I don't care if you do, but only after your sister is famous. Okay, that sounded fair to me. So I shook hands with her on it. It was a deal. Things went fine for a while. I was doing what I loved, and my sister kept making videos of me and uploading them. The channel was getting more popular, and Katya was getting really famous. I finally had the peace and quiet I always dreamed of. Most evenings, I was busy studying in the library and working on my plan to get out of here. One night, I got a letter and started screaming with joy. When Mom asked me why, I told her that I'd been accepted for a scholarship and I was going to China as an exchange student. I thought Mom wouldn't even care. But she went completely nuts. She tried snatching the letter from me, but I quickly slipped it inside my shirt. She kept shouting that I couldn't go and just leave all of her hard work she had put into making the channel famous. But I wasn't listening to her nonsense anymore. I was done, and I was leaving.
The blind man is really unwell. He's asking for you, Mia. He needs his little friend.
I felt shocked and immediately ran out of the house to go see him. When I reached his place, the front door was half open. I walked inside, and it was all dark. I kept calling his name, but there was no response. After I'd searched the whole house, I left feeling really worried. When I got back home, Katya went down on her knees and started crying, begging me to stay. I turned to Mom and asked her what had happened to the blind man. "Oh, he's fine. He doesn't live at that address anymore. And I just said all that stuff so I had a chance to tear up your passport." As I stared at it in horror, every horrible thing she'd ever said and done came rushing back to me, and I just snapped. I leapt forward to attack her, but Katya stood up quickly and came between us. Suddenly, Mom said that she felt dizzy and fell back on the couch. I need a doctor." When the doctor came and examined Mom, he told us something really shocking. Mom had broken heart syndrome. She needed really good care, and we had to make sure she didn't have any stress. As I sat by her bedside, she took my hand and started crying and apologizing for everything she'd done. She sobbed that it was only because I reminded her so much of Dad. At that moment, I felt really sorry for her. Then she showed me the heart-shaped necklace she'd been wearing for years. Looking at it closely, I was shocked to see my name carved on it.
"See, my precious daughter, I've always loved you, but I was never any good at expressing my emotions. I cherish you so much. Please forgive me." I hugged my mom and cried on her chest.
From that day on, I just wanted to make Mom happy. I went back to making chess videos with Katya, and I started participating in more competitions and made a lot of money. The smile on Mom's face was everything for me. After I graduated from high school at 16, I had a really important international competition coming up. I practiced with the blind man day after day, and I told him I really needed to win this for Mom. He looked at me solemnly and said, "Kid, the only person you should work hard for is you. Make yourself proud." I didn't want to argue with him, so I just nodded. He wouldn't understand. I just wanted Mom to be really proud to have me as her daughter. The day of the big competition arrived, and Mom and Katya traveled with me to another state. I was really glad to have them by my side for support, especially Mom. Minutes before the competition started, I felt really nervous and wanted Mom to hug me for good luck. I went looking for her backstage when I saw her and Katya talking. What I heard left me shook. Ugh, Mom, I'm so tired of this. How long are we supposed to suck up to Mia? I told you, not before I make a fortune out of that girl's stupid gift. Why can't you just send her to Dad? You never had to raise a child that isn't yours. That jerk. He left and thought I'd just raise his child for free? I couldn't believe it. I stood frozen in my spot. I wanted to yell at them, but I couldn't even speak. Just then, a lady came and dragged me by the arm, saying it was my turn next. As I stepped on the stage, my legs were shaking. My mind felt completely blank. I didn't know what to do or how to play this game. It felt like the whole world was staring at me. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes. I pushed out everything from my mind and only thought about what the blind man had said. I had to do this for me. I played the best game of my life. I could feel the audience's excitement as they started cheering and clapping for me. Checkmate. I had won. The announcer handed me a check for $500,000. When he asked me how I felt, I replied, "I've never felt happier in my life. Today, I gained my freedom."
I didn't have the grades to graduate, was accused of vandalism, saved someone from drowning, and got arrested, all in the same week. Oh, but before I get ahead of myself, hi, I'm Maya from California. Please like and subscribe. Ever since I can remember, swimming was my happy place. When I was 3, my love of all things aquatic got a little awkward from my parents, who had to keep pulling me out of mall fountains, bird baths, and koi ponds. Excuse me, adults, if you put those signs up and I'm too young to read them, do you see where I'm going with this? Well, by the age of 13, the only job I ever dreamed about was becoming a lifeguard. Being around water, saving people, and hot guys in swimsuits, what's not to love? But on dry land, that's a whole different story. You see, I was not the greatest student, and my mortal enemy was math. Then my dad got a promotion, and we moved into an apartment in the city, and I had to start my senior year at a brand new school. Seriously, Dad, I had just spent the last year sucking up to all my teachers so they would grade me on a generous curve. Where's the respect for all my hard work? Life wasn't any different there. But like divine intervention, I looked up and saw my favorite 4-letter word. Okay, seriously, you guys, I know at least half of you just thought of a word that would get you grounded if you said it out loud. I only planned to swim for a few minutes, but I was startled by a gorgeous boy.
I said, what are you doing in my pool?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought this was the school pool. School pool. That's funny, get it? Because it rhymes.
I get it. It's just not funny. And it's my pool because my family paid for it.
He pointed to the plaque on the wall with his family name and under it a sign.
I'm Sebastian Monroe III. And if I catch you in here again, I'll have you arrested.
Arrested? Well, that's a bit dramatic. Did you think I was gonna pee in the pool or something? I'm Maya, by the way. I realized I was talking to myself because he had already left. He had the manners of a goat, and that's an insult to goats. I don't get it. Even if his family paid for the pool, it's still the school pool. I have to be on the swim team and prove to him that I'm better than him. I made the team, of course, and beating Sebastian's top score was just the icing on the cake. So I dominated any competition I was in. I figured Sebastian must have told one of his goon buddies to try to scare me for tearing it up on the swim team because I noticed this nerdy-looking guy lurking outside the school. I tried to approach him, but he was a tricky little thing and got away. Was Sebastian trying to have me stalked or disappeared? Okay, now I'm being dramatic. You guys ever feel like your mind plays tricks on you because you've watched too many crime movies? I walked back into school and saw something I did not expect. Sebastian was leaning against my locker, looking so handsome, but I kept my cool.
Your team wins again. If I had known you were part mermaid, I might not have given you such a hard time.
Oh, thank goodness. I was wondering how I would go on living without your approval. Now, excuse me, I need to get to my locker.
I'll only move if you agree to go out with me.
It figures. The only way you could get a date is with blackmail.
Okay, I deserved that. But I am trying to make up for being such a jerk to you. I really like you. And I was listening when you introduced yourself, Maya.
He leaned in close to me, put his head on my shoulder, and looked up at me.
Look, I'm trying to be cute and vulnerable.
You guys ever fall for that guy who makes you think, sure, he's a bad boy, but he'll change for me? I guess even you deserve a second chance.
Awesome. Where do you want to go?
I have this sudden craving for ice cream. He took me to an upscale dessert place and ordered one of everything. He was charming, and I was falling for him like an apple off an Isaac Newton's tree. Oh hey, I guess I did learn something in class. I thought things are starting to look up. But what do they say about looking up? That's when you trip and faceplant. Yep, I failed my second test. One more and I would get kicked off the swim team. I went to sweet talk the coach, but unfortunately he was allergic to my charm. Thankfully, my parents hired an amazing tutor, Lucy, who knew how to keep me awake, unlike others who snored or were more interested in snacking. And before I knew it, I was doing better on my tests and even got a B+. And by the way, this Lucy is awesome. But unfortunately, the story isn't about her. But please know she's amazing. Maybe I should tell her story one day. Don't you agree, guys? So to review, I was dating the hottest guy in school and crushing classes and the swim team. That nerdy guy was still popping up at school, and now that Sebastian and I were dating, I knew he wasn't behind it, so I asked him.
Oh, he's probably smitten with you. Too bad you're taken.
But I can't stop thinking about it.
You just need a distraction.
I'm serious, Sebastian. What if He interrupted my rant with a kiss.
If he's what?
I was so charmed by his kiss that I forgot what I was saying. He who? Well played, Sebastian III. Well played. After school that day, I came home, and there was a package at my front door. No return address, just my name on it. I was so excited. It must have been Sebastian surprising me with something wonderful. But when I opened it, the worst smell filled the room. It was a bag of poop. My parents called the police, but they said nothing could be done because there was no one to trace it back to. I made a list of people I thought it could be, like Amy, whom I told her boyfriend she had kissed someone else, and Tony, who I totally exposed his crush on our teacher. But that creepy, nerdy guy was the #1 suspect. I showed it to Sebastian the next day at school.
Babe, I'm telling you, it's some girl at school that's jealous of you because you're dating me.
Wow. Did the school give you an extra locker for that ego?
It's not an ego if it's the truth. Don't worry, I'll protect you. Besides, I have a romantic date planned for us that will take your mind off of all this. I'll pick you up at your house at 7.
I decided to focus on our date and get creepy nerd guy off my brain. I jumped in my closet for some great chimichurris to go with my dress and started to wonder where Sebastian would take me. But he never showed. I called and texted. Nothing. I was really worried and rushed over to his house. When I showed up, there were police cars everywhere, and my heart sank like the Titanic, thinking something had happened to Sebastian, until I saw him standing next to his car. Sebastian! Oh, thank God you're okay. Then I noticed his car. Someone had spray painted, "Sebastian is a loser, he can't swim."
My parents think you did this.
All that misspelling? Well, that's just insulting. I'm bad at math, not English. If you're gonna try to frame someone, do your homework. Just as I was about to defend myself, his mom rushed toward me.
Is this the monster who did this to my baby? Well, you're lucky there isn't enough evidence to arrest you, or you would spend the rest of your life in jail. Oh, Sebastian, why do you insist on living that low lifestyle? I mean, does it even know about personal hygiene?
She walked off in a huff, and I was stunned and hurt. I went to Sebastian for comfort, but instead he yelled loud enough for his parents to hear.
I don't care how cute you think it was. We're over.
You know I would never do this. It must be that creepy guy. But he just walked away. What just happened? How could he not believe me? I ran away with tears in my eyes and spent the whole night eating half of the world's junk food. The next day at school, Sebastian met me with a big hug and a romantic kiss, like everything was normal. How many personalities am I dating?
Sorry about the show last night, babe. It was just to get my parents off my back. You know how parents are. We'll just have to keep our love a secret for a while, and then I will fix everything. Trust me.
But you were so mean to me, and you let everyone believe I would do that.
Well, yeah, of course. And I did it all for you. I didn't want my mom to get you kicked off the swim team.
I was relieved. He really did care about me. I wasn't thrilled about the way he did it, but you know, boys aren't that bright, and he probably did the best he could.
Besides, what do you care about what my parents think? You have me, and that's all that matters. Let's just focus on the senior beach bash tonight and forget them.
Well, I have been looking forward to this all year, so I'll meet you there. Once I arrived, I could hear music blasting and see a huge campfire. Sebastian was waiting at the gate for me, but I noticed there was a padlock at the entrance.
Come this way. We have to go through the tear in the fence.
I'm a little nervous about this. Are you sure we're not breaking the law?
What's the big deal? Everyone else is already there. Besides, do you see any signs telling us to stay out?
Well, against my better judgment, I agreed. We had fun, and he danced around like a reject from America's Got Talent, but he was cute. Halfway through the night, Sebastian disappeared. I asked if anyone had seen him, and someone said he went to get some pizzas. I was thinking how weird it was that he didn't tell me, like my boyfriend had ghosted me. I just wanted to go home. Suddenly, a guy screamed that some girl had fallen into the water and was sinking. I knew I could swim faster than I could run. Acting quickly, I tore off the bottom of my dress so it wouldn't weigh me down and dove in. It was cold, but all I kept thinking was that I had to save her. I reached her in minutes and swam her to shore. Her boyfriend thanked me 1,000 times, and I could feel their love for each other as her boyfriend embraced her in turn. I was so tired that I laid down on the sand. My teeth were chattering when someone wrapped the jacket around my shoulders from behind.
Are you okay? That was some pretty heroic stuff.
It was the creepy nerdy guy. You! Why are you following me? Did you send me that poop? What are you even doing here? My interrogation was rudely interrupted by the police showing up and arresting everyone for trespassing. I knew sneaking through a hole in a fence was shady. When we were at the police station waiting for our parents, I saw that guy again. I ran up to confront him. I don't know what your weird fascination is with me, but I'm only gonna warn you once. Stay away.
I understand you might think that, but I wasn't following you. I've been following your boyfriend Sebastian.
Sebastian? You have a crush on Sebastian?
No, but I was, in a way, stalking him. Did you notice that your boyfriend managed to disappear before the police came?
I really wanted to argue with him, but he was right. Where the heck was Sebastian? I was released, but my parents were so disappointed. And worst of all, Sebastian was nowhere to be found. I even went to his house when I knew his parents were out, but he wasn't there either. But I saw that creepy guy again. Where is he? And what's the drama? Start explaining.
Actually, I found out he's in hiding because he was the one who called the police.
Then he showed me pictures on his phone of Sebastian making a call at the beach. Well, that doesn't prove anything, and you still haven't said why you are stalking him.
I do freelance work for a tabloid magazine, and they pay big bucks for any dirt on millionaire playboys.
Well, listen here, stalkerazzi.
Albert.
Fine, Albert. When Sebastian shows up, he will have an explanation for all of this.
And what will his explanation be for taking down the no trespassing signs at the beach, sending you a box of poop, or vandalizing his own car just to get a new car by making you feel bad? And did you know he also switched your test so you would fail?
What are you talking about? He showed me everything. I was crushed. How could I have fallen for such an evil mastermind?
I have all the photos saved to this USB to give to my editor tonight.
Then, out of nowhere, Sebastian ripped the USB out of Albert's hand and swallowed it.
And now it's my word against yours.
I thought the next time I saw him, I would run to his arms, but instead I slapped him. I pinned him against the wall, but Albert held me back before I could slap him again. You might be rich, but you could be outsmarted by a box of hair. You do know they are still on the cloud, right?
I think I'm gonna be sick. Well, that's not how I wanted to get my USB back.
You know, you've got some pretty strong arms under that nerdy exterior. Albert showed the pictures to the police, and Sebastian went to jail. It turns out Sebastian was just a spoiled brat who wanted to get even with me for bruising his ego. Apparently his friends laughed at him when I kicked his butt on the swim team. Get a life, dude.
I'm sorry if I creeped you out with all the sneaking around.
It was kinda weird, but I'm sorry I was quick to judge you. Thank you for coming to my rescue. He may not have been as good looking as Sebastian, but as I stared into his eyes, I could see he was so thoughtful and kind, and that was way more attractive. Yep, I think I'm gonna date this guy. But I have to end the story for now. Sorry, guys. Be careful who you call your boyfriends. That's my advice. See ya!
Duke stormed off, and so did Caleb, while Natalie stood there reeling in shock. What? They set me up? Caleb helped me set up some deal with Duke? Natalie felt sick to her stomach, and she had to confront Caleb ASAP. Later that night, as she was marching up to his door, something caught her attention from the window. It was Caleb's mom, and she was cleaning the house, not looking sick at all. Natalie knocked angrily, and Caleb looked surprised to see her. Nat, I didn't know you were coming. Is everything okay? Can we talk in private? Oh, of course. He walked out of the house with her to her favorite spot, and then she turned to him and pushed him angrily. So, you're the one who told Duke about me when he needed a fake girlfriend? You're also the one who made sure I couldn't say no? You ruined that statue and framed me. How could you do this to me? Nat. And then you acted like you didn't want me taking this job and made me feel guilty? Oh, the caring, possessive boyfriend. But it was your idea all along? You should get an Oscar for your performance. Please, listen, I can explain. You made a complete fool out of me. And you even told Duke I'm just a friend? Caleb, you're such a big jerk. He wouldn't have agreed to have you as a fake girlfriend if he knew we were together. Wow, that's your justification? You just used me like a stupid toy to get money out of him. And not for your sick mom because she seems to be just fine now.
Who are you, man? I don't even know you. And it looks like I never did.
Nat, it's not like that.
Shut up. We're done. Do you hear me? We are done. Natalie didn't wait for his response before storming off. Caleb couldn't stop feeling devastated and broke down to his stepdad.
Natalie broke up with me, Dad. Forget about her then. When you have the money, you can marry any girl you want. You're too brilliant for her anyway. Try to target someone rich. Marrying into wealth will give you a lifetime of security.
Caleb was stunned at his stepdad's words. He did want to be rich and have a much easier life, but he couldn't forget Natalie just like that.
Dad, Nat means a lot to me. I wanted the money, but I never meant to lose her in the process. And why would some rich girl want me, a poor farm boy? I have a plan, and if this succeeds, we're gonna live in the city like royalty. But I need to make sure I can trust you not to mess things up by getting emotional.
Of course you can trust me, Dad. Mr. Cross smirked as he revealed his long-time plan of stealing some diamonds and money from the Harrisons.
But that's a really big crime. What if we get caught? I've been working for them long enough to know every corner of the mansion. I know when to make the move and how to get away scot-free. Besides, it's not really stealing. Think of this as payment for taking advantage of the poor and treating us like dirt. This is about justice, kid, and your future.
Mr. Cross eventually convinced the ambitious Caleb, but he still wasn't ready to let Natalie go. He would try to make her forgive him and win her back. Meanwhile, Natalie almost went to Duke to confront him too and end the contract immediately, but she stopped herself. No, she would play along and get the money he owed her. But it feels disgusting to still play along as his girlfriend. Duke couldn't stop thinking about Natalie. He'd lied to Caleb when he said he didn't want to be involved with her, because the truth was, he wanted to be close to her all the time. The next day, he was attending a huge charity event where he was a big donor and he invited her, but he couldn't help noticing that she wasn't really herself. Her smile seemed fake and she barely said a word. When he took her hand, she almost cringed and pulled it away. When they sat down for dinner, she suddenly spoke. "Oh wow, are you kidding me? We're eating dinner costing $1,500 per person while raising money for some poor, hungry kids? So ironic. And you rich people are just so shallow and unbelievable."
Natalie, what are you doing?
Are you saying the food is overpriced? It's just $1,500, sweetheart. Just $1,500? I wish I was deaf right now because that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Can you please do us all a favor and buy your girlfriend some class? The world would be a better place if you could all buy yourselves some good hearts. Duke was speechless. But just then, he was suddenly called on stage to give a speech.
It has been an honor to be part of this event, and I would like to...
As Duke met Natalie's glare from across the room, his mind just went blank. While he was embarrassing himself, Natalie went to the bathroom to calm herself down. Just then, she heard familiar voices. Mrs. Harrison and Harper. "Mom, I'm really worried about that farm girl. It doesn't seem like a fling to me. I think he's really in love with her, and he wouldn't have invited her here otherwise. And he didn't even do anything after all that stuff she said."
Your brother is such a pain, and I'm really running out of time.
Sheila and her family are really pressuring me. We have to get rid of that stupid girl or else. I'll think of something that will ruin her big time. I don't want to just ruin her. I want her to disappear. Julie has that poor single mother as family, right? Right. Oh yeah, we could definitely use her. Mom, you're brilliant. They then laughed like maniacs as they walked out. Okay, that's it. Enough of this madness. I can't have them hurting Mom. I have to end things with Duke, now. Natalie ran out of the event looking around for a cab, but Duke found her before she could escape.
You're leaving? Why were you so angry in there? I thought we were friends now and you wouldn't embarrass me.
Friends? You really think we're friends, Duke?
Yeah, I've started to. I care about you, Natalie. And there's something I've been wanting to tell you for a while, but I haven't had the guts to.
What?
I know this will make you even angrier, and...
Just say it!
A month ago, our gardener introduced me to his son Caleb, and we became friends. I told him about Mom pressuring me to date this crazy girl, and how I'd lied about already having a girlfriend. I asked Caleb if he knew a girl who could pretend to play the part for a while. I didn't want anyone from school. And then he recommended his friend, and that's you. And he told me you'd never agree because you hate my family, so he planned to set you up, and I agreed to it.
We got you in trouble just so you'd be indebted to me and would be forced to play the part. I feel terrible about doing that to you, and I'm really sorry. I would understand if you're not able to forgive me."
Natalie was stunned. She wasn't expecting Duke to confess. "I already know everything. I heard you and Caleb talking about this at the back of the school the other day."
You did? Why didn't you say anything?
"I thought, I'll play along since I can't repay you, but I don't care now. What are you gonna do? Send me to jail?"
Of course not. You didn't do anything wrong in the first place. We framed you for that statue.
"Exactly. I just want to stay far, far away from your family and you." Natalie got into a cab before he could say anything more. It kind of broke her heart that this was how things had ended between them, but she had to walk away while she could still control her feelings. The next few days, Natalie skipped school. She couldn't bear to see Duke and tried getting her mind off things with farm work. "Hey, Mom, can I help with anything?"
It's fine, honey. I got this. I don't know why you're missing school.
"Mom, I just need a break, okay? And I would really like to help."
All right. Get some grains from the back and feed the chickens."
Just as Natalie returned with her grains, she saw her mom sidestep one of the geese, lose her balance, and hit her head on a rock. "Mom!" Her mom was rushed to the hospital and needed surgery, but Natalie simply couldn't afford the amount. She felt desperate and helpless, and then thought of the one person who could help her, Duke. "I'm such an idiot. Why did I end things with him for free? He made me compromise my values and self-respect. I should get back with him to make him pay the price of my dignity, then dump him again. Ugh, why did I even love this jerk?" Back at the Harrisons' mansion, Duke had been missing Natalie, and his heart leapt when she suddenly gave him a call. "I'm sorry for the way things went down between us the other day. I was just really hurt because you lied to me. Can we meet tonight at the cafe?"
I'll be there at 7.
But when he got there, he found Natalie panicking. "Duke, I have to go to the hospital right away. Mom had an accident." He immediately drove her to the hospital, and it broke his heart seeing Natalie cry. Later that day, he heard her talking to the doctor about the price for the surgery.
I'll pay for it.
"Duke, no, you don't have to."
Just think of it as a payment for all those days you worked for me.
He kept insisting, and Natalie pretended to refuse, but eventually agreed. I don't know how to thank you."
Don't think about it. Let's just hope your mom wakes up soon.
"I really hope so too." Wanting to comfort her, Duke pulled her into a hug, and Natalie just found herself hugging him back. As she lifted her face, their eyes met and her heartbeat became wild.
You're so beautiful.
When Natalie realized what was happening, she immediately excused herself to the bathroom. "Focus, Natalie. He's a jerk and his family is crazy. Don't get carried away." Meanwhile, Harper and Mrs. Harrison decided that dinner would be the perfect time to break Duke.
So, how is Natalie, darling? Maybe you should invite her to have dinner with us again. She's busy taking care of her mom, who's in the hospital.
"Oh, really? We didn't even do anything to her mom yet."
What? Duke, are you sure that's why your girlfriend can't come over? Yes, Mom, I'm sure.
Or is it because she's your fake girlfriend and you've been feeding me a bunch of lies?
What? What are you talking about?
Just then, Harper started playing Duke and Natalie's conversation on her phone, where Duke confessed that he needed a fake girlfriend because of his mom.
I am so disappointed in you, Duke. You lied to me. You will end this stupid charade now. Mom, just stop it. Stop it with all this pressure. Yes, I lied to you, but you pushed me to do it. And Natalie may have been my fake girlfriend, but I love her now. Nonsense. Get rid of that gold digger and date Sheila instead. Or you can forget about being my son and all these privileges you were born with.
That midnight, Caleb and his stepdad were successful in opening the Harrison safe.
These are... Wow. Dad, we're gonna be rich. I told you, son. Now, let's put everything into these bags. Hurry.
The father and son were almost done getting everything in the vault when the door suddenly burst open and the Harrison security team barged in with policemen. The next day, the news was all over town that Mr. Cross and Caleb had been arrested for theft at the Harrison mansion. Natalie could hardly believe her ears. She didn't love Caleb anymore, but he'd been her friend since they were kids, and she had to see him.
Nat, thank God you're here. You gotta help us. Please, ask Duke to make his family forgive us.
Caleb, why did you do it? When did you become this person?
How can you not understand, Nat? We've always hated those rich people. They've worked our parents to the bone and always mistreated us. Are we less smart than any of them? Or less deserving of a good life?
No, you deserve a good life, but you can't have it by robbing rich people.
You have to earn it, Caleb. I could work for 50 years and never get to where they are. I swear, I didn't want this just for me. I wanted it for my family and for you. I still love you, Nat, and I was gonna convince you to move away to the big city with me once I was rich. How could you think this is what I'd want? I could never even cheat in tests when we were kids. And I don't love you anymore, Caleb. But you're my best friend, my only friend. You have to help me. Please, call Duke. I can't do that. You committed a crime and you'll have to pay for it. And not once have I heard you say that you're actually sorry you did it. Please, Nat, who's gonna look after my mom? This'll break her heart. I'm begging you. Natalie softened and she tried to call Duke, but he wasn't picking up. She promised Caleb that she'd try to do what she could, but hours passed and there was no response from Duke. She then decided to call the last person she wanted to talk to. Hello, Harper? Farm girl? To what do I owe this displeasure? Your brother isn't answering my calls and messages. Is he okay? You tell me. Mom kicked him out of the house last night and basically disowned him, all because he said he was in love with you and wouldn't date anyone else. Dad tried to stop him, but he wouldn't stay. He what? Harper, where did he go? Why should I tell you? Harper, please, tell me he has somewhere to go. And he would still have some savings of his own, right? It turns out he doesn't have any. He had $100,000, or so we thought, but now he's penniless. He wouldn't tell me where he spent that money, but I can easily guess it was on you, you gold digger. She was actually right. Mom's surgery had cost $100,000, and it looked like Duke had given all his savings to me. She tried to call Harper again, who blocked her number, so she had no choice but to go to the mansion. How dare you come here, you filthy, lying peasant! I just wanted to ask where Duke went because I'm worried. Drop the act, girl. We all know how fake everything was. My brother was so stupid for actually falling in love with you. Yes, it was fake at first, but I've fallen in love with him too, for real. Please, you have to find out where he went. Suddenly, someone started bawling from the door. It was Sheila with her parents. Mrs. Harrison wasn't expecting their visit, and the blood drained from her face. Who's this girl? Where's my Duke? He's mine. He's only mine. Give him back to me. We are destined to be with each other. Sheila started screaming and breaking everything she saw, and her mom rushed to calm her down. Meanwhile, her dad was furious.
Our poor daughter. I thought Duke was single. What is the meaning of this?
This is all a misunderstanding. This farm girl is crazy and…
No, we've heard everything. Your son is in love with that girl and you lied to us.
What is going on here?
Your wife promised she'd repay us for keeping her horrible secret. This is the payment we want. Duke for our daughter.
Liars! Liars! Then suddenly, Sheila's dad took some pictures from his suitcase and showed them to Mr. Harrison.
Here is everything you need to see. Your wife is a terrible woman. We shouldn't have trusted her. And now our princess is emotionally destroyed. This is unforgivable.
Mr. Harrison was speechless. His wife was apparently having an affair with a wealthy politician.
My wife discovered all of this because she's the politician's secretary. He has been giving your wife huge sums of money and expensive gifts for years.
Mr. Harrison looked stunned, and then he lost it.
I've done nothing but love you, given in to every stupid tantrum, giving you everything you wanted, but it wasn't good enough for you, and now you've made our son miserable too, just to cover your own dirty secrets. Get out of my house, now!
No, you can't do this to me, honey. I'll leave him for you. But Mr. Harrison ignored her and ordered their security to drag her outside. Dad, what are you doing to Mom? Can't you just forgive her?
If you want to stay in this house, you will listen to me and stop being such a spoiled brat. Otherwise, you can leave with your mother. Is that understood, Harper?
Yes, Dad. Mr. Harrison then called the police to help him find his son. Natalie then remembered about this secret place Duke once took her to. She went there alone and found him. Natalie, what are you doing here? She told him everything that happened, and Duke couldn't believe how terrible his mom actually was. It's time for you to come home. Your dad is really worried about you. And you? Were you worried? Why do you think I'm here? And how could you be foolish enough to give me all your savings? It was for your mom, Natalie. It's foolish not to take care of the people you love, and I love you. I love you too, Duke. I never thought I could, and I really didn't want to, trust me.
but you've made me fall in love with you. I can't help it.
Okay, so in that case, you need to sign another contract with me.
Depends. What kind of contract is that?
A contract to be my baby queen forever.
Oh my God, please don't ever call me that again.
I'll think about it.